Welcome back to Slow Your Roll, everybody. I am Cody.
I'm Alex.
And today we're doing something very different, very new. This is the first, actually I guess it's not the first. This is one of the first times that we are recording a live gameplay.
But it is the first time it's DC20.
Exactly, let's go. So we will be playing using the game system DC20 developed by the Dungeon Coach, and there will be a link for the alpha in the description. And check this out. I don't know if Alan's going to watch this, but if he does, I am repping that DC20 RPG shirt. And you know it's vintage because it's not even called DC20 RPG anymore. It's just DC20.
Nice.
Let's not waste any time. Oh man, I'm so excited and nervous.
Perfect. But first, let's waste time.
So I will be the game master for this game. It's going to be just a back and forth, like just a duo little campaign. I don't even know how long it's going to be, but I mean, I'm ready to get started if you are. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
Oh man. Okay. So, let's see. Before we get too deep into this, give the people something about the character you'll be playing.
Okay, definitely. So, I'm going to be playing Zephyrian. He's a fallen angelborn and a dragonborn scion. I know, it's a mouthful. Let's see. About Zephyrian. His father was a paladin. His mother was the fallen angel. They fell in love and eventually had to run away together. And eventually Zephyrian was born. Spending most of his life pretty much on the run and close to the seas. He's good with a trident and a net. He also happens to be able to speak Celestial and Fiend, which is our own little version of homebrew, which you're not able to do.
Correct.
For the most part, I'd say he pretty much keeps to himself, but he does have a family memento, kind of like his father's amulet that his little spirit dragon resides in, and that's kind of like his companion that keeps him company.
There we go. Okay, very cool. Here we go. In the tranquil veil of night, a star descends dramatically across the vast sky. This celestial event carries with it a cryptic call, a call that echoes enigmatically across the realm. This call, however, seems only audible to a diminutive spectral dragon, your companion, faithful companion at that. It is strangely enthralled and driven by this celestial summons. Your dragonette, as it's called, is absolutely jumping out of its non-existent skin to go toward this anomaly. So you are, as this event happens, it's like at night, and you are quickly awakened by a like blast of light, and you look up and you see the sky and this crazy like shooting star across the sky, like nothing you've ever seen. And your little dragon friend is just going crazy, like just going wild, and is like running around you like a crazy internet video of a ferret, and it's like booping you in the face with its nose, and it's just like going bonkers. So where exactly was Zephyrian woken up, since he's in I will say that you are in or outside of a town called Dorinth, and it's like Dorinth is a relatively small city, and there's like a big waterfall that the city is kind of like next to, as the city's kind of like built up against a cliff, and there's this waterfall flowing next to the city and like down a little river. There's a big bridge that crosses that on the outside of the city.
Okay.
So Where was it that Zephyrian decided to be asleep? Where did he lay his head?
He would probably be like camped outside of town. Probably just a small campsite, maybe like tiny tent, little bedroll in there.
Very good, very good. Okay. So basically you're just chilling. You're chilling in your tent, and there's this big burst of light. You jump out the tent real quick to see what's going on, and all that is going down. So how do you handle, or what do you do next when your dragonette friend is just booping your snoot like crazy?
Well, I definitely just try to talk to it for a little bit and be like, what's going on, man? I'm not 100% sure if I can understand him, or if he can talk at all, but I feel like I'd at least be able to see like where he's trying to tell him to go.
Yes.
You know, if he's like, hey, this way, like Timmy's down a well.
Right, exactly. So your dragonette companion does not speak, but you have learned pretty well how to understand. It's kind of like when you have a cat for a long time, and you know when your cat's hungry. A lot of times, even just the meows they make, you're like, I know what that meow means, So it's kind of like that situation.
Yeah, almost like Morph from Treasure Planet.
Yes, exactly. So basically, when you ask your dragonette what's going on, it will stop, trying to wake you up and freaking out, and kind of just like run a little bit away from you or fly a little bit away from you and just like point like a bloodhound in the direction that the star seems to have maybe even collided with the land, as you do notice a small shudder in the distance.
Okay. I'll wrap up whatever remnants I have in my campsite. Make sure there's no forest fires before I go. And can I like see the crashed site? Is it a little bit farther from me or what?
It seems quite far away, like several days of travel even.
Dang, okay.
Yeah. It seems quite far, but for whatever reason, your dragonette is just really wanting to go, really interested in the event.
And I'm next to a town. Are the shops kind of like 24/7, or do you think they're probably all closed by now?
It's a pretty interesting town, and a lot of people do travel to it, if nothing else, just to see like the waterfall and the way it's set up. So it's a pretty bustling town even at night. There's definitely going to be some shops open here and there.
Okay. Does Zephyrian have any money to his name?
Ooh, good question. I would say he definitely does. What would you say Zephyrian has done in his life to kind of like earn a bit of cash here and there?
So he would have been on the go a lot for his life, like close to the seas. So he could have taken many different sailing jobs or coastal jobs to like catch crabs or like rig up sails or whatever. Okay. I'd assume he'd be somewhat good at that kind of stuff, but his father was also a paladin, so I might assume he might take up a job or two should there be a downtrodden person nearby.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, so he's got some work under his belt for sure. Okay, so let's start him off with like let's see here, roll a d20, and that will decide somewhere within the range that I have in my head. It will decide about where he's going to land.
10.
What was that, sorry?
It was 10. I rolled it on Roll20.
Okay, nice. So let's start him off. The range in my head was like anywhere between 80 and 100 gold. So let's start him off with 90 gold.
Nice.
Which is a decent amount, actually. It's not bad at all.
Definitely. So, Zephyrian was probably in this area to pick up supplies. Likely he would have went into the town into the morning, but since there's an emergency, he's going to see if he can try to get at least 3 healing potions and possibly a herbalist supply kit, alchemist supply kit, and brewer supply kit. Just the things to make his trades work.
That makes sense to me. And it's safe to say that you might have some of those things already. So let's see.
Do you want to just say that I have the things that come along with the trades that I'm proficient in?
I would say so, yeah. At least like the basics of those things. So yeah, I would say that you have the kits for them.
Okay. I actually have a shopping wish list on my character sheet, so those are taken off and added to the inventory.
There you go.
Okay, there. Sorry about that. So,
you're good.
Heading to the alchemy shop to try to get some potions.
Nice.
Being somebody who's by himself a lot, I need to rely on quick healing.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, that sounds good. So, you know that there is... let's see here. There is a trade post in town. There's a brewery in town. That's more for like drinks, but you never know. They might be cooking up some magic stuff there too. And then there's a mortician.
He's got.
But you remember
stuff.
seeing, yeah, you remember seeing those places, and really you might be able to find something along the lines of just simple healing potions at any of those places. So, what do you think?
I guess I'll go to the brewers. to see how they're doing.
All right, cool.
Is it like a specific shop that has like a name? Is it like a farmer's market where like people come in and just set up a booth or something?
Yes. So this brewery you've seen earlier is called Odelrada's Brews. And the owner is Odelrada.
Oh, okay.
So when you make your way there, it is still nighttime, but like I said, the town is quite lively. There is one older, mellow-looking human lady. When you kind of like go into her shop, her shop has kind of like an open face situation going on the front, so it's got like a porch, and she still has it open. It's a relatively nice, like a summer night, cool air thing going on.
Nice.
So she quickly sees you, and she's kind of nodding off, but she's got her lights lit, signaling that she is still open. And so she finally sees you, and she's like, "Oh, hi. What's up? What do you need? Can I help you with something?"
Coming into town to try to find just a couple of supplies, if you can help me out. I need potions, maybe even an ingredients list to make some for myself later.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. I mean, I've got mostly, I'm not going to lie to you, the only potions I really have maybe a little something extra in them too, but they work the same. They just might get you a little buzzed.
Yeah. Excuse me. As somebody well-versed in the brewing arts, I think that'll be fine with me.
All right. Well, that's perfect. And you said you wanted 3 of them? I could give you a little bundle. How about I'll give you all 3 for around 70 gold.
70 gold's not bad. Is there any chance I could get maybe just a little bit more off of that? It's not exactly the product I was looking for, but...
Oh, that's a fair point. We've got a haggler here. Sure, go ahead and roll a little an influence check.
Nice. And I'm actually...
DC20's version of the persuasion situation going on.
I'm actually pretty good at influence.
Nice, nice.
I better be, because I rolled a 9 plus 5 to make 14.
Okay, sounds good. She bites. So she's like, all right, you know what? You seem like a really nice and unique gentleman, so I don't see many folks like you after all. How about I'll do it all for 50 gold.
50 gold? Sounds great. And is that half of my money now? Did I have 80
yes.
or 100?
I think you had 90.
90?
So,
okay. So
yep.
40 left. Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect. And I imagine my dragoness probably still trying to tell me to go in the direction of the meteor, I guess. Like, do I kind of know what meteors are, or is it just like this phenomenon? Yeah,
so you do know what they are. This one did seem especially interesting. Like its trail was like, it seemed like its trail was visibly like sparkling and like especially almost like enchanted looking, you know?
Okay.
But you've definitely seen your fair share of like shooting stars, maybe even meteor showers, things like that. This one stood out. It was different.
Well, now that I got my healing potions and I still have a little bit of cash to my name, I think I should head out.
Okay.
Going into... Actually, before I do that, I want to grab a pickaxe just to make sure. If it is like a shooting star or something, I want to be able to take a sample or whatever.
That makes sense to me. Okay, yeah. So... Very good. You remember seeing there was like a little trade post situation, and you do remember seeing that it seemed like the place that might have something like that. So
yeah, I figured it'd be like general store or somebody who sells tools and stuff.
Yep, exactly. Yep. So it's pretty easy to do that. You make your way over to Giambano's marketplace. He's got himself a little trade post set up there, and he's an old gnome-like dude, kind of hunched over, and he's quick to sell you really whatever you want. So like as soon as you walk in, he greets you. He's like, "Hey, what do you want, bud? You got, what are you here for?" And you see a pickaxe as soon as you walk in, conveniently.
Definitely. I'd probably just be like, there's got another meteor on the horizon. Need a pickaxe and maybe any other tools you need to get some of the good stuff out of it.
Hey, where's a meteor? That sounds pretty interesting. Well, I've got a very nice pickaxe right here. I'd happily sell it to you for 2 gold. It's a very stark contrast in price, but I mean, yeah, it's pretty solid. It's your average pickaxe, but it looks good.
Okay, definitely. As long as the pickaxe doesn't look shoddy in any way or like unable to handle a foreign element. If for some reason it's like the bronze pickaxe, then I want to go for the better one. But like other than that, I'll take it.
No, this one does seem like a very solid metal it's made of. It seems good. Should be able to handle quite a bit.
Okay, cool. So just 2 gold, you said?
That's it.
Nice. I won't even try to haggle. I'll be like, you know what? I like you, old man. I'll hand him.
Thanks. Name's Giambano. Come on back anytime.
I appreciate you, G. And then I'm going to hand him 3 gold.
Oh, nice. All right, cool. He's thrilled about it. That's like kind of the equivalent of like giving him an extra $100, really. So he's pretty psyched.
Nice.
Cool. Anything else you wanted to pick up in town?
No, I can't really think of anything. I think I'm going to be pretty supplied to do whatever I need for the meteor. So I'm also assuming that I have like rations for like a couple of days. Do I?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I thought so.
And really, whatever form you'd like.
I figured anything a part of the adventurer pack from like D&D would just be what I have right now. So I have like
I was
a
thinking
rope,
the
a
exact same
tinderbox,
thing.
whatever, you know?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I should be all good to set off on a journey. I don't think there's anything that I specifically need, so I'll start heading out.
All right, awesome. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not necessarily super familiar with this area, right? Like you're kind of traveling through?
No, not really. I actually even have, for my background, it's sailor and nomad. So I'm definitely somebody who's never really called any place home.
Okay, cool. All right, but being a nomad, I imagine you're relatively familiar with like general landscapes and kind of predicting the flow of the land somewhat. So I will say, heading in the direction of where your dragonette is just pestering you to go, you know that there's likely 2 ways to get there. You've heard of some caverns that could get you most, or at least starting in the direction of that strange occurrence.
Okay.
And you know that at least the first little bit from the town here are probably going to be pretty secure, and then you're not really sure what to expect after that in the caverns area if you were to travel that way.
Right.
And you're also familiar with this area. There was a part of this area heading in that direction where it gets a little bit more like desert-like climate. And you've even heard rumors of like a desert with black sands and things in that direction.
Ooh.
And you know that overland travel might not be all that safe either, as you might be traveling in a relatively uncharted direction. So you've got 2 options.
I would absolutely go for the Black Sands area. Open areas are going to be a little bit better for me, especially since Zephyrian has big black angel wings. So he's going to be able to spread those out and try to glide. It's not a fly yet, but he'll be able to glide over different kinds of areas. So I'm hoping maybe the elevation that I'm currently at, the desert, will be a slightly lower elevation, so that way I can get a couple of good glides or 2 in that way. But even if it's not like the elevation that I'm looking for, I'm still gonna head to the Black Desert.
All right, that makes sense to me. Okay, so you head off in the you head off on your journey in the overland, avoiding the darkness and the cramped space of underground, perhaps.
Yes.
And before long, I'll say that when you woke up from this meteor, it was maybe really early morning, like it was still night, like maybe like 3 or 4 a.m.
Okay, nice.
But you got enough of a rest in to like kind of start your day then, so it's not too big of an issue there.
Okay, so I'll take off the exhaustion, right? I'm kidding.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you can take off your 3 exhaustion. So yeah, you are good to go. You travel, and before long, the sun kind of peaks up onto the land a little bit, and you can see a little better.
Okay.
And you are traveling on your way. So,
while I'm on my way, I would try my best to keep a lookout for, like, obviously safety, but maybe even some sort of herbs and other things like that to use for my alchemy supplies. So if there's like a big sore thumb sticking out that's like, hey, this is for alchemy, I would probably grab it.
Okay, I gotcha. Sounds good. Okay, well, let's do a quick little let's do a quick survival check while you're traveling along. See if you notice any herbs of sorts.
Okay. Ooh, 23.
Oh, nice. Okay. I will say that you definitely did find enough ingredients to be able to make some pretty cool stuff with your alchemy kit, especially.
Nice. Do I know what the herbs are, or should I go get them checked out later to like figure out what they do?
I would say that you are able to identify them. Let's say narratively, you know what they were, or you wouldn't have picked them, kind of thing. So let's say like you found some, you know what they are, you recognize them, and you know that they have healing properties.
Nice.
And you could easily, using these, you could probably end up making a potion of healing that would be like half of the cost making it that way instead.
Okay, nice. So
but it'd probably take like I don't know, maybe like a couple hours to make or something. So maybe like the next time you're willing to just sit down and do that for a while or something, you could definitely make that happen.
Sounds good to me. I'll tuck those away in the pouch and then continue on my journey. I'll probably actually just have the little dragon spirit guide me. Mm-hmm. More or less, especially if we're in the dark, he'd probably be like my light guiding the way. Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense to me. That sounds good. And it's pretty easy too. Your dragonette friend has some interesting and, I mean, really largely like unexplainable abilities. There has been times that it's like openly protected you when your life was threatened. It can actually attack and hurt things. And you've seen that happen before. It can even like empower you to the point that you feel like more powerful. And so yeah, I'd say it's pretty easy that this thing can give off a small glow, like a lantern, if nothing else, to kind of like follow as you're traveling along. Definitely. And yeah, I don't think it'd be like a bright glow like the angel brightness or whatever. I think it'd be like the faint glow, kind of like a will-o'-the-wisp. Yep. I definitely agree. Okay, cool. So, you travel, and it's very soon after you leave the sanctuary of a civilized area, you begin to see the climate and the landscape shift. Like, it does not take long before you start seeing some shifting sands covering a lot of the hills. And then traveling a bit further still, you notice that it's even more so the case where like the hills that you're seeing are just crested completely with sand. A lot of the path is blown over, if existent at all. And then there's even areas where there's like entire pockets of drifting sand that is like just black sand. And it's really interesting, almost like the sand around volcanoes and stuff. Weird. Do I see any volcanoes anywhere? Make a awareness check. Awareness check. Another thing I'm actually good at. Nice. Ooh, natural 20 plus 5. Ooh, dang. Okay. All right. Let's do this. So, I'm going to give you some big stuff for that one. Let's see. So, as you're traveling, you notice you don't see any volcanoes, but you notice there's a almost completely sand-covered cart that's like tipped over, and it has a chest that's hardly exposed and almost completely buried, but you can see the shape of the end of the chest, and you're like, hey, that looks like a chest. Okay. I definitely want to go over there, check it out. I want to make sure that it's safe. Like, I want to, how do I say this? I want to make sure that cart is not currently sinking. Like, that's the hazard of what made it that way. If that is, like, okay, then that's what I would check for and then go for it.
Okay, that sounds good. So, I guess roll just like a quick investigation check to see if the whole situation seems safe or if you see any danger related to it.
Okay, 11.
11, okay. It seems like whatever this situation is, it doesn't seem like it's set up at all. It's kind of off the path. You gather that if it was some sort of trap, not necessarily that's what you're looking for, but if it were some sort of trap, it might even be a little bit closer to the path to try to get, some of the travelers that might be going that way. It kind of just looks like an old, long ignored, tipped or ambushed cart or something like that.
Okay.
But it seems relatively safe.
Yeah, I'll head over there. I'll examine the cart first and then go for the chest.
Okay, sounds good. The cart has one thing in it, as far as you can tell, and the one thing is just a skeleton that seems to be very old, dried up, and it was wearing what looks to be kind of like nice clothes, but not like super regal.
Okay.
Not like royalty, but just kind of nice clothes. But now they're kind of old and just tattered. And you see a small, old, dried up inkwell as well.
Dried up inkwell on the guy?
Yes.
So are these clothes? There we go. It wasn't letting me type, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, so are these clothes in any way signifying he's a part of a group or royalty? Does he have like an insignia or anything on his specific clothes?
Ooh, interesting. You do notice one insignia on what looks to be on the inkwell, actually. Not necessarily on his clothes, but the inkwell's like resting right on his chest.
Nice.
So you kind of notice that. Make a... Let's see, probably just like a history check to see if you can identify what that symbol means.
I got 12.
12, okay. You vaguely recognize the symbol as some sort of like a guild symbol, something related to the arts in some way.
Okay.
Kind of remember that for some reason.
I'll pocket the inkwell and start heading towards the chest.
Okay. Make your way over to the chest. It is largely buried, but you can fish it out as the sand is quite loose that has covered it.
Sounds good.
And I'll say that with your previous check, but as far as you can tell, the chest does seem just disregarded and relatively safe.
Okay. I'll start undigging it. Does it happen to say across the top, Stanley Yelnats?
It sure does. That's awesome. No, but you do see the same symbol that was on the inkwell on the chest as well.
Okay, good. Is there anything within the chest, or do I have any difficulties getting it out of the ground?
I'll say because the sand is so loose, you're able to get it out of the ground without too much effort, especially with the encouragement or empowerment of your small dragonette that's with you. So you are able to get it out, and when you open it, the only thing inside is a bunch of old, unused parchment paper and one book. It looks vaguely like a journal.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the parchment paper and the old journal, stuff it away in my backpack, and I guess keep on heading on. If I do have a sack, I think it'd be really cool to pick up a sack of this black sand and take it with me as well.
Ah, okay. That makes sense to me.
And
I'd say that it'd be pretty easy to make that happen. You might even find that this unfortunate soul that has perished would have possibly some things like that on him that are still usable too. So you are definitely able to find a small little bag to bring with you.
Definitely. The alchemist in me is a little bit curious, you know?
Oh, absolutely. So you've got this journal. You said you're just kind of pocketing it, taking it with you for now?
Yeah, I'll just take it with me. Okay. But did the journal have the same insignia as everything else?
The journal does have the same insignia, kind of small, and it also seems like it has a name stamped on it as well. What the heck? Sorry, hang on.
You're good.
I closed everything. Okay. It does have a name stamped on it as well. The name is Hartmer.
Hartmer.
Ackletrude.
Ackletrude.
Yeah.
Partner. Okay.
And as you're kind of like scoping this thing out,
I don't really want to flip it open and read the whole thing, but I'll like skim through it and make sure nothing falls out of the journal, anything like that, you know?
Okay, cool. Sounds good. I was about to ask if you're opening it at all. Okay. And then it explodes. No, I'm just kidding. So
rolling the character.
You open this, you open this journal and you see quickly, like kind of like the scrawling or almost like ramblings, of like a poetically linguistic person.
Okay.
And it's just talking about like vaguely just like, I'm so excited to see this place. I've heard so many rumors and everything else. And as you're reading through, you realize this thing gives like a whole little description sort of this area. And this person seems just really thrilled about it. So he's like, man, I've heard of it so much. The scorched expanse is what they call it. And like he describes it in detail. He's like, a vast desert of black sand and smoldering fissures. Once was a lush valley. It was scorched by the wrathful dragon Pyrothrax, turning it into a treacherous wasteland. Travelers must beware the ash wraiths, remnants of those caught in Pyrothrax's fiery tempest, and ever-present threat of the dragon's return. The few oases that dot this landscape are said to be fiercely contested by nomadic tribes and savages who trade a safe passage for precious resources or services if you're lucky. And so he's just like really rambling about this place, making it all artsy and everything. And he's like, I'm so excited to see it.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it seems like he didn't see it very long, perhaps.
During that, did it say anything about the dragon color?
It did not.
Okay, no worries. After scanning over the journal, I'll take all of that to note, especially if this area happens to be the place that we're heading to. Like if the meteor is in that direction, I'll try to see if it's on the way or stuff like that, you know? Just take general note, maybe even if I have a map, mark it there. But
fair enough. And I actually pasted that text in Roll20 so that if you want to do anything with it, you can. But if not, it's fine. But it's there.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
On the road again.
Very good. So you go on your way a bit further, traveling in the direction that your dragonette is still just excitedly pulling you, really. And let's see. So as you travel along, I am going to need a quick just roll of the D20 for me, if you would.
Sure. Oh no. 5.
5, okay. So, you're traveling along, and it's getting quite warm, and the sands are beginning to shift even more to the point that there's really not much of a path left. And there's a few spots coming up where you see, in the distance, it looks like a group of some sort, of just like humanoids that are kind of just robed and just walking out in the open expanse, and they're quite far away, and you've been traveling long enough that you're not entirely sure if you can if you can trust your eyes. But like I said, they're on the horizon. They're very far from you, so they will be something that you would encounter directly eventually.
Okay.
So what do you do with that?
Well, people aren't exactly a threat, I would say. So he'd probably just make himself smaller, as in making his wings furl down, kind of like to be a part of his suit in a way. Make his wings almost come down like a long trench coat or backpack, so that way it fits in with his look. And my look, honestly, would be, I'm a spellcaster scion guy, so I probably have general light armor, maybe flowy robes on, but nothing much more than that, I would say.
Okay. Sounds good. It'd be pretty easy to, make yourself smaller, unnoticeable for the most part.
Yep, and just like a normal old person walking through.
Okay, sounds good. So as you walk a bit further, you get close enough that you can see that there's a group of 3 of these people, and they look to be wearing matching robes, and it's like really. I mean, honestly, your first thought kind of right away is just like, those guys look like cultists. But make an insight check to see if you can glance anything else of their demeanors.
14.
14?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's pretty good. So yeah, they look like they're straight up like wearing cultist robes. You notice that they all have like hoods on, and the hoods have like interesting little ear-like feather things going on that you've seen on dragons before. It looks like their robes are meant to look kind of like dragon robes, and they also seem kind of chill. Like you can almost overhear some of their conversations, and it sounds like they're just like shooting the breeze as they're walking along.
Okay. Let's see. I
wonder if my microphone's picking that up. My wife is upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Playing Lethal Company. And she's just like yelling.
I haven't heard it.
That's funny. All right, sorry, carry on.
You're good. I have telepathy of 10 spaces. Are they within 10 spaces of me to possibly say anything to them?
Honestly, I would say yes. They're kind of not really paying attention. They're kind of doing their own thing. So they're not looking to see where you are. They don't necessarily see you right away. Oops, sorry. So yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Into one of their heads, I'd like to say, where are you headed?
Okay. You see one of them quickly stop and like perk up their whole form for a moment. And then they just kind of like look around, and then like he like slaps the other two, and you kind of hear them. He's like, wait, shut up. Pyrothrax speaks. And he kind of like looks around a little bit more, and then one of his friends that he slapped kind of like looks over and actually finally sees you. And then he's just like, no, he doesn't, you dummy. Look, that's that person over there, probably. And then he turns and looks at you, and you are seeing 3 hooded kobolds. And they see you, and they kind of like panic. They kind of like shrink up, and they look a little bit afraid. And then the one that you spoke to seems to, speak up finally, and he's just like, you? Was that you speaking to me?
Yes. Worshipper of Pyrothrax. It is I.
Excellent. And he'd be like, oh my gosh. And he kind of like looks at the other ones, and he's just like, look at this guy. He looks incredible. And he actually speaks loudly to you again. It's just like, are you a representative of Pyrothrax the Great? You look a little bit like him.
I'm gonna use the sorcery. There we go. I'm gonna use the sorcery cantrip to present myself as okay. All right. This is how I want to explain it.
All right, I'm ready.
So the sorcery cantrip, I got a part of my fiendish background from being a fallen angel, which means I had to choose a supernatural source of power. So it's primal fire.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, so
all right.
So kind of like the dragon fire, primal fire. That's like the theme here, that the energy flow or colors and all that.
Yeah. Okay.
And I can spend one mana to make my voice boom up to 3 times louder. You can call upon non-harmful magic of your chosen energy type to swirl around you in a visual display, and your eyes glow with the chosen energy type. So my eyes are going to glow red. I'm going to have this red swirling aura, and my voice is going to boom so much louder than it was in their heads. So it makes it seem like I have this like celestial presence.
Ooh, okay, awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend to be a messenger of Pythrax.
Yes, I know. What a name, right? Pyrothrax. Good luck with that.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good.
And this will be the first time they heard my voice. So the one that has already heard my voice, just in a kind of like calm and melodic tone in his head, will now hear my voice as a commanding and overpowering thing.
Okay, awesome. What are you saying to him?
Pretty much, I'm gonna be like, I am a prophet of Pythrax. Should what are you doing? Where are you going? Like, what are we doing? Like things like that. You know, I'm trying to get all of the information from them and possibly even tell them what to do before I leave.
Okay, I get you. What work are you doing for our Lord?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sounds good. So, man, I don't even know if there needs to be checks rolled. Basically, these 3 kobolds, as your voice booms, kind of like asking for their exactly what they're doing, their intentions, you know, what are they up to, all that stuff. They, like, all 3 of them just like drop to their knees and start kind of like bowing towards you. And they're like, "Our Lord Pyrothrax the Great, we were just scouting the area." And then you hear them like kind of talking back and forth, and they're like, "Should we tell him what we're actually doing?" And then they're just like, "Oh, well, he must know. Pyrothrax, we were about to perform a ritual, but we are having a really hard time doing that because, well, the ritual requires some specific words said while in the air, and none of us can really, like, be in the air."
Can I tell if they're telling the truth?
Make an insight.
Insight. Okay. Ooh, dirty 20.
Oh, sugar. Okay, sounds good. So, it does seem, they seem nervous, but what they're saying seems genuine at the same time. Seems like they're generally truthin'.
Okay, so if everyone looks, I guess, you know, properly shooken, I'm going to, in all 3 of their heads, as fast as I can, say, "Well, in that case, you can call me Zeph."
Ooh,
just very calm and lightly. And then the fire disappears.
Okay, so they all kind of like relax. They're less terrified now. And so they're like, okay, well, good. That's good. But to further honor Pyrothrax, could you perhaps help us? Could you say the finishing word of the ritual while possibly hovering in the air?
Absolutely. Where is this ritual taking place?
Well, really anywhere. It's, you know, this is one of those things that we don't really need like an altar or anything. It's really just the words, you know?
Is there a sacrifice involved?
No, not at all, actually. Like, I know most rituals there kind of is, but in this case, you just have to say the magic word in the air after we do a little chant. And we basically, this is just something we made up, but we think that Pyrothrax will really like it.
Very well. So long as your will is indeed pure, I'm sure Pyrothrax will welcome any homage.
Wow, Zeph, you're great. Okay, well, if you're ready, we can start the chant, and then you just have to like hop up in the air and float around for a second and scream the word, the finishing word at the end, if that's okay.
Let it begin.
All right, here we go. And they like quickly like band arms, like they've done this all the time. They do this like, they're like, finally, here we go. This is maybe the 100th time, and it's gonna work this time. And so they literally just start kind of like circling around real silly, and they just like start doing this chant, and they're like, "Gather round, ye brave and curious souls," and they just like do this whole thing. And she's like, they're like, "To Pyrothrax's lair where the firelight rolls," and they do this whole thing, and then they go on for a little while, and then there's like eyeing you, and they're like, "All right, you ready?"
Definitely. And I'm gonna jump up in the air, unfurl my wings, just flow them as hard as I possibly can. But it's a rather pathetic display because I have -1 might. It would be pretty pathetic to anyone probably but a kobold.
That's pretty funny. I like that. I mean, you could maybe rely on your agility a little bit if you really wanted to, but it's also kind of hilarious.
I also have
like,
-1
it just
agility.
not be that impressive. So, you hop up in the air, and you know what? For the fun of it, go ahead and make a. I can do this in DC20. I was gonna say make a martial check. So that's like either athletics or acrobatics, whichever one's better for you. Unless they're the same, then whatever.
-1, got it.
Sounds good. Let's see what that check's about.
Oof, 9.
9. Okay, you know, it's almost average, and like you said, these kobolds haven't seen I don't know, maybe anyone like ever in their lives. Like, you have no idea what's up with these guys. So you kind of just like launch yourself into the air, and you're able to hover there for just a moment, and you hear the one like midway through their own chanting, you hear the one, it's just like, okay, now say Scorchalicious, hurry.
Scorchalicious.
Okay, and as you do that, nothing really happens until you come back to the ground, and they're like, oh, well, what the heck? That's supposed to work. And then suddenly, the entire landscape is absolutely eclipsed by a shadow. And you look up in the air, and you see several hundreds, like maybe as far as a mile in the sky. You see this absolutely massive form just like appear in the sky, and it blots out the sun, and immediately where all the landscape is shaded, it's so cold suddenly too. And it's really interesting how you realize like the sun is blocked off completely, and it's like 30 degrees colder. And it's just like shocking for a moment.
Is this a celestial eclipse, or is it like a giant dragon in the sky with something like a Phyrexian name?
This does seem to be the form of a massive dragon in the sky.
Okay. All right.
The kobolds are looking directly up at it, and one of them literally, they're just like staring at it silently, and one of them just like falls over and faints. And this thing is just like you see it flap its wings once, and it looks like it's in the slowest slow motion ever, but it like is one more thing to give you scale that this thing is just huge, and it's like crazy how big this is. And maybe like a full minute, like as long as a full minute passes, and then you feel this huge gust of wind that you can attribute to the flapping of this creature's wings, and it's just hanging out in the sky.
Okay. Does it look like it's coming towards me or the kobolds? And what color is it? Taking into consideration that I'm a silver dragon with black wings, I would like to know if it's the same color as me.
Ah, fair enough. So it doesn't seem to be traveling in your direction at all. It seems to be just kind of like skating across the sky, doing its thing.
Okay.
And it does look, you see occasionally there are impressively large, like metallic glimmers of light off of the scales of this creature. And after staring at it for a little while, it does look like it's a silvery like color.
Nice. And I would also like to make some sort of, I guess, maybe awareness or insight check or even investigation to like see if this was a coincidence or directly caused by the ritual. Like, did Fyrax just happen to fly this way at the same time?
That sounds good. That's interesting. It'd be very hard to tell, but let's try it with an insight check. Let's see if you can just feel it out with your gut. Was this just a coincidence? I'm going to say it's going to be kind of hard to tell, so we'll see.
Okay, so 14 plus 5 if it's insight to make a 19.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, I was sitting at an 18 in my head. So it seems that maybe this was some weird fated event, but not necessarily from the ritual. Seems like the ritual was honestly just a bunch of silly bunk that the kobolds made up.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the kobolds, and I'm gonna say, "You've summoned our lord. Do you have any requests, or are you just wasting his time? If you say, if you happen to have nothing for him right now, then you best devote your life to serving him in the future."
Very cool. So as you say this, you kind of like look down at them, and one of them is like kind of like gently slapping the one that fainted, and then they look up as you're talking to them, and they the one that's kind of been leading the charge, the most charismatic of them maybe, looks up at you and it's just like, I don't even know what to say, and you hear him just like scream out in the air, and he's just like, "Have we always been orphans?"
Do you think that was loud enough for the dragon to hear?
Probably not, no.
Okay.
And there's just kind of like a moment of like quiet, and then he's just like, Well, either way, now that we've seen the great Pyrothrax and his messenger, Zeph, we will surely devote our lives to Pyrothrax from here on out.
Excellent. Now that you've called upon his power, we shall grant you more. If only you follow us. Follow me, Zeph, your new leader.
Holy crap! You know what's funny?
What?
This is hilarious because I don't even think you're going to believe me. I did not plan for this to be a recruitment.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
That's awesome.
I know what you're thinking. You're like, yes, you did. But I swear I didn't. I actually had something else in mind for that. So that's really funny. So that is quite interesting. Well, let's see how this goes. Roll an influence check with advantage and add 5.
Ooh, okay. Nice. Darn it. If I was one level higher, I could cast Befriend and Clear Suspicion at the same time. And then they would just... But okay.
Then I'd have to just give it to you, right? But
okay, I'm sorry. What were you? You wanted a D20, but...
Yeah, influence.
Okay.
With advantage and add 5. This is just a huge, like, you've really won them over. The whole display is unbelievable.
Dang. Okay, so influence plus 5 would be 10, 15, and then my influence is plus 5 as well. So dirty 20 if it's the all of that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep, sounds good. So adding all of that together is what we're looking at. And quickly, the 3 of them, all 3, like even the one that fainted, quickly awakens and stands to attention, and all 3 of them are just like, yes. We could see no other way to pledge our lives than to help Zeph, the messenger of Pyrothrax.
That's awesome. And then for dramatic effect, I would like it if the dragonette actually emerged from my amulet and just like zipped around them a little bit for like, dramatic effect to show that like there's just a real connection to spiritual dragon, I guess, to be able to sell it to them.
Heck yes. So this beautiful, cute little Neopet looking spiritual dragon flies out of your amulet and just like zips around them like Tinkerbell, but more elegant and pretty. And they are just like shocked. They're like, wow, this is amazing. And they're just literally like just screaming and like almost crying. They're just like, yeah. they're just thrilled, They seem fully indebted to you.
That is awesome.
Wow. I didn't plan any of that going that way. That's quite fun.
All right. I guess I would ask these guys for a general lay of the land and where the direction would be that I could go for the meteor as well. And I would be asking them questions like about Phyrexia, but like in a way that I'm testing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be like, so, church on Sunday, and they're like, no, it's Saturday. And it's like, well, yeah, I knew that.
That's hilarious. Yes, sounds good. I will say that, like, you just kind of like talking with them back and forth a little bit. It really seems like they have no idea what they're doing. Like, they have no clue. There's no, like, concrete thing happening with their, like, belief system. They're just like, we've heard of Pyrothrax, a dragon that's huge and epic.
Okay.
And that's cool. Like, that's it. Like, that's all I got.
That's awesome. So for Zephyrian, right? His mom was a fallen angel. So that means they were hunted by heaven and hell alike. So the only thing that they could rely on while he was a child was the power of the dragon kind. So he was definitely going to be like looking to reinforce those kind of like paladin-y dragonborn lessons that his father enforced into him, into them. So the things that like his background would be like the paladin honor kind of thing, he would try to enforce that dragonborn-y background-ish stuff onto them.
Oh yeah, very cool. Wow, this is so cool the way this is shaping up. Okay, sweet. Awesome. So
yeah, I mean, I'd more or less be talking like I knew about Phyrexia and like teaching them these lessons as if they were gospel.
Yes, awesome. That's so fun. All right, cool. And they can't tell the difference. Like I said, they've just like, we've heard of this guy, he's a dragon, now we've seen him, that's cool. So they are quick to buy into whatever you tell them. They're like, yes,
That's
you
awesome.
might as well be Pyrothrax at this point, because they're just like, yep, whatever you're saying, that is the truth, 100%. So that's quite fun. You also mentioned that you were going to talk to them about like the lay of the land a little bit too. So they're going to give you some stuff with that.
Okay, cool.
Basically, the one you've been talking to really seems to be the voice of the three of them. The others hardly speak, except to him for the most part. So
Okay. The dreaded question I'm sure you were waiting for. What are their names?
yes, I have this definitely prepared right now. Their names are the first one to talk to you. Glimmerclaw.
Glimmerclaw.
He is yes, he's definitely the voice of them. And basically, he's like, he's got like these kind of like iridescent scales. That shimmer kind of like moonlight or like water. I don't know. Something about them is like they shine, but weirdly not that brightly.
Okay.
But yeah, Glimmerclaw speaks for the rest of them, and they're all brothers. They're just like, Glimmerclaw's like, yeah, we're all orphans. We've only known each other for like our whole lives. We've just kind of wandered the desert. And so he's like, over here is Soot Snout. That is Soot Snout.
Soot Snout.
And yeah, and he's kind of like, he's grumpier, they all look kind of similar.
Yeah.
But he's kind of grumpy, but yeah, we're just kind of quiet. And he's like, and then my other brother, Nimbletoe, he's quick. He's really fast.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Okay.
So Glimmerclaw, Soot Snout, and Nimbletoe.
Is there like things that they're specifically good at? Like, is Glimmerclaw, I don't know, the fighter because he has claws? Stuff like that.
Yes, Glimmerclaw does seem to be, basically you would be like talking to them. You're like, so basically Glimmerclaw is like, yeah, I can mess some people up. Not that I have much, but like when we need to hunt and eat and stuff, I normally get the food. So yeah, like Glimmerclaw does seem to be the one that's, a little more apt to combat, perhaps.
Okay.
Soot Snout is surprisingly good at brewing foods, like stews, even to the point of maybe them having like magical properties and things like that. He seems to have a weird way of like simple enchanted cooking.
Nice.
And Nimbletoe is just really fast. He's fast. He's like he's a little bit smaller. He can squeeze through stuff a little easier. And good at exploring. He's maybe like somewhere in between like a rogue and a ranger kind of deal.
Very nice. Okay. I like that. I would say we would probably be traveling in the direction of the meteor, and they would be accompanying me. But if we come to a place where we need to like go to a rest or something, I would want to like do a mini like class more or less of the dragonborn background you're supposed to honor before we go to bed, and then I would want to give them all like a tiny present.
Okay, that sounds good. And honestly, it's not long before those events would take place. So they quickly tell you, they're like, hey, we've been wandering around here, for like our whole lives. So they're like, this spot has like some ruins that are pretty cool. We often camp out there just to kind of get out of the weather a little bit, whatever. So they give you a couple different areas, but basically they're like, yeah, we should camp at this place. This is where we normally camp. If you want to check it out, kind of thing, so it wouldn't be long before you need to start looking at something like that anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I would head in that way, especially if that way is in the direction of the meteor.
Yes. Okay. And it definitely is. There's a couple different areas of ruins that they're like, aware of, and there are some in the direction of the strange falling star situation.
Okay.
They do warn you. They're like, sometimes, every now and then, that we do see like other people, and it's like rare, but sometimes there are like nomadic tribes that kind of just like move around and explore the area or whatever. So that is possible, but it's pretty rare. So they kind of just like warn you of that. That's basically the only thing they're like, that's all you really got to worry about out here, kind of thing.
Okay.
But they're like, but this place we're taking you to should be pretty safe.
Okay. I'll impart some wisdom about being a nomad, how like every place is home as long as you make it, something like that.
Oh yeah. That's good. I like that a lot. In fact, DC20 doesn't have inspiration necessarily, but that feels like an inspiration moment. If I had if this was Baldur's Gate 3, you would have gotten inspiration for that, I think. So so if you want to keep track of an inspiration, maybe just like a roll with advantage that you can use anytime, really.
Heck yeah. That sounds awesome.
All right, cool. But yeah, they lead you to their little camp that they expect will be, it's right about the perfect timing where it's going to be a day's travel for the most part. So it'll be getting darker as they lead you there. And it's just kind of like a little area. There is like actually a little bit of water in this area. Like some puddles and things. It's a little bit more of like an oasis of sorts. And yeah, so that's a nice little spot they bring you to.
Nice. Well, if this is where we're going to start setting up camp, I would start setting up camp how I normally do, but trying to include as many people as I can, and maybe even try to delegate some things. Be like Soot Snout, start making some food, and then I'll give them some like rations or something, and I'll be like, Nimblefoot, secure the area, and something like that. Just like tell everybody a simple job while I start making sure that the camp is ready for everyone.
How fun. You made friends. How cool is that? Okay, cool. That sounds great. So you do exactly that. And they are, like I said, man, you are their dad now. So they're just like, yeah, sounds great.
Perfect.
They're doing whatever you tell them. And you managed to set up a very nice little camp that you are quite happy with. And the 3 kobolds also seem quite happy and content and comfortable in your presence. This is maybe the first close person that they've had, that they've like talked to for more than a moment or, whatever, in quite a while, it seems. So they're giving you their life story, and sadly, it's not much. But yeah, and you are definitely able to impart this very impressive and like wise dragonborn like belief system that you've kind of grown up with to them.
Nice.
And they're just like adamantly listening as they're like sitting around this fire with you, probably, and you've got like your tent set up and all that, and they're just like all ears, like little children.
Good. I would essentially tell them like my real backstory, but like feathered up to be a Phyrexian follower. Basically, any dragonborn rites, rituals, or cultural things, I would just account to Phyrexia to make the story seem like consistent.
Ah, okay.
So, but other than that,
very smart.
They would know how I came to be, I guess, to let them know that I was also a nomad as well.
Ah, very cool. Man, and they love you even more for it. So I'd say like right about the time you've been traveling all day, and like as soon as the sun starts setting, it becomes immediately like a more comfortable temperature. I don't know how much kobolds and dragonborn sweat, but if you could be sweating, you'd be sweating. So like as soon as the sun starts to set, everyone becomes quite comfortable, and you notice that they actually are kind of like, they're just like clonked out. They just start like snoring. They're done for, and you're kind of just like left with your dragonette, and seems like bedtime.
Definitely. As long as the night seems safe, I'll probably end up going to bed to take a long rest.
Okay.
How exactly
so
does resting work? Because I have 1 rest point. Do I use a rest point when I rest, or do I regain a rest point when I rest?
So, funny enough, that's one of the few rules I really didn't read at all yet. So I don't actually even know how resting works yet, but that's okay, because in the dim light of the setting sun, there is a moment where kind of like over one of the hills that is somewhat securing your location. It's like a small rocky area, and like I said, there's a few puddles, and you notice that there's even like some ruined bridges between some of these like small puddles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you're just kind of like tucked away in this little spot. But in the dim light of the setting sun, a large seemingly battle-hardened orc steps forward, kind of just like right up on top of this ridge. And his grizzled features are painted with scars of countless battles. His eyes seem to just like burn with a ruthless determination, but you notice that he's also kind of slumped over. Like he is quite old. Maybe older than he certainly, he's certainly past his prime, but he's a seasoned warrior, no doubt. And it looks like he's survived against all odds, but he's not alone either.
Oh, okay.
So in this moment, you see he turns to his side, and there, cresting this cliff with him, seems to be a young orc boy. The boy is his son. You can tell, and like he's still green and untested in the ways of battles, but you notice that his father just looks angry, just looks relentless. And you hear him command his child. He's like, "Stand firm, my son. Show no fear. This is your time. Attack and prove your worth."
Ooh. Oh.
Well, what peril lies ahead for Zephyrian and his companions? All right, here we go. So, you are resting, or actually, I guess you didn't quite make it to resting. You were just about to start resting with the subtle snoring of your lizard companions. You're a whole band of lizards, really. That's funny. Okay, that's how that is, apparently. As you begin to nearly drift off to sleep, you look up and you see the silhouette of said battle-hardened orc and his son. After the orc gives this command to his son, you have a brief moment to react as you see the son immediately starts to kind of like run down the cliff. And I'm going to give him a little bit of movement away from where he was. He starts kind of like plodding his way down nearly to the ground where you are, or at least the ground level where you are. He's not very close to you yet, per se.
Okay, definitely.
There was one thing that you noticed as well. Now taking in this scene as your adrenaline starts filling your veins, you do see that the orc he seems to have something around his neck, like a big necklace. Looks like a bunch of ropes or leather or something, until you realize he grabs them off of his neck and just kind of like throws them out into the air. And you're like, those ropes or leather aren't ropes and leather. They are a bunch of snakes. And he immediately like makes a couple like snickering sounds, seeming to possibly command them a bit.
Okay.
And he kind of just like throws them in the air and they kind of just like scatter about. Okay, with all that happening, what exactly are you doing?
Well, that's not frightening at all. I'm probably going to mentally tell the kobolds that are with me, get up, get up, get up. We're under attack.
Okay. What? Under attack? And you see Glimmerclaw runs out, especially. He like kind of sprints out towards the group and sees what's happening. The rest awaken and slightly move out of the tent just to see what's going on.
Definitely. I would actually like to spend an action point to analyze creature with a skill-based action and to discern if these are like, I guess, poisonous, venomous. Have I seen them before? Are they good eating? You know, all the good stuff.
Okay, cool. We'll make that a quick action even before combat starts, technically. So go ahead and just roll I would see that as maybe survival or animal handling, depending on which you'd think Zephyrian would handle.
Definitely. And Zephyrian would definitely want it to be survival.
That's good, because that makes more sense to me anyway. After I said animal handling, I was like, that doesn't make that much sense.
I got 10 plus 5, 15.
All right, 15. Let's see. The snakes, you get a glimpse of them and you kind of recognize them. You don't see any patterns that suggest that they're anything other than, well, they do seem highly aggressive, but not necessarily poisonous or venomous.
Okay, good. And are they like large snakes or are they a normal size snake?
They're on the larger side for sure. Like they're somewhat coiled up, but if they weren't, they'd be probably like maybe even as long as like 6 or 7 feet. Like they're pretty big snakes.
Dang, okay. Big enough to eat a kobold.
Pretty much.
Shoot, all right. I kind of want to get into combat. Should we roll initiative or...
Yeah, all right, let's do it. If it's to the point that we're taking combat actions, heck yeah, let's do it. So go ahead and roll initiative for really your whole team if you want. That's something I didn't consider. For anyone else watching, normally initiative in DC20 works where the whole team individually would roll, because normally it'd be like, 4 players or whatever instead of a single player running a bunch of characters.
They're just sidekicks.
Yeah, exactly.
But do I add anything to my initiative, or is it just a flat roll?
So what is the action that you might take first? And even if it isn't what you take, it's like what you would initiate combat with, at least.
Oh, okay.
So it's the action you start to take, if that makes sense.
Nice.
That way you're not shoehorned into doing exactly what you said, depending on what the, outcome is.
Okay, I would likely try to put up my fire shield.
Oh, okay, so we could treat that like a spell attack technically, so you would add your spell attack stuff to your roll.
Okay, cool. So 12 plus 4 and 16.
Okay, nice. The initiative, or the encounter DC was 15, so you just beat it, meaning that at least one person, well, specifically one person from your group can act first, and then initiative will fall in line after that.
Okay, sure thing.
Or group, if you decide to have the kobolds go, and if you want to keep them a group, you can do that too. That's up to you.
Sounds good to me. I just rolled for more or less my group. Okay, so first things first, I'm definitely going to put up my fire shield, because it gives me, it's 2 AP to use and 1 MP, and the range is self-duration. Sorry, I'm trying to read it off.
You're good.
Okay. A protective magical force surrounds you, manifesting a spectral flame that covers you and your gear. You emit light in 2 space radius and make a DC15 spell check. Upon success, you gain 3 temporary HP. Each success, another HP. Failure, 2 temporary HP.
Okay, I gotcha. So the DC is 15 for that. That's interesting.
Yes. And if a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have this temporary HP, the creature takes 1 fire damage for each temporary HP it consumes with its attack.
Nice. Very cool. Okay, sweet. Well, go ahead, make that check, and we'll see how this goes.
Not well.
Oh, no.
But it's still 2 temporary HP, and I'm on fire.
Okay. Nice. All right, sweet. Okay, sweet.
Heck yeah. Fire shield up, and I'm going to instruct the kobolds to be very careful, work as a team. Even if this costs me a minor action to, like, I don't know, maybe even a help action to inform all of them what they're supposed to do, or just telling them only fight one snake at a time, and I'll take the other.
Ah, okay, yeah. We will just call that your minor action, so that's no problem. That sounds good.
Okay, cool. And so after I take the minor action, I would like to send the dragonette on to Glimmerclaw, the one who's likely going to be up forward, and I want to use 2 AP that the dragonette has as a protector to give it +5 to its physical defense.
Okay, nice. That sounds awesome.
So if this one, he's pretty much protecting Glimmerclaw right now, and that's half of his AP. And if Glimmerclaw moves forward to attack, which I'll do them as soon as my turn is done, I just wanted to make sure he was protected real quick.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I've already spent 2 AP and 1 MP, which means I still have 2 AP. So I'm gonna move around a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces is my limit. So I'm gonna move right over here. And I should still have 1 action point left over, which honestly, I think I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to spend 1 AP to cast Mind Blast on this enemy right here.
Okay.
And it's with disadvantage, unfortunately. But let's give it a roll.
Yeah, no problem.
9, 6, even worse. 6 plus 4.
6 plus 4 just hits, actually.
Nice. We got it with 10.
Yep.
Okay, and that is 1 psychic damage against it.
Alrighty. So you watch as right away as you kind of like prep your mind and literally assault this smaller creature's mind. That was against its MD, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So it actually, never mind, I'm not gonna say that. Okay,
no worries.
So you watch as this snake literally just like riles its head back and kind of just like slams around, wriggles around a little bit, and actually stops moving completely to the point that you think it's even incapacitated or dead.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Since Zephyrian's turn is technically over and the dragonette wouldn't move anywhere without Glimmerclaw, he's going to just stick with him.
Okay. I'm going to say that the snakes are going to be the ones to move next. and I had them on the same initiative as well. They are going to probably just head directly towards Glimmerclaw, this first one especially. Maybe this one would... Yeah, actually, this one's going to do the same thing. They're both going to head over towards Glimmerclaw. All right. And in flanking in DC20 works a little different. Not too different, though. Okay. So in DC20, flanking works... When an enemy is flanked, they just get a +2 to attack rolls towards that enemy. Not full advantage like D&D. Just a +2. But a flanking occurs if there's like any 2 creatures around the target, as long as they aren't right next to each other.
Okay.
So you don't have to be exact opposite directions to flank and stuff like that in DC20, but the bonus is a little bit more minimal, so that's a thing. So they are going to try to approach Glimmerclaw here, and both snakes, after moving, are now going to lunge out towards Glimmerclaw with gnashing teeth. And Glimmerclaw has a +5, right?
Yes. So he's 12
Excellent.
plus 5 at 17 physical defense.
There we go. There we go. That's what we're talking about. That's pretty good. Okay, so the first snake lunges out and attacks, and that would be, after everything is said and done, it would be only a 14. So that one misses. And the next one's attack is only a 9. So that one misses as well. And the other snake is out for the count. So it would be whoever's next on your turn now.
Okay. I would say Glimmerclaw.
All right. So to reiterate the miscommunication earlier, if you want all the kobolds to act together, I'm definitely okay with that. That's up to you.
Okay, nice. Yes, I will make them all act at the same time.
Okay, yeah. Since you're technically sharing AP between them anyway, if you want to, then yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's just 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Exactly.
So we've got Glimmerclaw, and he's got his physical defense bolstered right now from the Dragonette. He's going to look at the one that's right next to his brother, because he's always going to be the protector, and slam down as hard as he can. He doesn't have to move anymore, so he's got 2 AP, and he would probably just empower that one attack.
There you go.
Hard claw on that one thing right there.
And you can add the +2 from flanking there as well.
Nice. All right. Oh. He tried
Wait,
so
it was
hard.
empowered.
What's that? Oh, and empowered. Does that mean I did advantage?
Yes.
Nice. Thank God. Much better.
Whew.
That's going to be 12, 14, and I believe Glimmerclaw has +3 to his attacks, and the other ones are just normal?
Yep.
Nice. Okay, so he did a 17.
Okay. Yeah, so very quickly, Glimmerclaw sees the threat towards Soot Snout and lunges out towards this snake and absolutely demolishes the snake.
Just splattered.
Yeah, basically. So that one's out as well.
The other 2, obviously, happy as a clam that they just saw their brother, the strong one, take out something without a breath. And they're going to both run up on this snake right here, spending 1 AP each. And they both just want to do a good old foot stomp right to the head. Just kick the snake. Probably even try to... Narratively, I don't need it to be a shove, but it'd be cool if they could, kick the snake away. But it's just an attack.
Yeah, sounds good.
And they're both going to make the attack at the same time. Just normal attack. So one of them missed outright.
Yes.
And the other one didn't do very well either. So I got a 2 and then a 5 for both of them against the snake's physical defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of those ones
+2 for
cut
flanking, so 7.
Yep. So unfortunately, neither of those, even with the 7, neither of those hit the snake and manages to wriggle out of the way just in time from the kicks. Unfortunately.
Hey, no, that's totally fine. And that's going to be the 3 kobolds in a trench coat turn.
All right, perfect. Okay. Next up, you are seeing this young orc boy making his way down the rest of the rocks, and he's actually going to... You see him, put a lot of oomph into making it towards you. And he gets that far. And then you see him reach for, a sling that he has, and, very surprisingly efficiently loads this thing with a sling bullet. And it's kind of on the way down. He's pulling it off of his side and loads the thing up, and he's just swinging the sling around like a madman. And it's impressive. Like, you're like, holy crap, this is a child. And he's ready to kill me right now, kind of thing. And so he's going to sling that bullet towards you. Let's see. Oh, but in the heat of battle, he just hardly misses you with only an 8.
Okay, good. Still a little green.
Yeah, exactly. And he looks kind of just like frustrated, and he's going to use the last bit of what he has to actually just make it even closer to you. Like, he's just like angry and just like, dang it, and just like sprints towards you. Kind of ends his turn meeting you eye to eye there. And then I think everyone... Okay, so now the orc would go to finish up that side's turn, technically.
Yep.
Okay, he's going to move a few spaces, and you see him. He shouts out this just like insanely powerful, just like encouragement towards his kid. He's just like, you can do it, kid. Come on, kill him. And you notice that the kid gets like a little less frustrated, and he just looks determined. He looks really determined. And that's going to add some bonuses to rolls for the kid, most likely.
Okay. It's almost like a warlord of sorts.
Yeah. Something like that, exactly. So then you see the orc angrily pulls a bow off of his back and takes a shot toward... Let's see here. Yeah, the orc's pretty smart. He's battle hardened. He can tell that you're running the show. So the orc is going to try to shoot you with a short bow.
Okay.
And it rolls a natural 1.
You're doing well.
That's funny. So technically the orc is... So he lunges back and like reaches out for the bow, takes the shot, and you realize the arrow just goes like way off to the side, and he like skims his arm with the bow string itself, and you just see him kind of like showing his age a little bit, you know, just kind of an old... Sure, he's seen a lot of war, but man, he's old. And that's it for their turn. So we're back up at the top with you.
Dang, all right. So this kid, I would like to start casting sleep on him, and I want to make sure it's not going to affect any of the kobolds or snakes. So I want to make sure that it's 15 spaces is only around this kid.
Okay, I gotcha. Let's see. We should be able to do that pretty easily if we did like... Let's do this. Oops. Okay. 15 spaces? Dang, that's huge.
What is the sleep? Range 15 spaces. This spell ends... I'm pretty sure it's just 15 spaces away on one specific creature. I have sleep and Bane right next to each other, and they just... Bane affects 3, sleep affects 1, and I just always think the opposite. But I think I can empower it to make it more.
Yeah, okay. I think sleep affects anyone that's in range technically, because the result is how many people... Like, the result of the roll decides how many people it affects because of the health or something, right?
Oh, okay. Yep, you're right. 4 spaces within a point of when I choose. So... If the point is right here, then nobody should be able to be a part of it.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Sounds good.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to cast Sleep on this guy. And the spell can affect up to 10 HP worth of creatures, and for a success, +2. So for an extra success, you get +2 HP. Ooh, 9 plus 4. So we got 13. And we're going to be putting the sleep on this guy right here. Does a 13 get this guy?
How much health is it by, or what is the result of a success?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a contested thing. It's just make a DC 10 spell check. That was my fault.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, so just make a DC 10 spell check and success every 5. And I happen to roll a 13 for this guy.
What is the spell's effect, though? It's like a health amount, is that right?
So, success. This spell can affect 10 HP worth of creatures.
10 HP, okay.
Yep. With each 5, you get another 2. And if you fail, it only does 5 HP.
Gotcha. It was the 10 HP that I was forgetting about. Okay, cool. So I gotcha. Yeah, so you did succeed. So 10 HP worth of creatures fall asleep. And you do notice that immediately when you cast this, the kid's all empowered from his possible father, or at least father figure, just like screaming encouragement at him. And the kid's just like, yes, I can do this. And then you watch that quickly fade as like his facial expression stays the same sort of, but his eyes just close. And you watch him just kind of like fall over.
Nice.
The kid is currently sleeping.
Perfect. And whether it be a full action or maybe if I could argue for a minor action, I'll just take the net out of my pouch and just gently put it on top of him and then walk away. Like, walk towards the adult.
Yes. Okay, fun.
But if that was a full action, I still have 2 AP. And I'm going to start walking towards this guy here. That's 1 full movement. And then I'm going to use the rest of the movement to actually just get to this guy. So I can remove 40, so it's going to be right there.
Nice, there you go. All right, and you notice that the orc father is just so mad. He's just like, how dare you? Just freaking out.
Right.
All right.
And then that's my turn.
Okay.
I'll leave the dragonette just being with the kobolds.
Okay, that works. Okay, so then the snake would be next up, I suppose. And it kind of frustratedly knows it's probably not going to catch up to you. And this, I mean, it's a snake, you know, so it is what it is. It's just kind of attacking. It's going to attack, seeing itself surrounded, it is going to attack basically just like what would be the closest one to him. So I'm going to say Soot Snout for now.
Sure.
That's just a D20. Oh boy, that was close. Okay, just an 8. And I don't think... Nope, Soot Snout's a... Wow, I almost said AC. That's embarrassing. Soot Snout's PD is higher than that. So he misses there, and frustratedly is actually going to just try to attack again, but with disadvantage this time.
Okay, nice.
And with disadvantage, it's a 14 actually. So this time he did manage to hit Soot Snout. But Soot Snout is only taking 1 damage from that attack. The viper-like snake plunges its teeth into the lizard skin.
Okay, good. Should be good for a little bit. But just for anyone who might be watching with me, your roll says 11, but on our chat log it says 14. And then the roll a second ago said 16, and then your chat log said 8. So for any discrepancies, I'm seeing that too.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It does that sometimes for your rolls for me too. Generally, moving forward, we just do what the chat log says.
Okay, cool.
Even if the dice doesn't match it.
It's a nice effect, though.
Right? Yeah, it's really strange. I'm not sure why that's a thing. But anyway, that is it for the snake's turn. So it would be, I suppose, the kobolds next.
Okay, definitely. The kobold, Glimmerclaw in particular, is going to go first. And he's going to try to smash this snake's face in just one more time. And he's going to also empower the attack because he doesn't have to move.
That makes sense to me.
Ooh.
Oh!
There we go. Natural 20 plus 5, technically, because of the plus 2, and then 3 because he's the fighter.
Oh, man. That's pretty awesome. Okay, so, I mean, I don't know. How does Glimmerclaw just obliterate that snake?
Honestly, the snake was like about to lunge, right? And then he's just throwing the punch, and then the snake's coming at the punch head first, and then the head just goes.
Nice. All right, yeah. So the snakes are out of the running here. All right, absolutely. Now what?
The dragonette would notice that the snakes are no longer a threat, and he would just move over to me, not doing anything, but just being next to me, using his AP to get there.
Nice.
And then Glimmerclaw's kind of stuck here, but Soot Snout, what's the movement on these guys?
We'll give them 4, just to keep it simple.
Okay, perfect. And then Soot Snout is going to be moving towards this guy here. Actually going to use all of his movement to get over here. Same with him over here, keeping this guy in check, just in case.
Yeah. Are they like, all right, now he's sleeping, let's kill him? Or I'm just kidding.
You know, that's a really good point. Hopefully, Zephyrian's probably out here like, don't wake him up. Just
there you go.
You know, keep him under wraps, but don't touch him.
There you go. All right, cool.
And then, that's all of the kobolds and dragonette. So now it's just me and the orc. What's he got to say?
All right, this orc, very angry with you, is going to use a decent amount of effort to make his way all the way over to you. And then you'll watch as, on the way over, he sheathes his bow, and he actually reaches down to 2 holsters that he has kind of like strapped on his back, and pulls out 2 short swords.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, and he's going to, and just like angrily running towards you, kind of like makes a very stout person looking leap. Like it's not a very impressive leap, but he leaps into the air and attempts to attack you with both. We'll roll both attacks separately, but okay. So the first one he's gonna miss with it would be 7 after additives.
Oh, okay. Dang. I'm really glad we're going by the chat log.
Well, it is 3, but I just didn't add numbers to it on there. So.
No, absolutely. It's just it rolled a 16 on mine. And I was like, oh, there it goes.
Okay, I see what you mean. So he swings at you once. Man, this poor orc is just not cutting it. So he swings at you once and it almost like loses his balance and then angrily swings again with his other hand and misses again. So he's just mad. You hear him, he's just fuming. He's just like, no, they won't end like this. And that's that, man.
Oh man, starting to feel bad for this old dude.
Right, I know.
Okay, so is it back to my turn?
Don't feel that bad though, because after that he looks back up at you and makes like dead eye contact, and he's just like, "I will kill you." Okay, carry on.
Totally. I'm going to. Could I empower myself with the dragonet to give myself a +5 to any single check until the dragonet's next turn? That's the specific wording. To increase a spell attack.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. I'm going to have that was an ear flapping by my dog, sorry.
Oh.
I'm going to have the dragonet I'm going to have the dragonet start my turn by empowering me with its 2 AP to give +5 to any single check until the dragonet's next turn. And now I'm going to cast Sleep on this orc too.
Oh, okay.
And I need to make a DC10 spell check plus now 9.
Nice. Oh my gosh.
I feel like that did it well.
Yeah, so I'll save you the trouble of doing some math. That's definitely enough to put him asleep. That would be so much.
Yeah, for real. At least 14, maybe 16 worth of HP.
Yeah, yep. That is enough to do it. So as soon as you cast the spell, your dragonet empowers you, and it's amazing the way that like the like spectral, almost mist-like aura around your dragonet literally like transfers to you, and then you watch as you cast this spell, and the orc's eyes also kind of like emit the same type of mist, and then immediately just like shut closed, and he just like drops down prone.
Nice. And then I assume I have a little bit of rope from my adventuring gear, so I would bind his hands and then bring him over by his son.
Okay, yeah, you can definitely do that. They're magically asleep for a little while, so that's definitely not an issue.
Yes, it only lasts 1 minute, so they're not down for too long.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I would say with any help from your companions or anything like that, now that the threat is no longer immediately an issue as both of them are sleeping, you would be able to bind both of them up if you'd like, or at least the father, either way.
Yeah, I'd bind both of their hands if I can, if I have enough time in the minute that they would be asleep. I might even have suggested Soot Snout or Nimble Toe try to bind the boy that's currently under a net.
Okay.
But at the same time, I just want their hands tied, and then I'd start telling, I think it was Snoot Stout who was good at cooking, to gather the snakes and throw them on the fire.
Okay. Yep, sounds good. So generally, well, I'm going to pretty much just disregard the map at this point.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, everything is quite calm for at least a brief moment. You have both of these orcs kind of like their hands are bound, and you have them on the ground next to each other. And I guess like it'd be right about the time that they might start waking up. The snakes are on the fire at this point. Basically, they start waking up and they kind of just like look around. And you see that the kid looks pretty defeated. The kid's like just real sad looking. And the orc father, sitting down with his hands tied behind his back, kind of like wiggles around a little bit. And basically he's just like, "Why would you shame us like this? Just kill us. We have failed."
There's always another purpose in life, even if you've failed at this one. And hopefully I would have taken the time to disarm them from any specific like weapons, but I would try to take all of their supplies and just kind of put it over in one of the tents. And then that's what I'd be doing while I'm having this conversation if they're awake.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. And Unfortunately, the orc father kind of seems to be admitting defeat and really doesn't fight you in any way. So you kind of take their stuff and hide it aside. And basically the orc's just like, you're a fool if you think that living for something other than defending your family and teaching them to grow strong, you're a fool. He's just upset, he's just stubborn old man.
Right. Stuck in his ways.
Yeah.
Have I gotten used to orcs? Do I see them often in my travels?
I imagine you'd see orcs, or at least hybrids, like half orcs, whatever, relatively often. You've traveled quite a few places.
Okay. So would you say that full-blooded orcs maybe aren't as prevalent in, like, civilized society?
Yeah, probably not as much. I would say that this one, like, it was a bit of a shock and, like, immediately a little bit intimidating to see. Like, these are straight up like savage. What is the word I'm trying to think of? Yeah, whatever. These are like savage, not wild orcs. What am I trying? I don't know. Yes, these are savage orcs to the point that it's a little bit more intimidating than the average orc you've seen, for sure.
Okay, definitely. Zephyrian, always on the lookout for his, I guess, targets in life, would try to say something in Fiend and then Celestial to this guy to see if he would understand me.
Oh, okay. As soon as you speak both languages as just like a bit of a test, and basically the son kind of looks up and is almost like a little bit fearful for a moment, and it's just like, basically just like, Father, what is he saying? And then the older orc is just like, I have no idea. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Then, since we're out of combat and I likely have them, I guess, subdued, I would like to start asking them specific questions. Where did they come from? Are they a part of a tribe?
Tribe! That's the word I was looking for earlier.
Are there more people that are going to come looking for them, more or less?
Okay. Interesting. So, let's see how willing they are to talk. Make an influence check.
Excellent. Influence +5. Gotta love that. I like playing smart characters.
Yeah, for sure.
14.
14. Okay. That is pretty decent. Let's see how helpful. Okay, so the older orc is basically like, yes, of course we have a tribe, but we're pretty far out of the range of them, and I don't expect that they'll come looking for us. Sadly, we don't have many warriors left in our tribe. I was trying to train my son to become one to gut small, insignificant creatures like yourselves.
I see. And how's that working out?
He kind of just grunts angrily.
Do you wish for your son's death?
And you see, for the first time, this older orc goes from frustrated to, like, you see it change in his face, and there's like a concern that washes over his face quickly. And the son is also kind of worried, but you see the son kind of like stomp his foot, and he's just like, yes, you should just kill us. We don't have any honor. And then the father is just like, shut up, boy. You don't know what you're saying. And then he kind of looks back up at you, and he's just like, no, please. If there's some way you could spare him, but even if that means killing me.
Well, there's only one thing to do, boys. And I'd be addressing Suts now and the rest of them. Drag him into the tent. And then we'd start taking the boy and the father into the tent. Probably the smaller one. And close it off.
Okay.
Just leave him in there.
Interesting. Okay, fun.
Let them be with each other for a moment. And
all right.
Pretty much what we're going to do is just try to scare the living crap out of them. Maybe even make them think we're going to set the tent on fire. But really, we're just going to wait until the snakes are done cooking and leave.
Oh my gosh. All right.
And I would like to use the sorcery cantrip to like make my red energy like swirl everywhere.
Awesome. It's an intimidating display, and they are pretty spooked. They may not have been, but as soon as you mentioned the kid's life, it kind of really changed things there. So,
and hopefully I could start teaching the kobolds as well that this was in their best interest. You know, like, we shouldn't have to kill if we don't need to, but when it comes to that, never stray from it. You know,
interesting.
Good old paladin lessons.
Yeah, absolutely. And Glimmerclaw, specifically Glimmerclaw, is like, he's like, wow, I didn't know Pyrothrax had mercy in any way or displayed mercy. But you can tell that he's not doubting you. He's just like actually shocked. He's just like, that's crazy. But no, like wholeheartedly still invested in the fact that you're some sort of, advocate in one way or another for Pyrothrax.
Yeah, I might even say, this isn't mercy, young child. They have to live with this defeat and overcome it. I did not give them anything but a challenge.
Nice.
Should they come back, what is it? Should they ever come back within my sight, they'll find the challenge much greater next time.
Epic. I love it. Yeah, so you still have just completely won over the hearts of these kobolds. They're just like, wow, so wise, amazing. But yeah, the snakes end up finished cooking.
I'd grab up all of the snake meat, maybe even eat a little bit on the way with like some steak kebabs or whatever. And if we don't have any water, I would make sure to tell the kobolds to fill up some of the alchemy bottles that I would have from my alchemy kit, so that way we could have it and then start heading out, because we don't want to stay here when they finally figure out that they can get out.
Yeah, right. Okay. Interestingly too, this whole encounter happened at kind of a bad time, because it was like the kobolds had just started sleeping. It was like the beginning of the night, really. Mm-hmm. So as this is all happening, it's still like, I mean, I don't know, feel free to like change the timeline if you just kind of didn't think about that, but it's still kind of technically just like the beginning of the night right now.
Oh, that's all right. This is kind of going to be one of those lessons where sometimes you can sacrifice small things for bigger things in the future. So we're going to persist tonight, even if that costs us an exhaustion. But I do want to find civilization or the star very soon. So that's the direction we're heading in. Or if the kobolds happen to know of a place that we can, I guess, have civilized conversations.
Right. Fair enough.
But honestly, if not, we're just wandering the desert.
Okay, no problem. You notice that though you may be tired, it is significantly easier traveling the desert at night, in the sense that it's so much cooler. Thankfully, there's enough like black sand as you're traveling around, especially as you get further through the desert. There's enough black sand that actually holds the heat of the sun from the day before, even more so that you're not freezing. It's like a quite pleasant, like 50 to 60 degrees most of the time that you're traveling.
Nice. There we go. Should be good for these old scales.
Yeah, right, exactly. And it takes you by surprise, the fact that you're just like, wow, I thought I'd be dying. Like normally deserts are freezing at night, but it's quite nice. And you travel through most of the night, and then like when the sun starts coming up, you are getting to the point that you're noticing a bit more foliage. You're noticing a bit more greens. It's a little less barren of a climate as you're traveling a bit further.
Okay. While we're traveling, I would try my best to teach the lessons that I would likely know as a sailor or a nomad about watching the stars, and which one would be like the North Star. So there you go. This is how you navigate whenever you can't find things.
Nice. There you go. Okay. Sounds good. You're making some wise kobolds. So
I got to use some of this intelligence.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So you travel a bit further, and then day breaks, and you do find a spot that is eventually, you see in the distance, it's quite a bit less dry of a climate as you're moving forward now. You're even seeing some like pines and large oak trees here and there and things like that finally. And you actually you kind of like crest over a hill, and you see a small, well actually it's not that small. You see a relatively large cutout of like trees and land. It's kind of just like a flat area with just a bunch of tents and like a few different campfires throughout that area. And it's kind of just like off the side of the road, not too far. And it's just like this huge, just like this area. It looks like just a big campsite, basically.
Okay. Are people at this campsite? Could I tell like if it's heavily traveled?
Yeah, as you get a bit further, it does definitely seem heavily traveled. You're seeing some of the paths, like some people are even like coming down towards your way. You might like come across a group of kids like kind of just like playing on their own kind of near the path. And the kids, they look like they're all just human kids. And they look up at you and they're just like, wow, mister, you came from the desert? That's dangerous. Our parents said not to go there.
Yes, very dangerous. You do not want to know where you'll get sand in.
I hate the sand.
And then I'll mentally say to my 3 kobolds, just go along with anything I say. They're not members of Pyrothrax. It doesn't matter.
Nice.
And then I'll say something like, yes, me and my 3 kids just made it in.
That's awesome. You fool the kids right away. So they're just like, wow, that's cool. Well, if you guys need a place to camp, there's just a big community campsite over here. And kind of points over the hill to that big area that, I described earlier. So like, that's where we're staying.
Okay, cool. Who's in charge? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know. My parents talk to some old guy every now and then, but I don't know his name. He kind of just wanders around the whole camp, though.
Okay. And do I happen to know, relative to where I'm at, where the meteor might be? Is it still kind of far off?
Yeah, you reckon there's probably 1 or 2 more days of travel, but like you're making good time so far. So
okay, this encampment isn't here because of the meteor.
Correct. No, it seems like this has been established for a little while.
Nice.
You're wondering even if it's literally like a campground, perhaps.
Kind of like they're about to start a city.
Yeah, could be.
Okay. So I'll thank the little girl and be on my way and say, all right, guys, just pretend you're little kids. I know that won't be like too hard, but we really need to sell our cover here. And if they don't like beast races, we might have to get out of here.
Fair enough. Glimmerclaw's just like, don't like beast races. What does that mean?
Well, in certain parts of the countries, people don't really like us for the scales of our skin.
Yeah. All right. This is a shock to them for sure. They're like, what? That's terrible. All right. Well, yeah, sure. We'll follow your lead, Master Zeph.
And on into the city. We're going to be looking for whoever's running this encampment for the most part. And maybe if we can get away with it, our resupply and rest.
Okay, sounds good to me. So you make your way a bit further down this path to this very large campsite that you can find. And it actually doesn't take long. So it's basically like as soon as you step in, you walk around a little bit, a few people greet you. Honestly, it feels like it's like 50s suburban community kind of situation. Like you're walking through and everyone's just like, hey, how's it going? Having a beautiful day we're having, like a bunch of people just nicely and naturally greeting you as you're walking along. And then you see one older guy kind of just like wandering the camp, and you see that he's kind of just like waving at everyone. And, he's just like, oh, yeah, Johnson, good to see you. How you been? Just kind of walking around. He's, how's your sister? Very charismatic type. And then he makes eye contact with you and just stops dead in his tracks. And he's just like, holy moly. Well, hi there. You look pretty new to this place. Is there anything I can help you with?
Oh, we're just passing through. Pretty much traveled all through the night, trying to escape from what I might call an orc tribe. We're about a half a day's away now, but you might want to be careful if you head in the way of the Black Sands.
Oh yeah, no, I don't intend to go that way. Too old for all that. Well, hey, we've got plenty of places around, especially on the back side of the camp. And he kind of like motions, further into the camp. He's like, there's several tents that people have already kind of stayed and made their own or up and left quickly after. So really anything that's empty, look around, make sure there's no one there, but feel free if you need to lay your head down for a while.
Wow, thank you, sir. That's mighty kind of you. Do you
like, are these your kids? Look at these cute little, and then like actually kind of like gets a good look at them. He's like, they are cuties.
Yeah, they are. And then Glimmerclaw's probably looking at him like one blink and then the other.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It's like, adorable.
Do you happen to know if there's any bars, or do you need any work done that we might be able to help you with before we depart?
Oh, absolutely. There's more work than there is to cover it for sure. I have a small group that gathers wood, but a lot of them are kind of ill right now, so I need a lot of wood gathered. Plenty of people here are staying at the camp for various issues in their lives, so you can find help. You can find plenty of people that need to be helped there. Yeah, all kinds of stuff, really.
Okay, perfect. Well, I might take you up on that wood cutting job in a little bit, but let's go have a rest, everybody. We're getting kind of tired, right, guys? And then probably all three of them would be like, yeah.
Yep.
And then start heading off into the direction of, I guess, an open tent, if there's any around.
Yeah, sounds good. You make your way, you basically walk through like the majority of this little campsite area, and again, people generally treating you very well. There's a few things like there's a few arguments you hear between couples and things. Like some people that are staying here don't necessarily have it that good for whatever reason. Various issues have presented them this circumstance, but most people are very welcoming to you. Those that aren't kind of just ignore you, and it's fine.
Okay.
But before long, you do find a whole section of the campground that seems like tents that were used and then left, set up or easy to set up for newcomers and things like that.
Definitely. All right. So if there's nobody like directing where we can go, I would probably just pick out one of the tents that would be hopefully big enough to accommodate all of us.
Okay, yeah. You do find one kind of like a yurt style tent that's just like a big circle tent that seems like it'll probably fit all of you with a little bit of a squeeze, but it can happen for sure.
Sure thing. And sure, it's probably like early morning or midday or so, and I'd say to these guys, all right, we're going to rest up here, and then we're moving on in just a little bit. We're going to rest up here, and then we're going to be moving on in the morning. Well, we might be able to complete some of these jobs at night, and if we can get some coin for it, all the better.
There you go. Cool. Sounds good. And I'm sure that is actually the plan. You're not just telling them that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, cool. Okay, sorry, getting a drink. Okay, so basically, you get your spot all set up. Y'all take a real snooze, and it is a well-needed snooze. You wake up, and it's like later in the day. You definitely needed the rest, but we'll say you wake up, and it's like, actually, let me try to think this through. You say you wake up, and it's really just like really early morning. It's like 4 a.m., and you're all kind of awake, and you're like, okay, well, we're ready, kind of thing.
Sounds good to me. Is there like a wood cutting spot that they pretty much need, or should we just head on out of here, guys? Do you think we can talk to the old man in the morning and get $1 or $2, or should we just head out? What do you guys think? I'd be directing that to the 3 kobolds.
Okay, cool. Interesting, fun. So Glimmerclaw basically is just like, interesting. He almost like throws it back at you, but in a very specific way. He's like, whatever honors our Lord Pyrothrax, really. I guess if Pyrothrax, he's kind of like they're now like basing their image and expectation of this dragon Pyrothrax on you specifically. So they're like, it seems like Pyrothrax would maybe really like it if we maybe help some people out, especially if you said that they're down on their luck. And he's like, so I don't know, maybe if we could chop some wood real quick for them before we leave, I guess.
Sounds good to me. That was a test. Good job. And then I'd say something like that to hopefully ease Glimmerclaw's mind. Yes, we are absolutely supposed to help others, but don't ever show mercy when it truly comes to an opponent. Don't mercilessly kill those who don't. What am I trying to say?
I think I get you. I get you.
Don't mercilessly kill those who are so far beneath you that it would actually just be murder, because that's what we were doing with the orcs,
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. I get you.
So that way he can still have that dragon ferocity.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, Glimmerclaw basically is just like, he's almost excited. He's like, heck yeah, I passed the test. He's like, let's go. I'm ready to go chop some wood. And you did notice when you were making your way to the tent that there's one spot that you could tell that they were like felling trees kind of outside the campground. You've seen some trees that were like chopped down, and areas where there were entire trees that were already like chopped and stacked and things like that.
Nice.
So
we definitely go over there. We would all definitely go over there, and I'd try to direct the kobolds on how to start chopping wood.
There you go. All right, cool. So you make way over there, and we'll kind of like, it's a chore, so we'll kind of fast forward through this a little bit.
Totally.
But yeah, you guys do manage to collectively chop a decent amount of trees and wood and get lots of wood ready for the campfire. And you actually, at one point, you're actually kind of interrupted, I guess you could say, by the older gentleman you talked to once already, as he's kind of strolled his way out there, and he's just like, I had a feeling I might find you out here. You seem like a a good man, kid. Like, really seems to not know what your age is whatsoever. He's like, you seem like a really good person.
I appreciate that. And you seem like you've been a good guy for decades.
He's like, well, that's the nicest way anyone's ever called me old. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, sir. We've got ourselves here a couple of pieces of firewood. Most of it's likely kindling because of the kobolds, but it's firewood nonetheless.
Hey, listen, you're even putting your kids to work, and they seem like they're having a surprisingly good time with it. So listen, that's totally fine with me. That's you've done more than enough, by the way. Especially if you were just staying for one day, I'd happily reimburse you even. And then he immediately starts like reaching into his pocket.
Okay. I might just say, I appreciate what you're doing there, but maybe you could help me out with something else, a little bit of information. And then I'd start asking maybe about the backgrounds of the occult and religious things that I would be well versed in that I'm avoiding, and say, do you know anything about them, or are they in the direction I'm moving, or maybe even like are the saints or acolytes in this camp right now,
Right. Okay. I get you. And he'll be very upfront with you. He'll be like, well, sure. I mean, if it's really just information you're looking for, I'll give you anything I get. I hear a lot of people talking about a lot of things here. So let's see. The people you're describing, we don't have really anyone staying in that kind of sect or lifestyle for the most part. But we have had people that have been, more or less apprehended for wronging various different temples, and well, unfortunately there are cult-like gang activity things that we've seen related to some of the people that stay, but it really stays pretty far away from the campground. And then he kind of describes this one place and like sect, and he's like, I've been hearing rumors about, he's like, you remember seeing that star the other night? Did you happen to see that?
That's actually where we're headed.
All right. See, that was really interesting and got everyone up in arms here. He's like, I heard whispers of some strange people, maybe even rumors of a cult of some kind that, for whatever reason, seems interested in this fallen star. And I really don't know much other than that. It was just whispers, and I don't remember the specifics. But also, one other thing. Last night, when... And at this point, it's like, I don't know, like probably it's like 6 or 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And he's just like, last night, really, just as soon as night fell, there was glowing in the distance, not too far from here, on the way to the star. And if you were to head directly toward it, I mean, you're probably going to find whatever that was. So just beware of that. I don't know what it was, but it had the same aesthetics that the falling star did itself, and just, I don't know, the strange ethereal glow that it gave off. Just seen it in the distance, and I don't know. If you're heading that way, just be mindful of that, I guess.
Absolutely. I really appreciate your tips here. You're helping me out a lot. And I do actually need one thing before I go.
What's that?
I need some new clothes for these guys here. They look a little bit too culty for me.
And he laughs, and he's literally like, he would laugh boisterously, and he's just like, I was thinking the same thing. I didn't want to mention it, but we can scrap you up some, casual clothes for sure.
Thank you. And any good children's clothes will do just fine, but they might need a hole for a tail.
He's like, yeah, I'm sure we've got something we can get to you. If you want to meet me back, maybe just towards the center of the camp, maybe, just 30 minutes or so, we should be able to find something for you.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think we would just wait that 30 minutes. I'd probably even start talking to the kobolds, being like, all right, so what do you want to wear? You like green? You like blue? All right, got it.
That's funny. I like it. It's great. I'm not guaranteeing I'll change their tokens, though. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're good.
I probably will, actually. Anyway, cool. So you head your way back to town, or not town, camp, and eventually the old gentleman comes to you, and he's carrying this big chest. And he just makes eye contact with it, and he's like, hey, there you are, and kind of like sets the chest down. And he's just like, you've got so many options, man. The people help scrape together anything. All I had to do was mention the interesting dragonborn in the camp, and everyone knew. So it kind of opens the chest, and there's so many clothes to choose from. And he's like, you should have all kinds of options here.
Okay, absolutely. So for the most part, I would just let them pick out their own stuff.
Sure.
I might tell them that pockets are really awesome, But other than that,
Yeah, Glimmerclaw's like, they're not that awesome. They get sand all over in them. And then it's like, oh, wait, we're not really going to be in the desert anymore, are we?
not for too long. But I do have something to teach you with that later, too.
All right, cool. So they pick out some clothes they like, and they look much less culty.
Perfect. Prim and proper little boys now, I hope.
Yep, you better believe it. They got like gelled over like hair, and they got their black frame glasses on. No, I'm just kidding.
Perfect. But I'd get them all hooked up with anything that they need before we leave. And I want them all to have like a little, I guess, pouch on their side for any of their possessions or valuables.
Okay.
Just to make them all look. Oh yeah, just to make them all look like they got their own fanny pack.
Perfect.
And then we'll head out for the day.
Okay.
Probably even looking for that celestial light.
Yes, interesting. Okay. So, making it simple, you travel for really the vast majority of the day, and you get very far. You make your way through the climate. As you're traveling, the climate completely has transitioned over to a relatively lush, like forested area, lots of greens. You went through an area of plains first, but now it's like almost jungle-esque. And it's a very different and very humid compared to what you've already gotten used to on your journey.
Man,
and
seeing it all.
Yeah, basically. And the kobolds are hating it. They're like, this sucks. It's so muggy. What is this? They're just like really not used to it. But they'll live, they're fine.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually you come upon this point where you're seeing a interesting bluish hue as you're traveling. And it's like, you're also hearing this weird, like, you like hear a waterfall from really far out, right? Mm-hmm. You can actually hear some water running in the distance, but you hear this weird, it's just like a mystical, like, humming, almost like music.
Okay.
As you're traveling forward. Are you doing anything with that? Or are you just going to get a bit closer and actually see what's going on?
I would try to see what's going on for the most part, just inspect the light. I might even use my dragonette to investigate some things for me. If it can, if it can be a light compared to another light, maybe they'll be friends.
Fair enough. Okay, and another thing that's interesting, you mentioned your dragonette, and the second that you call on it, it like just so excitedly springs forth out of your amulet, and it's just like zipping around you, and it is like it had way too much caffeine or sugar or something, and it's just like going crazy. And it immediately kind of like flies away from you into the distance to the point that you lose track of it, like so fast. It's just like it's zipping forward and it's gone.
Okay. Follow that thing.
All right.
And I might even like mention just offhandedly, almost as if I accidentally said it. I'd say it like, so the kobolds hear it, but I'd say Phyrexia's will, and then run after it,
Oh, interesting.
Call it Phyrexia's will, just to make sure the little kobolds honor it as much as possible.
Oh, there you go. Sounds good. And they're right with you in track. So you guys are sprinting towards this, following your dragonette, and it eventually, you're like running forward, kind of like pushing brush out of the way and trees and leaves and everything else, till eventually you brush your way into a completely open clearing. And there's just like a bunch of nearly black, gray, like slate standing stones in this open area. And there are so many just like floating around blue lights, just dancing around casually. And you see your dragonette just kind of like flying around in the middle of this like standing stone area. There's a stone platform even. It looks kind of like Stonehenge. And then your dragonette, like there's this one small built up stone area in the middle of it that looks a bit like I don't want to say an altar, but it's basically just like a pedestal looking thing.
Okay.
And your dragonette's just kind of like flying around that until it finally like sees you burst through the clearing, and then it dives into this pedestal, and you watch the same ethereal blue light that coats your dragonette immediately like springs forth and starts tracing ley lines in all of these standing stones.
Whoa. And
you see this large ethereal just like lion, and its like mane is just like made of stars. And it just looks crazy, like it's mind-blowing. And it just like starts walking towards you and is like I hope you're ready for your tests.
Mufasa? So did my dragonette specifically do that on his own, or did all of the blue lights follow my dragonette into the altar?
Yeah, I can't leave questions like that standing, right? So, so basically, they seemed like just interesting but mundane stones that were there, and then your dragonette dove directly into this altar, and you lost sight of it, and then just like blue ley lines burst forth everywhere on all of the stones and stuff.
Okay. So the blue dancing lights that my dragon was around didn't follow him in?
No, they're still just kind of hanging out.
Nice. Okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Yep, those lights are just kind of hanging out around the area, making it feel very celestially and mysteriously interesting.
Nice.
Basically, This lion appears right about at the pedestal of these, in the middle of these standing stones, and it walks very slowly towards you, and it's a large, it's got like bright white fur, and some of its fur is just like speckled with just like sparkling energy. It's so beautiful and enchanting. And you eventually, this thing literally just like speaks to you, and it's like a haunting, it like echoes in your mind, and it says, are you ready, or I hope you're ready for your tests. What do you do with that?
I try to do the same thing that it just did to me. Like, it just telepathy talked to me in my mind, so I want to do the same thing to it.
Awesome.
And what would I say? So I would obviously say something like, bring it on! You know, I just don't want to like back down from this.
Nice, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so this thing says something along the lines of like, your words are very bold, but I feel you must earn your own confidence in your words. You must overcome your fear and regret. And it just like, it's like this thing is just like speaking to your soul, you know?
Okay.
So yeah, it's like this lion is just speaking right into your soul, more or less. Even though you like speak with confidence, you can like feel everything inside you of your like insecurities kind of just like welling up for a moment. And this thing's just like eyeing you down, and it like walks a little bit closer to you, and you watch as the interesting like grove around you that's just like bathed in this interesting ethereal light, just kind of like slowly, literally just like pulls away from you and almost just like vanishes into darkness. And it's just you and the lion, and it's just like dark. And the lion quickly changes into a form that's just like a person in heavy armor, and you see something you haven't seen for a very long time. You see a knight wearing the garb of your father's order.
Okay. Do I recognize him, or is it just some generic dude?
You don't recognize this guy. You do, however, have like the haunting nostalgia of the insignias on like the banners across his armor, and it's definitely from your father's order, one of the factions you've been running from for your whole life.
Okay.
What do you do? It's just kind of standing there in front of you, staring you down. He doesn't necessarily look very pleasant.
Well, first off, I would probably try to keep my mind about me. I'm an intelligent person in general, and that's what I'm going to try to lead with. So I would, I guess, in a way, trying to both lie to myself and the celestial lion who I believe I'm still talking to. I'm going to say, we Luminestras have no fear. And then kind of like trying to convince myself in the same way.
Very cool. Go ahead and roll a influence check on yourself. This is going to be interesting.
That's funny. Influence check. I also happen to have a +5.
Yes. The DC is a 10, by the way.
Ooh.
Pretty straightforward.
I got a 23.
Okay, awesome. So this thing, this whatever it is, be it a person or whatever, it appears as a person. It looks at you and it kind of smiles, and it's like, yes, and like you believe it. You believe yourself. You do 100%. And then this guy pulls out a very large shield off of his back and an axe in the other hand. Ooh. And he's just like, so let's test that. What do you do as this thing begins to just rush towards you with its weapons at hand?
Oh, okay. So if he's coming at me, weapons drawn, I feel like it's already go time. So I just need to go with the breath weapon. And
okay, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so to see how this actually goes down, let's treat. Go ahead and roll for your breath weapon.
Sure.
And that will be your initiative check.
Definitely. So I do want to say it's going to be a mystic breath weapon, being a sonic attack. So it's against his mental defense, not his physical defense. Could also be seen as a spell if you'd like it to be.
Okay, cool. We can still treat it as an attack check like you normally would, or whatever you'd normally do for your breath weapon, and it'll target the mystic defense when it happens.
Sounds good to me. So my first attack with the breath weapon, I rolled a 4 on roll 20, and it's +4 for that, so it's an 8 to hit.
8, okay. So I'm actually gonna, like I said, I'm actually gonna treat this first roll like that is your initiative roll for now.
Okay.
And since you're only going against another creature, I'm going to roll for them for initiative as well.
Nice.
Okay, and they roll a 17 on their attack check. So this guy's actually going to go first, and he is going to follow through with an attack against you. And then you can change what you do, even if you'd like, since you enact what you're doing afterwards. So like it could actually change. So this thing is going to attack you first. It's going to swing towards you and does a 17 hit.
Just barely.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually 14 is going to be a heavy hit for me, and then 19 is brutal. So just a little under brutal.
So just a heavy hit.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you are going to take 3 damage from this then. It'd be slashing damage.
Okay.
And that's really all it's going to do for its turn. So what do you do in response to that?
All right. Well, in response to that, I'm going to jump back 5 feet and then hit him with a Cybolt. Well,
okay.
Actually, I don't want to invoke an opportunity attack, so I want to hit him with the Cybolt first, and then I'll create distance afterwards.
Okay, sure. Sounds good.
So I'm actually going to be pumping almost all of my action points into this as well. It's going to be 3 action points. And then...
Oh, let's go. That's going to be big.
Movement's not free, right? It also costs an action?
Yeah, generally. In this instance, since it's kind of theater of the mind, we'll just say 1 action point into movement lets you do pretty much whatever you need to do.
So I've got a 1 action point that's going to be devoted to moving after I'm done with this Cybolt. But I want to devote 1 action point to casting Cybolt, and I'm going to amplify it twice. Once with the dazed effect, and then once with a damage increase.
Ooh, okay. Let's go. All right.
10, 14.
Okay. It is a regular hit.
Nice. Against its mental defense.
Okay. Yep. So it is a regular hit. What is the damage on that baby then?
Okay. Perfect. So it's 1 psychic damage, and then a 2 psychic damage because I amplified its attack, and then as well, if the target makes a mental save. If it fails, the target becomes dazed. On the next mental check it makes before the end of your next turn.
I see. Okay. I will remember that for the future. But in this instance, it actually isn't even going to come up. It doesn't even have a chance to save. How do you want to do this?
Very nice. I basically just want to use my mental, abilities more like a force push to just kind of knock his block right off.
That's awesome. That is super cool. Okay, and exactly as you do that, you mentally push energy directly towards this thing and basically obliterate it into dust. But you watch as this dust seems to kind of just reform, but it's a different creature. Now this time you're looking at a single, just glowing female celestial warrior. Okay. And you recognize this type of creature as the other faction you've been hunted down by your whole life. And it's just kind of staring at you. Basically the same as the first thing. So what do you do? Well, first off,
go ahead.
Are you afraid?
I'm not sure if I would say afraid at this point. I do kind of want to... It's kind of like a nervous, anxious kind of thing right now.
Right.
Because, okay, if you might be able to think that I don't really have a lot of information as far as like the celestial side, because
True.
like, you know, secrets are probably going to be a whole heck of a lot harder to find up there than they are down there. So
True.
I'm just going to be like, do you know me? You know, I'm going to just yell that over to them if I don't necessarily recognize that person.
Okay, and it'll respond with, of course, you are our prey. And now, I'd like you to re-roll your influence check on yourself to see if you're still unshaken.
I got a 15 plus 5, so dirty 20.
Okay, nice. And this time the DC was 15 instead of 10.
Okay.
So,
very nice.
Very good. So you are fully convinced that you are not afraid and that you can keep going no matter what.
Honestly, I'm more or less just mad. Like, I want to know what's going on here. And
right.
I don't really get like a lot of hints to my mother's fallen angel side. So it might be nice to just know why.
Right. Very true. Very true.
If I was able to figure out anything from the last time, I'm probably going to have to fight this. So I'm just going to like power right up with my fire shield.
That is hilarious. I love that. You are exactly right. So this entity basically just like, whereas the knight kind of just started like sprinting at you in its clad armor, this one kind of just starts like floating above the, well, there isn't really a ground, but what would be a ground, and its hands are just like glowing with crazy looking celestial energy as it just like is just rapidly flying towards you. And yeah, so go ahead and make the check for a spell shield or a spell check if it doesn't have a check by default. It does. And that'll be your initiative again, and we'll see what happens.
Sounds good to me. Ooh, 18 plus 4, 22.
Solid. The creature that is rushing towards you makes an initiative check of its own, and it's only a 10, so you definitely whoop it this time. So now you're going first. This thing's flying towards you rapidly with untold powers, really. What the heck do you do?
So I'm actually going to activate my fire shield. That costs 2 AP and 1 MP. And would you allow me to use the 22 for my initiative, or should I reroll right now?
Yeah, we can stick with that, since it is actually the action you're going to stick with. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, nice. So since make a DC 15 spell check. Upon success, you gain a temporary 3 HP. With each 5, you gain +1 temporary HP. So I would actually end up getting +4 temporary HP right there, getting back the 3 I took earlier.
Nice, that's awesome. That's perfect.
Yeah.
And I love the whole like cinematic of this too, because it's like you don't really know much about this creature, whereas last time you just attacked, and now it's like this thing's flying at you crazy, and you just like throw up the fire shield. I know that's cool. I like that.
Definitely.
I like that image.
And the fact that like all of my magic, aura, and spells are tinted in a red magical way. It's just like now all of my energy is around me.
Yes, very cool. Okay, what do you do next? Do you have some remaining resources?
I tried to move away from it last round, so I would have made just a little bit of distance, but it's flying right at me again. So I'm not able to cast another spell because I just cast one spell. So I think I'm going to spend 2 AP on trying to grapple it in the air with telekinesis.
Oh, that is so cool. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, this is just a long-range grapple. There's not necessarily anything special that has to go through it. You can target creatures within 5 spaces. So if they're within 5 spaces of me in the air, I'm going to grapple them. Or at least I'm going to wait until they're within that area so I can grapple them kind of like out of the sky. And it's going to be a contested spell check against them.
Okay, cool. Very fun. Are you empowering this in any way with any grapple maneuvers or anything like that?
So since I already did a spell that likely counts as my combat action, so I don't want to have a disadvantage at what I'm trying to grapple right now, so I'm going to spend the 2 action points to do the 1 grapple action on them when they're coming at me.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. So it's a contested spell check.
I believe that's how it works. How
I think so.
grappling works.
Oh, yeah. Yes. It would be... Okay, so they would roll either athletics or acrobatics or whatever kind of thing against your spell check, which makes sense.
Yes.
I'm going to say that's going to be actually a little bit lower. Oh, geez. They only rolled a 5.
So I got 7
Total.
plus 4.
Okay, nice. Okay, so you beat them for sure. You beat them by, like, +1 success, technically, if that matters.
Yeah, nice. I just barely overpowered them.
Okay, so they're definitely grappled, and it's an awesome display because it's literally like this thing's just like rushing towards you after you put up the fire shield, and basically like, you know, through the fire shield, you kind of just like make eye contact with this thing, and it literally just like stops moving in midair, which is pretty awesome.
Does it drop to the ground, or is it still able to maintain?
I would say so. It wasn't hovering very far above the ground, if there were a ground anyway, so I would say, yeah, I'd say like you kind of like, you know, ratchet its body together a little bit, and it kind of like slumps back down to what would be a standing position, I suppose.
Nice. Bring it back down to my level.
That's right, for sure, for sure. Okay.
That's all of my action points.
Okay, cool.
That's all I can really do. I might actually say something like, "You're not so special, get back down here," you know, something like that.
Oh, cool. I like that a lot. It's like, get off your high horse, but it's like, get out of the air because you're not that special kind of thing.
Right. Like, you think you're so high and mighty.
Exactly.
What did we ever do to you?
I love that. That's great. That's so cool. Okay. All right. So this thing's going to spend some actions. It is going to first try to get out of the grapple. And we'll see here. And what's your DC? I think that's a thing.
My save DC?
I think so. Or maybe it's just another contested check. I don't remember. In this specific instance, it probably could go either way, but it's probably supposed to be another contested check.
Okay. So my save DC was 12, but if you want a contested roll, I got a 15 plus 4.
Okay, so either way, this thing does not manage to break free. So it's going to try, basically it's just going to like speak out into the air some like crazy celestial language that, do you speak celestial?
I do. I speak infernal and celestial.
Okay, nice. So basically it says something that's the equivalent of just like raining fire kind of thing, and you look up and see several just like bolts of radiant energy just kind of like crashing down around you.
Dang.
And it is going to make a spell check against you.
Okay.
This would be against your PD, and it's a 15.
Definitely hits.
Okay.
And it's 1 above hit.
Okay, but it did use extra resources to make that happen, technically, just so you know. So
nice. And I still have the 4 temporary hit points, so sitting pretty here.
Yes, that's right. Okay, perfect. Yes. So really what's happening is as this like radiant, just like bolts of arcane energy are flying down towards you from above, it just kind of like spatters across your fire shield and like breaks off pieces of it to the point that you can like see through it pretty much.
Okay.
So it would be 3 damage worth.
Ooh. And does that happen to be celestial damage or radiant?
Yes, radiant or holy.
Holy, that's what it is.
I don't remember in 6.2. Never mind. No, I'm gonna stop talking.
No, it's
good. Holy damage.
Divine. Who knows?
Yeah, whatever it is. I don't know.
I have holy vulnerability 1.
Oh, that's right. So you'll take 1 extra damage still.
That's right. So that's literally 4 damage right there, completely canceling out my fire shield. Just
okay.
Shattered.
But this creature is still grappled, and it used all of its resources to be able to do even that. So you're next.
Very nice. I'm trying to look at my fire shield real quick, just if there's anything for like it breaking or something.
Right.
Ooh. Nope. The only special effect is if they physically touch me.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. All right.
You're good.
So at the back of the top,
you got this thing grappled mentally in the air. Well, not really anymore. You grabbed it out of the air, rather. Kind of brought it back down to, down to size, if you will.
Right. Well, it's already grappled. Can I make it 1 more and go into restraint?
Heck yeah.
Perfect. And while I'm taking this action, I would also like to enhance the action if I can. I have an action enhancement called Rend Body. and the target's physical defense is reduced by 2 until the end of your next turn. So
Awesome.
I could honestly, if this works out, put that on him 3 times to lessen his physical defense by 6. If
Yes.
that would work?
That'd be so cool.
Nice. Okay. So we're going for 1 more grapple to put him into restrained, and I want to rend his body 3 times.
Okay, sounds good. Contested again, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Oh no.
So it rolled an 8.
And I rolled a 2 plus 4. So technically
2.
Yeah, I know, right? Technically a 6.
Okay. So man, now what?
Oh, man. Well, if that didn't work and I can't exactly enhance the action
'Cause you were just trying to, like-
it. Yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly. So it's definitely still grappled. So it's going to do the first thing, it's definitely not liking being grappled. So it's going to try again to break out.
Okay.
That time it rolled a 16. Oh no, I'm sorry. It did not. That was the last roll. That time it rolled a 4. Oh, you rolled a 4.
Yeah.
It rolled a 16. I'm sorry.
No worries. So it got out.
So, yep. So this time it did manage to break out. So it's going to. It seems very angry. First off, so it's going to actually like continue to rush up towards you, spending some resources to do that.
Definitely.
And break out. And then it's going to kind of just like reach out. It's got like I said, the glowing celestial arcane energy around its hands. It's going to kind of just like reach out and like just kind of grab you in the face.
Dude.
And it is going to make a radiant melee attack against you, or a holy melee attack.
Oh man.
Yep. This one could be bad. It rolled an 11.
Oh, okay.
11 total.
Not terrible. That's just a hit.
Okay, a normal hit. So you are going to be taking 2 unholy damage, or I'm sorry, holy damage.
Sounds good to me.
But that's it. You use resources to break out, move towards you, and attack. So that's it. That's all it's got. What are you doing in response to that? Now that it's kind of like closed the gap and it's right in front of you.
Well, angry.
Yes.
I'm going to... quite some time ago, I got a few health potions, but they're essentially some goofy juice. So I'm gonna...
Yes, that's right.
I'm gonna go ahead and drink one of those with likely an action point, or is that a free action?
Good question. I don't know. I think that administering a potion in any way is 1 action point.
Okay, makes sense to me. And what do I roll to heal myself with 1 healing potion? Is that a D4?
So in this case,
Just 1?
go ahead and roll. I'll just have you roll a d20, and no matter what, it heals a base of 3 HP.
Okay.
But everything over, so like 10 is the DC for the healing for the potion, technically. So it's like a heal spell, sort of.
Okay. I got an 18 on my roll here.
Okay, so you cleared it with a +1, technically. So you will heal the 3 and then an extra 4, as this potion seems especially potent.
All right. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, drank my dizzy potion.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to reactivate my fire shield as well.
Okay.
And that's another spell check of 19 this time. 19 plus 4.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
That's big.
Right. 23. And with that, that should give me an extra... Yeah. Darn. It was just an extra 1 HP. We got 3 temporary HP from succeeding, and then +1 extra temporary HP. So I got another 4 temporary HP, just mad as all heck.
Yeah. What was the DC? 15?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. I was like, wow, really? Okay. I see.
And since that cost 2 AP, the potion cost 1 AP, and I've already used 1 MP, I can really only do maybe 1 or 2 things. So I want to run. Is that person already like still in my face?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, right there, eye to eye.
I just want to basically headbutt them, bear hug them, make them touch me, so that way my fire shield
Yes.
hurts them.
That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to just roll like an attack check, we can definitely count that as them like touching you.
Okay, definitely. Just basically gonna go for a headbutt, you know?
Absolutely.
It was a 4.
Okay, well, although you may not have like connected technically, there is going to be like physical contact there.
Okay. Very nice.
So I was gonna have you like add damage for an attack, you know what I mean? But instead, what would the damage be for just like them touching the fire shield?
If a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have this temporary HP, the creature takes 1 fire damage for each temporary HP it consumes with its attack.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe we'll just default it to 1 then.
Okay. Definitely.
So even though you didn't hit and do damage, technically just like the aura of the fire shield and them having to like block or dodge out of the way, they still are inflicted with some fire damage, taking 1 damage there.
Sounds good to me. And thank you for giving me that one, DM.
No problem. It's a cool narrative regardless, for sure, so...
But yeah, really, that's about it for me. That's all the AP I have. I spent literally every ounce of action.
All right. Okay. Let's see if this thing was like in the heat of combat, if it was fast enough to realize why it took damage. 15? Dang, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say it realizes why you were able to like damage it just with your aura, more or less. Realizes that it was the shield itself, and so it's not going to try to hit you with melee stuff. But it is going to spend some resources to get a bit further away from you.
Sure.
And man, it's going to rain down some more just like crazy radiant holy damage from above, or try to anyway. But that time it rolled a 9 for that attack.
Okay. A 9 literally just hits.
No. Okay. All right. So raining down from above, there's more just like holy damage missiles, more or less, just coming down at you. And you will take 2 holy damage.
Okay.
Plus the 1 for being vulnerable 1.
Yes.
But again, that is all it's doing. It's distanced itself from you to the point that you'd have to spend an action to get closer again. But that's about it.
All right. Definitely. This time, I'm not... Yep. I think that's what I'm going to do. This time, I'm not going to mess around. I'm just going to go...
Okay, all right.
Just going to go straight for a Cybolt. I don't need to move or anything. I'm going to amplify it literally all the way. We've got 1 AP to land the hit. I'm going to use another AP to give myself an advantage on it. And then 2 AP for... and 2 extra damage.
Yes. Awesome. That's exactly what I would do.
So we got 17 plus 4, 21 against its physical defense.
Awesome. 17 is just a heavy hit.
Excellent.
Just made a heavy hit.
So that's 2 psychic damage plus another 2 from the damage enhancement. So that's 4 psychic damage altogether.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So for the second time, how do you want to do this?
A very familiar force wave comes straight from my temple and right through the chest of this celestial being. Except the force wave that's usually like unseeable, you can kind of see like my energy behind it this time. It's like crackling with the red.
Very cool. I love that. Okay, so yet again, this wave of just like psychic force smashes into this creature, and you watch it kind of like almost like freeze frame for a second, and then it's just like blown back into dust yet again. And you watch as this dust kind of like flies out and dissipates a little bit, and you're realizing that this weird sparkling dust that the creature was kind of like grows in size, and then it like takes up the entire horizon that you're looking at before reforming into a hydra.
Oh.
And this hydra is made completely of just like broken, tattered armor, and you see its eyes and like the bits of skin that are like poking through are made up of like the same type of like skin texture as the celestial you just fought, but it's draped in banners representing the insignia of your father's order. And this thing, you just like feel it deep in your soul that this thing is the amalgamation of your fear. This thing is just like, it's everything that you're afraid of.
Okay.
And you hear a very like subtle voice. You're kind of like realizing at this point, like you're alone for the first time in a little bit. You don't even see that you're wearing your amulet. You don't see the kobolds around. You are alone, except for this thing in front of you. But you hear the faintest, just like softest voice, a female voice, and it takes you a minute because it's been so long. But it takes you a minute, and you realize that it's your mother's voice, and it says, "You cannot quit." And there's this massive Hydra in front of you. Well, let's...
Wow. I'm gonna have to... Well, honestly, I'm gonna grip the amulet really tight and then call upon the dragonette as well. And I'd kind of like to just, I don't know, have that thing present, maybe even feel empowered by it somewhat. Like, just call upon its spirit. But just like narratively, you know? It doesn't have to be for any mechanics or anything.
Yeah, no problem. And also narratively, you may not have actually heard me mention it, but as you like reach for your amulet, you realize that it's not around your neck.
Oh, yeah, I missed that one. I thought you said it was.
Yeah,
wow.
And you're like terribly alone in this.
Honestly?
Or at least it seems like it. It feels like it.
You know, that gives me a little bit of a sense of dread. And I feel like this is something that I would want to like fight fire with fire in a way. So instead of me feeling fear for this creature or anything like that, like I'm not going to be intimidated by it. But obviously that's kind of at the forefront of my mind. So I'm just going to cast fear.
Oh, cool. Interesting. I get it. I like it.
So psychic fear, 2 AP and 1 MP, range of 10 spaces. It's and it's instantaneous.
Okay, very cool.
You whisper a discordant melody to one creature of your choice that you can see within range, racking it with terrible pain. Upon a hit, it takes 2 psychic damage, and save failure. If it has any AP, the target spends 1 AP to move as far as its speed allows away from you, and the creature will not move into obviously dangerous ground.
Okay, cool. There might be some more narrative stuff that happens too, depending, you know, I mean, that's just, okay, sounds good.
Definitely.
This whole thing seems like a weird, like, fight in the mind and soul, and I don't know, it's interesting, for sure, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to spend, it's 2 AP and 1 MP, but I'm going to empower it with 1 more AP to give myself an advantage on that.
Nice. Very good.
A 19.
Okay, nice. What does that target? Does it target a contested roll, or is it the MD?
Make a spell check against the target's MD while it makes an intelligence save.
Oh, I see. Okay, because there's damage and effect. That's why. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
So it does hit for the damage portion. Let's see.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, it rolled a natural 1 on the save.
No way.
-1, so its roll is 0.
That's hilarious.
Wow, so it botches the save hard too. So that's funny.
So if this is like a mental battle, it's almost like my fear of the creature, the order, and all of this that's been happening, I'm putting it onto that creature. Like it's that creature's burden. It's not my burden. That's essentially what I'm doing with this, just like magic fear.
Yes, and okay, so it's awesome, right? So like for a second you feel like the confidence return to you as you know you land this on like several of the heads of this Hydra, if not all of them. And so like your confidence returns to you. You watch as this creature spends what would be all of its resources, really, just like sprinting away from you, and like it like kind of like fades into the darkness away from you, even to the point that you don't really even see it anymore. And your confidence returns to you. And now, for the 3rd time, make an influence check against a DC to convince yourself that you're not afraid.
16.
Okay. So and, the first time,
plus
the DC
5, actually 21.
Oh, nice. Okay. So the first time the DC was 10. The second time the DC was 15. This time, you watched this Hydra just like fade into the distance as you absolutely landed this spell. Everything that you could do in your power, you crushed it, right?
Yes.
And then suddenly you hear loud thudding footsteps behind you. And the DC for this one was an impossible 30. And this Hydra is directly behind you after running away from you.
Okay.
And all of this seems even more like this isn't even right. Like you did everything. Like everything you could do, you did, and it should have worked, kind of thing. And honestly, we're just going to take it a step further from there. But this Hydra, essentially, it's just like nothing makes sense. Like you're powerless, and it's not even right.
Okay.
And this Hydra just literally steps on you, and it's just dark. And you hear that same voice. It sounds like your mother's voice, and it just says, like, as far as you can tell, you're dead. And this voice says, do you give up?
Well, do I need to respond or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to respond. And this time, there's no checks necessary. How do you respond?
We never give up.
Epic. Freaking epic. Okay, so suddenly the darkness fades as you are completely engulfed in this massive blue mystical aura, and you realize you're in the middle of this massive version of your dragonette that carries, you've carried with you this whole time. It's always been a guardian for you. You're just in the middle of this thing like Susano, right?
Okay.
And you literally feel like you are fearless and you have infinite power. And now for the third time, how do you want to do this? As this Hydra is just standing in front of you.
Wow, okay. I don't even know if I'm being stepped on by it and then I'm like rising up from the ashes.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just disintegrate whatever I touch on the way up.
Oh, sick. That's awesome. Yeah, I love that. So basically you just like the foot that's like, you realize you're flattened. The foot literally just like crumples into like dust as you like rise in this crazy looking aura. And you can tell for now that it's like, this is all a mental game, but man, do you feel like insanely powerful and like you will not give up. You are immune to fear now, kind of thing. And this creature just like disintegrates as the dragon aura just like rips through it. And you're instantly brought back to the grove.
I'm gonna look around, see if I could see the kobolds anywhere, just hanging out maybe. Was that like just instant? Or have I been gone for a minute?
100% was. Yep, you've got it exactly right. You see the three kobolds kind of just like standing back a little ways, exactly where they were when you ran into the grove and seen all this stuff happen the first time and all that stuff. You actually watch them they stop running. It was so instant. Like they're still stopping their run into the grove by the time you look back at them. And they're just like, you see Glimmerclaw and he's just kind of like, you okay?
I'll look around and be like, Did you guys hear that? No?
Yeah, your dragon friend flew right in the middle of that pedestal. That was crazy.
Yeah. He likes to make a big show. I'm gonna look around. Just maybe head down a little bit like, what the heck?
Also, you kind of like look back and you see the lion there again in front of you. And the kobolds are like, hey, by the way, what are you looking at?
Okay. So they can't see him?
They don't seem to see this lion at all.
Definitely. I'm going to say, man, I don't even know what I would say to them.
Right?
Man, it's really hard to say. Like, how do I explain that I'm talking to a giant invisible lion?
Right.
I might say something like, if you train your eyes, maybe a little bit longer, maybe like a decade or two from now, you might be able to see what's before you.
That's awesome. They just look at each other. They're just like shocked. They're like, what? Is he going through some trip right now? What's happening? Kind of thing.
And I guess I haven't said anything to the lion out loud, just like kind of in my head. I'd start addressing it as if it was there. And I don't know, maybe these kobolds will start thinking I'm crazy.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Okay, the lion gives you a reason to do that. The lion basically is just like that was good. I'm very proud of you. And unfortunately, that's the first of 2 tests. If you recall, you are to overcome your fear and regret.
Well, at least you gave me the easiest test first.
The lion like mentally chuckles. You hear this voice that's just like, haha. And then, yet again, you are plunged into darkness. But this time, the darkness opens back up into a scene of sorts. And it's a scene of a quiet night. You hear many like crickets, bullfrogs even in the distance. It's a cool but comfortable night, and you're actually laying around a campfire. You are laying in the arms of your mother, and you are quite young.
Okay.
And then you're what is the word? You're in absolute bliss. And then there's a small ruckus, and you're suddenly taken out of your bliss, and you're like gathering your cognitive like memory at this point, and you're just like overcome with dread as you realize that the sound of this scuffling is actually an ambush. And you're recalling all of this kind of as it happened, but you are being ambushed in the middle of the night by a bunch of paladins and knights and clerics of your father's order. And it's not good. They don't seem to be there to make friends in any way, but you feel like you're just kind of shocked, and you're kind of just like looking around, and you see your own father stand up partially in his own armor. He's kind of in relax mode, but basically he stands up, quickly grabs his weapon and shield, and immediately starts like violently attacking the order, because he knows what's about to happen.
I remember this night well.
Yeah, unfortunately well, for sure. And there's a brief moment, you and your mother, basically you're a bit defenseless at the time, and your father basically just shouts at your mother, and it's just like, take him, you have to go now. And you remember it, you remember what happens next, and you try as hard as you can, but your mother just grabs you and she runs. And it's honestly like she doesn't even second guess it. And you're angry. You regret that your own mother was like running and didn't stay to fight. You regret that you can't do anything to save your father. And the lion just kind of like appears in the scene and is basically just like, so what is it that you regret?
Well, all of it. I regret that I wasn't able to tell him to come with us. The journey would have been safer that way. I regret not being able to stop them, him, her. So many things that could have changed.
But the fact is that you can't change any of it. And you are held back by this spiritual hurdle. You must overcome it and move on. You must take the test of wisdom. So, what is the wise thing to do here?
The wise choice. Was it to keep on running like we always do? I'm not sure. Was it to stay and fight that night? It could have been. But I know that everything changed after that day. I'm not sure if I can justify those actions. Any of them. Those done by the people who had committed them and those who were trying to defend against them. But I do know if it happened again, it wouldn't be my dad this time. It would probably be me. So yeah, I guess that was the right choice.
The lion responds, and it's basically just like, though you have no idea exactly what your father and mother were fighting for, you are growing to understand that you would be willing to make that sacrifice, just as your father and his father before him. The wise thing is to honor his sacrifice and not hate yourself or him or the circumstances. He gave you the largest gift he could give you. The wise thing is to honor that and move on. And then basically the lion's just like, do you understand?
Yes, it's good to hear somebody else say it. Feels like I've said it myself for the last 15 years. I think I do know what you mean. Thank you.
Now you can believe it. And like you feel this like insane weight just kind of like lifted off of you. And then there's maybe the most crazy thing that happens so far. You're transported back to the grove again.
Yep.
And so you are wearing your amulet because you're actually back in like real life.
Okay.
And the dragonette is just kind of like floating in front of you there out of your amulet. It's just hanging out. And then you watch as your dragonette kind of just like suddenly shifts kind of like into two different mists, and they form the image, though ghostly for sure, like very spectrally looking like your dragonette. They form the image of both your father and mother there in front of you. And at first it seems like just an image, but then they like step forward to get even closer to you. and they're both just kind of smiling and looking at you.
Nice. I would probably, I guess, look over to my mom, probably just teary-eyed, missing them, all of that kind of stuff. And then when I looked over to my dad, I would probably like straighten up a little bit, like, you know, like still have the same feelings in my heart, but not necessarily have to show them forwardly. And I would want it to kind of like be in that order, like looking over to my mom, having that like softerness show a bit, like, because this is a tender moment. But when I look over to my dad, I also want to have that same feeling, but in the same like hardline, respectful way that he would have shown.
Absolutely. Okay.
Do they say anything, or should I?
Yes.
Should I start?
I don't know. Maybe you should start. That's kind of fun. Did you have something to start with?
I might just start with, are you guys really here?
And your dad smiles even harder and kind of like, I don't know, would your dad cry? Does your dad shed a tear?
I don't know if we got tear ducts.
That's right. Heck yeah, that's right. No tears. So basically, your dad nearly tears up, but basically you just see him and he's just like, we are here. We are here, my son. And you've learned a lot. My son, I gave everything for you because I knew you were destined for truly incredible purpose. And then your mom responds and says, that's right. And our hunch has been proven to us. The beautiful star you watched fall that we have pulled you toward is more than a simple meteorite. The star holds immense power to alter reality itself to the user's will.
Oh, yeah. Gotta be honest with you, Mama, I forgot about the star.
That's hilarious. And they both openly laugh and kind of chuckle. And your dad's like, yes, but unfortunately, that's not all there is to it. There is a terrible danger looming. You're not alone in your search for the star. A man and cult leader called Archon Malachi is pursuing this celestial artifact as well. You have to reach it before him, or this world will fall into the will of this great evil, and we don't even know how bad that will be.
Who is this Archon? Does he have anything to do with your fall? And then I look over to my mom.
She looks kind of bummed out. And your, mom is basically just like, we don't know for sure, but it seems like he's connected maybe in both of the purposes that we served before everything. But just as more importantly, as we knew that you would, you have broken and overcome every spiritual obstacle that you had. That means that we can finally give you this. And she hands you a just like glowing, just like token, basically. It's like a big coin. And it's like completely, it almost is not visible because it's just like beaming light. But then she says, this is the sigil of balance. And with it, you can control yourself in the presence of the star and not have your will broken by its power. And then Dad chimes in and he's like, unfortunately now, already, we must go. But we will always be with you as we have been.
Thank you. Thank you both. Just seeing you once more is all I really need for a lifetime.
And they both kind of lean in for like a big joint hug. And the moment that they touch you for the hug, there's kind of like nothing there. But the dragonette is there in front of you, and it boops you on the nose and returns to your amulet.
I'd say, hey, buddy, thanks for all that. And, well, I got my coin that lets me get close to the shooting star, so I might tell the kobolds to just sit back, set up camp, and honestly just stay on lookout. And I'm going to investigate just a little bit further, especially since all of that happened quite quickly. And
yeah.
Did they get to see what happened with my parents, or did that also happen to be in my head?
I would say the stuff with your parents specifically, they probably did see.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I want to say that they witnessed that whole situation.
Nice. Then that should like extra prove what I was just saying a second ago. Like, you'll understand when you're older.
Yeah, exactly. And pretty much when your dragonette returns back into your amulet, like all of the light, all of like the mysterious floating ethereal blobs and the ley lines and everything, like all of it just goes dark. And you're just in this open area of a grove with some dark standing stones. And that's kind of it. You're just there.
Well, is the shooting star anywhere close to this location?
So, the moment that you even ponder that, like wherever you have stowed the token, whether it's still in your hand or in a pocket or whatever, you like hear it humming. It's like an audible hum as you kind of like literally think to yourself, where's the star? And the thing just like hums in response to that.
Nice.
And it seems that this thing is a straight up compass that's going to lead you directly to it.
All right.
You are, if I recall correctly, you are in the grove. The grove has calmed. There's no more like ley lines and fancy mystical lights flying everywhere. You're just alone with your dragonette and your kobold friends.
Okay, yes. I was going to say, I didn't forget about them.
Right, yeah, no, they are there. They are there. They didn't participate a whole lot because that was all kind of like in the mind, you know? But they are there.
And didn't that all pretty much happen in like a moment?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was like an instant.
Okay. So everything's settled down, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look at most of my resources. It seems like I'm mostly topped up, so I don't think we need to stop for anything. I would say to the kobolds that, you know, keeping with the honor theme, more or less, that I'm training them to be these paladins of a dragon. I'm going to say just with determination, we have a quest, and I'm going to bring up my sigil balance. That's essentially like this thing that's pointing me in the right direction, more like a compass. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to bring up my sigil balance and just say, we must go. And if they're curious about what just happened, I'll try to fill them in with little bits as far as like, how did you know? You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're definitely confused. So yeah, they'll need it, but that's good.
Yeah. I'm basically just going to be like, my father told me, you know? Mm-hmm. And then they would probably incline that I was talking about a greater power, not literally my father.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. Especially if you sway them that way. They pretty much swoon over you at this point. So like whatever you tell them, they're pretty much behind it. So that's good.
Good.
Okay. And so
what direction is it pointing?
I'll say your little sigil does point you in the direction kind of out of the grove. And there were points where you were kind of like walking over some taller hills and stuff on the way even to the grove. So you kind of got a glimpse of the landscape as you're going. And you have an idea that where you're going is going to be probably, it looks like the star landed in probably like a little marshy area. It might take like a day's journey kind of thing, but then you'd be there. So you might, there might be like one time you kind of camp out somewhere along the route, you know, but that's generally what you're expecting. It's going to be likely a swampy area. It'll take you a day to get there.
Okay. Well, good thing lizards like the swamp.
Absolutely.
Might as well just start heading in the right direction, just on a leisurely pace. I do want to keep in touch with these kobolds a little bit, be like, what do you want to do? Or more or less in the way of how can you help to accomplish this? And like, how do you want to help?
Oh, okay, sounds good. That's pretty funny. Glimmerclaw would definitely be, again, like once you kind of fill him in on what's going on, at least a little bit, where he's like, oh, we're up against someone, like we're racing someone to this situation, you know what I mean? Glimmerclaw's all about it. He's like, I'm gonna rip him up. I can't wait. It's gonna be great, you know? So he's kind of losing his mind. The rest of the kobolds seem a bit nervous, but, you know, they're like, well, yeah, we're in it. You know, we're here.
Okay, definitely.
So Glimmerclaw's all excited, and he's just like, I'm gonna tear into people. He's like, I've been working on this thing. Check this out. And you look, and he kind of like just looks up to the sky and just shoots a little like mote of fire up into the sky. And he's like, you know, just like, he's just like, isn't that sweet? Look, that's cool. I learned how to do that.
Nice. And then I'll actually do the same thing.
Yeah.
Just like probably 2 or 3 times bigger.
Yeah,
keep track.
for sure. And he's like, okay, all right, good. But anyway, if you just kind of like head out on your way.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to point out that resets every combat, so I didn't just waste it.
Nah, you're good. That one's for free anyway. No, that is nice. Okay.
It's almost like DC20 fixed something.
Yeah, it's like helpful narrative stuff outside of combat, but then you don't feel bad for wasting it when you're actually in combat. So it's good. Yeah, okay. So, basically, you were going to be just following the sigil. It's leading like it's literally just kind of like shooting up a small like beam of light that kind of just like protrudes towards the direction, and you're kind of just like you're just following it. And interestingly, only you can see the beam of light. The kobolds mention like, how do you know where we're going, kind of thing, and it's like just you see that, so you get an idea that it shouldn't like give you away in any way, or anything like that.
What's the color of the beam of light?
Oh, I don't know. It's got an interesting, like, pinkish hue to it.
Okay, pink.
Yeah.
Nice. I definitely wouldn't have assumed that one.
I know.
I like that.
I know a lot of the aura from the star and, like, even the grove and stuff has been, like, a greenish blue, almost like Aurora Borealis kind of look going on. This one's, this beam is, like, white with a little bit of, like, a pinkish hue. And it's different. It's interesting.
I like to imagine that my dragonette can see it too, because the dragonette's blue. So it's just like blue and pink mixing together along that line.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Okay, so you would travel along for a little while, and then eventually the land does get decently marshy, and it's like getting pretty dark. So let's have just kind of, I don't know, what's the biggest thing you're looking out for? What's something that Zephyrian's thinking about as you're traveling that could end up being like a travel check?
Okay. So if I was looking for like something as in items, I guess he's always looking for like, herbal supplies and things like that. He's pretty versed in alchemy, herbalism, and brewing. So basically anything that comes out of the ground he'll be able to use. But if he was looking for like danger, basically I'd be looking for the occultism or religion of the groups that have been following me essentially for life. Okay. So those are the signs I'm always in a way looking for while I'm traveling. But if there's a fire ahead, I will definitely notice.
Okay, cool. I'm actually gonna have you make a couple different checks here, and we'll see. We'll just see what happens dependent on those checks. So,
sure.
Let's do a nature check first off.
Okay.
For your gathering stuff, and let's just see.
Absolutely. My nature. Funny enough, that's the one knowledge skill that I didn't click for a +5. Probably should have. All right, where's the dice? There we go. Just straight roll.
Oh.
And
okay.
That looked pretty good.
Yeah.
That's 20.
Okay. I actually turned off my 3D dice too, so I'm only going by whatever the chat thing says.
Yeah, I turned off the 3D dice because it was just confusing. It'd show like a 12 or something and be like 48.
Okay, yes, like, okay, good. I totally agree. So, okay, so first off, you're going to find several things that you can actually craft things with even quickly. Like while you're traveling, you find like the perfect ingredients. So, we're going to give you a like healing potion that you can actually make on the road with the things you find.
Excellent. I still have 3 tipsy healing potions too.
Excellent. Good. So you're loaded up. That's perfect.
In fact, I'll actually give one of the tipsy healing potions to each of the kobolds.
Okay, smart. I like it. That'll be fun. They are smaller creatures, it's gonna be okay. Anyway, okay, so yeah, you find stuff to make another healing potion, so that's perfect. And now let's go ahead and have you roll a check for occultism.
Okay.
See if you
that
notice.
One actually has a pretty good bonus.
See if you notice anything interesting, maybe even related to your enemy at this point.
Definitely. I got a 13 + 5, so 18.
Solid. Okay, perfect. We'll come back to that one. Let's go ahead and also have you roll a religion check to see, see if there's any obvious signs or feelings that you're being tracked by people.
That one's much worse. 7 + 5, 12, I think.
Okay, 12.
Yeah.
Still not too bad. Okay. All right. So throughout your travels through the day, you do manage to find the stuff to make a potion, which is very convenient. Also, you are going to see, like, kind of closer to as the day's wrapping up, you notice that the sun is down. There is one thing that just is a little weird and seems to kind of stick out to you. And it's the fact that like every little while that you like stop or like stop moving for a second and then keep going or whatever, like anytime you change your pace, you realize that you're hearing a bird of some kind that is like not, it's like you hear a bird like taking off from branches, and it's like eventually you realize that it coincides very closely to like your pace, and it's a little bit disconcerting. So yeah, you notice this large crow that's just hanging out in the branches, and it seems to be kind of following you weirdly. This is relevant to your occultism check. So what do you do with that?
Relevant to the occultism check. I try to take notice of the crow, but I don't want to like alert that I've noticed the crow.
Okay, sure, yeah.
You know, I don't want it to notice that I noticed it.
Yeah, you don't want to be like, hey guys, look, a crow. Right, I get you.
Yeah, but in many ways, I am going to exactly do that.
Okay.
I can telepathically talk to people as the Scion.
You are right. The Scion, we're using the Scion from like 0.5 technically of the alpha. So if anyone, wants to use the Scion, that was the last version that was a thing.
Yes.
And
it is still included in the alpha if you want to check it out too. It's not like cut out. You could just go check it out. It's just in the back.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's just not a class that we kind of like kept making sure was like extremely balanced with the rest of the classes and fleshing out stuff like that. But, that will be something that comes in the future still too. So anyway, big disclaimer. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, you do notice the crow, and yes, you are able to speak telepathically. That's what we were saying. Okay.
Yes. And I'm gonna alert them one at a time that we're being followed. And it seems like there's a familiar behind us. I'm just going to take that guess, but I want to be as sure as I possibly can as far as like when I'm talking to them so they don't doubt me at all.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, in a way, alert them to the crow, tell them not to look at it, but we are going to make a plan to take it off of our trail in a way. You know what I mean? Like we're all going to split up and do something because it's starting to get dark, right? We're getting to the point where it's like, or are we just kind of on our travels in the middle of the day?
It is starting to get dark for sure. I think that maybe like the reason that you're even noticing the crow is because like nature around you in general is quieting down a little bit. And that seems to, you know what I mean? So it is getting darker.
Okay, definitely. So it's just going to look like we're getting ready for the night. We're all going to split off in a different direction, looking for wood, trying to set up the camp. And we want to keep an eye on the crow. Whoever the crow is keeping an eye on, somebody is going to just go kill that crow. Like, as long as it's not keeping an eye on them.
Okay.
So, like, as long as it's not following you, your new job is to kill the crow.
Okay. So if it's not, so the person it's not following, someone else is going to split off, kind of like do like a stealthy flank my job and just, Okay. Yep. Okay. Got it. Good plan. I like that. Okay.
Yep. So break. Let's get camp together, everybody.
Yeah. Right. Perfect. Okay. This will be fun. Let's have you roll a D4. And basically all that matters is that you're number 1 and Glimmerclaw's 4.
Okay. I rolled a 3.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So, and did you intend to actually split completely off? Like, all separately? Okay, cool. So
yeah, everyone went in a different direction. So that way, like we're all looking for firewood or something, but within earshot.
Okay. Sounds good. So, old Soot Snout, right? Old Soot Snout seems to be the one that the crow follows. As you kind of like split off, you notice that the crow, it like almost, I guess if you're paying attention or if you would have noticed, like maybe the crow even like kind of hesitates and just sits there for a second, and then it just kind of picks one at random, and it seems to be Soot Snout. So Soot Snout's looking around, he's like finding some wood and stuff. I wonder if like, I don't know, what would Soot Snout do? I don't know. Okay, so you just noticed that the crow is following Soot Snout, and he's kind of off doing his own thing, looking for firewood or whatever. So now what do you do as you have a moment of being hopefully not tracked?
Well, since me and the other two's mission is now to essentially kill the crow, I would hope that the other two are in a way moving up the tree or trying to get into a position to get it. But depending on how far the crow is away, I might be able to just like Hold it there. Stop it.
Yeah, I like it. Let's we're going to turn this into a bit of a combat phase technically. So I will say that you are able to see the crow and that you need to like probably move once to get to it, and then you could do something, even if it's, with range stuff. So you might need to like move once and like actually burn an action point to do that kind of thing, but then you could probably do whatever you'd like.
Definitely. So obviously going to move into a position to get to the crow, burning one action point. And the second one, I want to grapple it.
Okay.
Just like essentially hold it right in place.
Okay, awesome. All right, so this will be fun. So you move once. I'm also going to have you make a quick stealth check, and then we'll have you roll a check for that too, and we'll see how this goes.
Switching over here. -1. 16.
Hey, okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so you do, as far as you can tell, you do manage to get up to it, and you're like, sneakily or whatever, and it's like just a couple trees away. You see it in the distance, and you're like right there. You can get it. So go ahead and, I mean, really, the thing's not noticing you. So that's kind of like what the stealth check did for you anyway. So, so you are able to grapple this thing. And basically when you do, there's just like a loud, like this crow has no idea what's going on. So there's just like a loud squawk, and you see it kind of like contort up a little bit. And it's just kind of like looking around, trying to see what's going on. And then it actually like sees you kind of like, holding it there. So now what?
Well, I would have grappled it and then did a psi bolt to make it explode with my final 2 APs.
All right, perfect. And the manner of the explosion of this creature does indeed confirm that it's not a normal crow. So what happens is like you kind of like, launch this psionic energy at this thing while it's grappled, and it just like poofs into like this weird purpley black mist instead of, what a crow would normally poof into. So your suspicions were confirmed that you were being tracked by likely someone's familiar or some other entity. It's that, like that.
Well, now that that's taken care of, I'm going to tell everybody to get back into position, and we have to move at least about a mile away.
Okay.
At least,
Smart. Okay, good job. Cool.
But I'm actually going to use any of the firewood that was gathered and make a little piddly fire, light it, and leave.
Dang. So smart. Okay, cool. That sounds good. So you do exactly that. And Glimmerclaw's all excited, and he's like, wait, let me try this. When you get it all kind of stacked up, and he's just like, spits on it, a little mote of fire. And it's like just enough for it to like, continue burning. So he's all excited about that. So, but anyway, once your fire is started, just a little piddly fire, you do manage to set up your little diversion there and move a bit further. And now it is at the point that it is truly nighttime, and it's also getting pretty wet. Like you find a lot of areas, like you have to kind of find lumps of grass that, keep the water held in instead of it just being like loose water everywhere.
Okay. What are the trees and other things looking like? Are there any around her, or is it kind of like sparse now that it's warm?
There are a lot of like shrubs, and the trees that are there, like everything is like interestingly circular looking, which is kind of funny. It's almost like everything looks like trimmed hedges. But yeah, there's a bunch of like smaller bushes and stuff that seem to thrive in this kind of wetlands area. But there's not really any tall or big trees necessarily.
Okay. I was going to try to set up a hammock of sorts with some of the supplies I got, but I don't think that would work. So maybe I should...
There's some big enough bushes. You could probably do it, and your hammock's just going to be a little closer to the ground than you might like it to be, but it would work, I think.
I don't want my butt to get wet.
Fair enough.
I'll probably chop down a couple of things just to make a bed or base that we can elevate slightly with. If it's a couple of bushes, I'd down on the ground before I start.
Perfect. Easily done. You could definitely make that happen, especially with the help of your friends. So you do manage to do exactly that, and you've got yourself a decent little setup there. You've also found a spot, naturally like you would. You found a spot that's like decently covered the best you can. There's like some overhanging brush and bushes and things like that, so you're not, visibly just out in the open somewhere. So you find a decent little spot there.
Okay, definitely. Now, when it comes to what we're looking for, I want to inform everybody that we need to, trying to think of how I want to say this. Okay, so the kobolds understand that we have an objective, but I'm not 100% sure if they understand what it is or why we're doing it.
Sure.
So I mean to tell them that the meteor that we're hunting down has a great amount of power around it, and we need to harness that. And that's a way that you guys will be able to better yourselves as well as myself. And it's the first step in becoming the... Do you remember that dragon's name?
Pyrothrax.
Pyrothrax. Okay. It's going to be the first step of becoming a paladin of Pyrothrax.
Oh, man. They lose their mind. They're like, oh, this is it. This is what we've been living for our whole lives. We wandered the desert. It turns out we were in the wrong place the whole time. They're just like, there's no like sense, there's no critical thinking happening here. They're like, you're right.
Hopefully give them something to look for.
Oh yeah.
Forward to.
They're all excited. They're thrilled. All right, cool. Is there anything else you wanted to do to get ready for the night or anything like that? Or just kind of rest for the sake of avoiding exhaustion?
Yeah, for the most part. I think we already skipped out on a rest not too long ago in that one town, so I don't want to push these guys away too far.
Right, exactly. All right, perfect. Well, give me another D20 roll. It's just going to be a straight D20 as a bit of a fate roll.
That's a 6.
Okay. So you wake up in the morning, but the good news is you sleep through the night.
Yeah, I thought the good news is when I woke up.
yeah, well, there's that too, yes. You sleep through the night and you wake up, which is good. But the reason you wake up is because you hear like a couple twigs break in the distance, and it kind of like snaps you out of sleep for a second, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'll just leave it up to you. What do you do now?
Mentally communicate to the 3 kobolds to get up and get ready, but I want to start peeking out and around. And I actually want to check something about my psionic abilities real quick to see if I can hear somebody thinking. I think I can just talk to them, but I might be able to.
That would be interesting.
Depending on what that is. Excuse me. Nope. It's basically just me with sending. I can't hear their mind.
Okay. So that would be really good. So I was kind of expecting that probably wasn't a thing, but man, that'd be sweet. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Right. So just peeking out and around in our shrubbery abode. I'm going to be looking around to see if there's a person, monster, or if it's a challenge that we need to take on or leave.
Okay, sounds good. So
what do I see?
First thing, let's get an awareness check.
Oh, okay. Nice. That one's actually +5. I'm really sleepy, so I rolled a 2. +5. But...
Yeah, I mean, hey, you've been through a lot. It is what it is, you know? You've been traveling a lot. You've been mentally challenged a lot. Okay, so you wake up with the snap of the twig. You mentally communicate to the kobolds, and you kind of like look around, and you hardly see a shadow in the distance behind some trees, and it moves kind of quickly, and then it is out of sight again for a moment, and it seemed... that's all you get.
Okay.
That's all you get. I'm sorry.
Well, from what I got from that, I'm very certain. This is the shadow people. We need to run. And I'm going to express maybe a hurried intent to get these kobolds moving.
Okay, all right. So the kobolds, like, even though you're communicating mentally, like some of them actually even like look at you, and you're like, you know, and they're kind of like, you know, you see them kind of like start to scurry around a little bit, and they grab their stuff, and then you see one crow fly out from the shrubbery, and this crow just kind of like just slams right into Soot Snout, and as the crow like runs into Soot Snout, it just like poofs away in this mist, very similar to the one that you found earlier, but it leaves a nasty gash on Soot Snout's like chest area, so like it actually hurt him. Then he kind of like falls down, you know, and like looks around and stuff like that, and you see like 5 to 10 more just like crows flying out from the like shrubbery line, I guess. And then you finally see a creature there also. It looks just like a hooded person, kind of just like almost like flying out of the thing's sleeves. So now whatever happens next is probably going to be some sort of initiative roll. So what do you do next?
I want to tell the kobolds to get behind me. I don't want them to take the brunt of anyone's attack, especially not a special attack.
Right.
Or a sneak attack.
Right.
So I tell them to get behind me, and I do want to do Zephyrian's classic. I'm going to puff up my chest with the sorcery cantrip, and just do my whole, shtick where I glow. I elevate just a little bit with my wings. I have this presence like demonic celestial. Like, how dare you? This kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just intimidating as I can possibly be.
Okay.
And then I'm not actually going to say anything. That's going to be like the start to my attack. I would look as intimidating as possible and charge.
Okay,
That's
cool.
what I want.
Okay, so I'll let you pick either intimidation, or I'll let you roll like a spell check, because you're using all of your spell stuff to be intimidating. So either way, I'll let you do either for your initiative roll there.
Okay. Let's see. I'll roll a spell check. It would be a little bit better for me.
Okay.
It probably wouldn't have mattered because I got an 18 plus spell check. I got 22.
Nice. Okay, the DC for this encounter was 18, which is decently high. So good job. That's awesome. Okay. So basically, this person, right, you're going to see this creature that's just like, arms out, like releasing these crazy crows from like their sleeves and robe area. They're going to kind of like stop and like look over towards you, and you see them kind of like hunker down behind some cover instead of being out in the open. Like they seem to be, a bit intimidated by you authentically. So, but you do notice there's just like a few crows kind of just like flying around the area that you're in now. So generally the way this is going to work is you are going to act first. This creature, this thing is it'd be like zone 2 kind of thing. So you'd have to move once to be able, to be in like melee range, but you are in ranged attack range already. But yeah, it seems to be kind of just like hunkering down behind some shrubbery area, and then you see just a bunch of crows kind of like everywhere. They're always going to be a little bit of a threat, and you can always reach some if you want to try to like lessen their numbers, you know what I mean? So if you need any other description, let me know. We're going to run this one through to the mind a little bit. So
okay. If we're starting first, mental communication after the get behind me and charge would end up being go for the birds, just to give them a goal.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going to let them do whatever they can do. I don't want to get in their way.
Okay.
But me, you said I'm in ranged attack range. Would that happen to be close enough range for my breath weapon?
Yeah. I'd say so.
Okay.
Yeah. So since you're communicating with the kobolds to kind of like tie up the crows, like, you hold that off, I'm going to take this guy for now or whatever. Yes. Basically, as long as that is the case, the crows and kobolds will like engage each other. They will be fine. You know what I mean? Then like they're occupying each other kind of thing. Okay. Unless you end up changing that in any way, and that's fine if so.
I don't think I'll have to. Okay. So, I read it completely to make sure I can do what I want to do. I do want to ask, how many action points do I have? Did I use one up in my charge?
Oh, no. That was like a pre-combat situation thing, so that's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to launch my elemental draconic breath weapon and set that bush on fire. I also have second breath. So not only am I going to do it once, I'm going to do it twice.
Oh,
so I'm going to burn that bush, and then I'm going to burn him.
Okay. So the first thing, it's not like this bush is moving or anything like that, so you don't necessarily need to roll. So for your first like launch of your breath to burn the bush up, lands solidly and starts to burn, and you see the creature that's there kind of like, like jump off from behind it a little bit, and it's kind of like exposed a little bit there. And you're following up with another one to decimate the cover.
Yes. I guess I should be a little bit more specific. My first breath weapon would be, I guess, in the size of a line or a cone, so that way I can like physically burn whatever's directly in front of that. And then the next one would be specifically aligned to him, or even the mortar that is just the one spot.
Okay, I gotcha. So you're burning the bush and you're hitting this guy. Like, you're not messing around.
Yeah, so it's like
okay
for the first one, and then the second one is like,
oh, that's so cool. All right, cool. It's like, man, I don't want to just make Naruto references all day, but I swear there's a scene where Sasuke does like a fire style jutsu where it's just like a ball and then just like, punches through it with another one with something else. Okay, anyway, that's what it reminds me of for sure. So, okay, sweet. So yeah, go ahead and roll to hit this nerd.
And with my breath weapon, the one that's actually going to hit him, I can empower it with 1 mana point to to increase the damage by 1. So instead of doing 2 Draconic damage from my breath weapon, it'll do 3.
Ah, okay, sweet. Let's do it.
Okay, so I just got to make a spell check to hit.
Makes sense.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I get a little off track sometimes. So I empowered that strike. It's 3. It's a critical hit.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you also cleared the PD by 1. So it's 3 by default, plus the 1 because it's a heavy hit, plus 2 because it's a crit. So you're doing six damage just outright to this guy. Oh, that's sick. Okay, so basically your first shot kind of just like blows apart the bush. Your second shot blows through the rest of your lingering breath that's there, and just like you see it just slam into this dude. And then quickly, like the guy is hit, and you can see that he feels it, and it's a big hit, like it's huge. It actually like knocks him back towards the ground, but by the time he is about to hit the ground, he vanishes in the same purple mist, and you see him actually reappear in the spot of one of the crows, and just like lands on the ground, but he's still very much injured. It looks like he took the full, damage of that.
That is awesome, dude.
So now he's we'll say he's even within like zone 1 range at this point. So now you, the kobolds, this guy, and all the crows are just in a mess of like a clump of, intimate combat now.
Okay.
So was there anything else that you had for action points?
Nope, it was movement, breath weapon, and then breath weapon that didn't want to be disadvantaged, so it was 4.
Okay, all right. So for the sake of just representing the nasty intimacy of this melee combat now, flanking is going to be applied for like everything all the time. So there's going to be like a +2 to every roll, basically.
Absolutely.
So everyone's going to hit more often and harder, most likely. Okay, so yeah, this guy just kind of like appears in melee combat there. Everything's just be like a gross slugfest for a second, potentially anyway. So with your turn wrapped up, do you want the kobolds to still kind of just like engage with the crows so that they're not an issue for the most part?
Yeah.
It'll kind of like wrap up the crows and the kobolds' actions, just kind of keep them separate.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. But now that I know the crows are a means of teleportation, I don't want them to fight the closest crows. I want them to fight any crows that are running away.
Okay, I gotcha. And similarly, this robed person that you're fighting seems to be heavily focused on you, and almost like not even paying attention to what's happening with the kobolds anyway. So that seems to be how this is going so far. Okay, but he is going to kind of like take his, turn now. So basically, they're kind of in melee combat with you. He is going to kind of like take a bit of a step back, and you see that he just like puts his hands up to the sky, and just kind of like you see a bunch of crows like fly out of his sleeves and just like go directly up in the air and then kind of just like javelin dive bomb you, and you have to kind of like swat them off. So I'm gonna have him roll to see how he's hitting you. Okay, 18 against actually it's going to be against your mental defense, which is interesting.
Which is better. My mental defense is 15.
Okay, so it's just a hit. Okay.
Yes.
So as these crows are kind of like slamming into you, you realize that they're not like physically there. And it's really weird that they're like, I don't know, they seem to hardly interact, like you hardly feel the air of like their wings beating around you. So they're like hardly physically there. It's really interesting.
Like an illusion come to life. It only hurts me if I believe it in a way.
A little bit, yeah. But you swear they're a little bit real. Like it's almost like they're half illusion, half like conjured. It's a weird situation. But the impact of them that's like hurts is like a mental thing, and you can kind of gauge that because of your psionic abilities. You can kind of like realize that's what's happening. But yeah, basically just like a few crows from the sky just kind of like slam into you and kind of like explode and cut you up a little bit. And as far as you can tell, that's like real stuff as it's happening. It's really weird. So so he's gonna do that, and then you're gonna notice
damage.
Oh, sorry, just 2.
Okay, cool.
2 damage, and then as you're fixing that up, you're gonna notice that he kind of just like throws some more crows out to the side, like in a further away area, you know what I mean, like more of like the zone 2 and even zone 3 areas, kind of farther from the fight. He just kind of like throws them out in the air around him. But for now, he's also going to have some of those crows kind of like almost like not wrap around him, but like fly around him in almost like an aura of sorts that seem to be kind of protecting him a little bit.
Okay.
But that's it for his turn. And the crows and kobolds are kind of disengaging. You know, they're doing their own thing. So.
Yeah, they have their orders to go after the farthest ones. And in particular, are they making any progress? Like, at the beginning, they said there was like 6 or 7-ish crows.
Yeah.
Are they currently eliminating crows and the crows are coming back as fast as they're eliminating them, or are the crows becoming more numerous?
I would say that they would have managed... I'm going to have the crows... So your kobolds are going to have managed to actually swipe at all of the crows that were initially there. So like they are going to wipe them out, but I'm going to have the crows attack to see if they actually got any like hits on the kobolds while that happened.
Okay.
Yikes. Okay, that was an 18. So we're going to distribute 3 damage, just like between... really wherever you would rather it land among the kobolds.
I just 1 each, really.
Okay, yeah.
I think they're all more or less resilient. Glimmer might be like slightly better as far as like fighting goes, but that's about it.
Yeah, because I mean 18 hits, right? Their PD's lower than that, I think.
I'd
be
pretty
MD
sure
technically. So yeah. Yeah. So we'll just do 3. We'll do 3 damage. Parsed between them however you prefer. So but they do manage to kind of like, you know, through taking that damage, they swipe away all the crows that were there initially in like zone 1. So now really the only crows are in like zone 2 and zone 3, where the kobolds would kind of like move further away from you two as you're kind of duking it out to kind of swipe at some of those now.
Okay.
So it brings it back to you. What are you doing as you're now kind of like face to face with this guy? I haven't really described him at all yet. So this is generally as you're looking at this person, now you're like actually close to them. He's not hiding in the shadows anymore or whatever.
Right.
He's wearing He's wearing he's wearing very shadowy garb. Regardless though, he seems like the sneaky cultish type of sorts. But he also like his robes and stuff have like almost like militaristic looking, like a collar. His hood that he's wearing has even like almost like a hat like shape to it. And you notice several gems and things hanging off of his robe that are just like astronomy like aesthetics. I don't know, it's a little weird, a little funky.
I like it though. Definitely gonna take it. So to begin my turn, I kind of threw recklessness to the wind here and forgot the thing that I should always start with, which is Fire Shield. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that up. It costs 2 AP and 1 MP, so that's my 1 MP for the turn.
Okay.
And for 1 hour, a protective magical force surrounds you, manifesting in spectral flames. Covers you and your gear, emits light within a radius of 2 spaces, and it's a DC20 spell check. On a success, I get 3 temporary hit points. And for each 5 above it, I get +1 temporary hit points.
Okay, nice. Let's get it.
And also, any creature that comes into melee contact with me takes 1 fire damage.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, let's see if I can get that 15 spell check. 11 plus 4 for the spell check, 15. I got it right on. There we go.
Nice.
Let them know that 3 temporary hit points to help out. And you said we're essentially in melee combat range, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now that I've used 2 AP and 1 MP, I'm basically just gonna charge him with my trident.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And this may end up being like the first time I use my trident. I don't really remember.
It might be. You carry it with you often, but this is the time. I mean, someone's right in your face, so.
I'd like to say that since it hasn't been brought up yet, it's not entirely visible. I just throw out my robe, pull out this trident, and just like slam it on the ground. And somehow the thing just keeps extending out like it was in my pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Pocket staff trident. Yeah.
So I grab my trident out and I thrust it towards him.
Very cool. Very cool.
This weapon is actually versatile, so it can be used with 1 or 2 hands. And when you wield it with 2 hands, you deal an extra 1 damage. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to wield it with 2 hands, thrusting that straight into his chest. And since I have 2 AP left, and I'm not 100% sure if my fire shield would count as an attack. I want to empower it to make sure it has advantage, but if it has disadvantage currently, I want to make sure it's a straight roll.
Oh, I gotcha. I mean, the trident attack or the fire shield thing?
So the fire shield was first, and I got that out of the way. But does the trident attack have disadvantage because I already did ace?
No, because it was like a spell check and a normal attack check, so you're good. They're not actually the same check.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to actually make sure I have advantage on the two-handed trident attack and shove that straight in his chest.
All right. You do have a bit of an aura of crows to push through as well, but let's see how this roll does.
He's got an aura of fire to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually awesome. Who wins, crows or fire?
Oh man, I rolled a 10 and a 9. So much for advantage there. But we got 10 plus 4, 14.
Oh, okay.
For physical defense.
Okay, so you push the trident through, and you watch. It's crazy how the points of your trident jam through. Like you feel the resistance, like jamming through the crows, and you watch as you stab through, like you literally can't push through it, and you kind of like pull back the trident, and there's like 4 or 5 crows just like skewered on the tips of your trident that kind of just like poof into mist and go away. Unfortunately, that one's a miss.
Dang, that sucks. Since I'm just going to read Fire Shield really quick. If a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have temporary HP, the creature takes 1 fire damage for each temp HP it consumes. So I have 3 temporary HP, and I can deal out 3 fire damage whenever it hits me.
Yeah, if and when he hits you, right?
Yep, I just figured I'd put that out there for what it's going to do. And if it applies to the crows or specifically him.
Sounds good. Sorry, I heard the train. I was like, what is that? Okay.
It's a whistle.
Yeah. Tornado. Okay, so, dang. Okay, so he's going to kind of look at you, and he's, gives you kind of like a crap-eaten grin. So I'm going to say, like, most of his face is actually wrapped up, except for, he's got, like, a Batman thing going on. So, like, his mouth is kind of hanging out, but, like, the rest of his face is kind of, like, wrapped up, so you can't really see what's going on. He's just got, like, some stubble on his chin, and you see him, just crap-eaten grin that his aura of crows worked to defend him, basically.
Sucker.
Right, yeah. And then he is going to kind of just like, you see him reach through like violently. You hardly even see it happen, but there's just like a large obsidian-like dagger that kind of like plunges through the aura of the crows there in front of him. And he's going to try to directly attack you that way. And he's going to spend some stuff to make it hurt a little more, possibly. So let's see how he does with that.
Right, bring it on, buddy.
Right. Okay, only a 14. This one is terrible. This one is physical defense.
That is still a heavy hit for me.
Okay. Wait, I forgot that he's spending points for advantage. And it's the exact same. Okay, cool. It makes it easy. Okay, so he's going to hilarious. Plunge through, and it would be normally 2 damage. So if it's a heavy hit, then it's going to be 3 damage.
Definitely. That takes all of my fire shield away, and for every hit point of temporary HP that he takes away, he should take for himself.
Yes. Okay. So he like jams through his aura into yours, and almost you see him immediately. He actually like kind of drops his dagger as like his arm is just like burned like terribly and scathed up his arm, kind of like even into his aura a bit, and it's actually going to like shred away the rest of the crows, making his defensive aura. So he's kind of like back to normal now. So he took some damage, and it got rid of his extra defenses there.
Perfect. That sounded a little bit too good, so I was just reading over Fire Shield one more time, and I'm like, that's the spell.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, that's awesome. And for his last action, he's going to actually poof away into one of the Zone 2 crows a bit further away. So now he's kind of just abandoning the fight, almost, it seems. It looks like he might be trying to retreat. So basically, now he's just not within melee range, so you can still hit him with ranged stuff, or you'd have to move once to get to him, kind of thing.
Okay. That was his turn. He's done, and now it's back to my turn.
Correct.
Okay. Again, I'm gonna do mental commands pretty much every round to the kobolds to try to like keep them up to date with what the goal of the battle is. Mm-hmm. So this mental command is gonna be get them.
Okay, cool.
And so all of the kobolds' objective is now to attack the person.
Perfect. Okay, cool. And okay, awesome. So they're going to kind of like swap their... Do you want that to happen right now? Before your turn or after your turn?
Not really. It'll be like the start of my turn. Okay. I'm more or less just trying to make sure that they know what they're supposed to do when I'm done.
Okay, sounds good. So that would technically leave them for this round to still kind of like duke it out with the crows. And this time, I'm going to have you roll an attack for Glimmer Claw. And that'll kind of like, you know, encompass how they do dispatching the crows that are kind of around the air now.
Absolutely. Glimmer Claw didn't do that hot. He got a 5.
Okay. I'm going to say that they do still take some out, but there are still some crows around the area. Okay. And this time... Oh my gosh. Okay. But for that round, they are more spread out, so it's going to be less brutal. So we'll say... What is Glimmer Claw's physical defense?
Glimmer Claw's physical defense. It was not high at all. I believe it's just 11. 10.
10? Okay, so it's technically a heavy hit. Okay. So basically, as they're dispatching the crows, they are going to share another 3 damage. However, you prefer that they share it.
That's fine. I think they should all still be able to take 1 more damage each.
Okay, cool, good. But it looks like the fight in one way or another may be wrapping up soon anyway, based on this guy's whole demeanor, and he's like pretty messed up. You're seeing like, you know, spots of blood here and there, big gashes in his clothing and everything else, and maybe even like an effort to retreat perhaps or something. So
definitely.
Now.
And also, I might also mention that at the beginning of the fight, they all have a tipsy potion. So if their life is ever actually in danger, that's what they should use to rely on, not for me to save them.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely. Okay. Your turn again. What do you do?
So I'm assuming this guy doesn't really have that much gas left in him. And I need to talk to him. So how far away would you say this guy is? Ooh. Less than 15 spaces, maybe?
It'd probably be 1 more step than that kind of thing. So it'd be like you'd have to spend an action to move to get that close, kind of thing.
Okay.
He intentionally set himself up to try to be away from you a bit. So 1 move would get you within that range for sure.
So I'm trying to cast sleep on him.
Okay.
I just want him to fall asleep.
Okay. That makes sense.
If he's more than 15 spaces away, then I'm going to get 15 spaces within him.
Sounds good. Easy to do. 1 action point.
And before I do actually make this attack, would you clarify just real quick, most of the crows are gone around his aura, or all of the crows are gone around his aura?
Around his aura, he has no more aura. No more crows flying like in a protective way around him anymore.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to cast Sleep, which is 2 AP and 1 MP, and this spell sends creatures into a magical slumber. You attempt to force creatures within 4 spaces of a point you choose within range to fall asleep into a magical sleep. Make a DC10 spell check, and on a success, you get 10 HP worth of sleepy creatures.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, right. That should be easy. And I will say that it seems like he chose one of the crows that were like pretty far out and like, you know, tried to be away. So like it's relatively easy to just get him in this.
Okay, good. My spell check was 9 plus 4, 13, and I only needed a 10. So I got 10 HP of his for a sleepy sleep.
Okay. So you notice right away, you see him kind of like, so he poofs out to that crow and you see him kind of like almost turn around. He starts like looking for cover, or like where to run. And like the second he takes a step, he just like face plants, you know, it's just like,
that's exactly what I wanted to see.
And I will also say that as he does that, all of the other crows that are flying around all kind of just like, you know, just like they're gone.
Nice.
They all poof. So, you know, you see your kobolds like taking a few swings and like, they're gone.
Good. All right, everybody, group up. We got something to do. And get all the kobolds together. Always tie up the prisoner.
Yeah, of course.
And how hurt are these kobolds? Could I possibly think I have... Okay, never mind. I thought I had like a healing kit or something so they didn't have to waste their potions. But I might honestly just tell them to drink their tipsy potions. Because they don't have that much health, and they're probably getting pretty goddamn close.
Yeah, I would say so too.
All right.
But
definitely going to tell everybody to drink up.
The tipsy potions will both be enough to heal them completely and make them decently drunk.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, so they're like, okay, here we go, down it. And it's like silly how like magically drunk they are. Like they're just immediately drunk, but also they immediately feel good and they're healed and they're like, wow, this is great,
Perfect. On the person that I've tied up, and we do actually have a destination point with the sigil. It's going to point us in the right direction. So he's going to be tied up with a couple of ropes, and I'm just going to move in the right direction, and the kobolds are going to pull him.
Okay, so I know that sleep doesn't last that long. I think it's only like a few minutes or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's definitely beat up. So like, I'm not telling you necessarily to worry, just making sure you're aware that he will wake up before long, like maybe even about the time that you're done tying him up and get him all set. But he's also he's beat up real bad, so he's probably not gonna do anything crazy or try to fight back, especially if he realizes that he can't.
Okay, well then I might end up not trying to pull him along with me, especially if he's gonna wake up actually in 1 minute. The duration of the spell is 1 minute.
Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, it's pretty much like as soon as you finish like tying him up to the point that you are like feeling good about it, he's gonna kind of wake back up right then. So
perfect. If I have enough time, I would like to bind his eyes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we can make that happen.
Just like 2 or 3 lengths of the rope across it. If I have like, I don't know, some tissue, I'll put it there.
Right, yeah. Really anything. Cloth, a bag, whatever.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that me binding his eyes is going to stop him from teleporting. He may be able to just throw out a crow and feel where they're at and go there, but I'm hoping that line of sight is required.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
And, well, if he's waking up, my foot's probably on him.
I agree. So you hear, he kind of just like, last he knew, he was just like trying to run away. And so he's going to wake up and he's just kind of like his head like jolts up for a second and he can't see anything. So he's kind of just like moving his head around. And he'd kind of just like, I imagine you speak Draconic, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's kind of just going to like blurt out some, profanities at you in Draconic for a second. And then he's just like really quiet.
Did the kobolds understand it too?
Yeah, I would say so.
Good. And look at the kobolds and be like, never repeat what he just said.
And they're just like, yeah, okay.
And in my best Batman impression, who sent you?
Basically, he's just going to be like, it's like, I will never speak to you. I'll never tell you anything. Dang it, I hope that's not being recorded. My phone's getting a bunch of notifications right now. How do I silence this? Stop. I'll turn off. Okay, we're good. All right. Sorry. Carry on.
There you go.
So yeah, basically he's just like, I will never tell you anything.
Right. I might try to intimidate again and just activate my sorcery, which has all of the aura-ness about it, making myself glow, have my booming voice, and I'll not ask again who sent you.
Okay, go ahead.
And like my one claw or whatever, like that's just like slowly getting like closer and closer to his heart on his chest, like the pressure,
Okay, all right. Go ahead and roll. Oh boy, let's have you roll another. It's going to be intimidation, but we'll use maybe like an attack check technically.
I mean, it's the same thing for the spell check, attack check.
Yeah, it's perfect. It'd be one of those two kind of things. So
sadly, only a 10 this time.
Okay, so it's. I mean, you feel like you're doing pretty good, but this guy seems very like adamantly hardened, and he's just like he'll say like a couple more draconic icky words at you, but basically he's just like, you might as well just kill me.
Don't tell me what I was already going to do. And I really want to press this guy more, but I don't really feel like he's gonna give me what I want.
Yeah.
So, time to hook him up, guys. Hopefully he can't see. Hopefully he can't teleport. We're just dragging this dude with us.
Okay.
He's now this liability in a way, but he's going to swivel along in the ground while the kobolds drag him along.
Okay. And he puts up no fight. He's just like, okay, this is how it's going to be. Actually, he'll specifically be like, he'll say something along the lines of you being like a fool. Just call you out and just be like, you're a fool. You're silly. Whatever. Silly head. Other than that, no fight whatsoever. And he's just like, grunting every now and then, but that's it. So you are able to, it is a beautiful morning now that the fight is done. There's one, you can actually glean that it's like different, but there's one like normal crow that makes a noise like in the distance. Excuse me. There's one normal crow that makes a noise in the distance, and like all of your kobolds kind of just like freak out. They're like looking around.
Oh no, 100%. Me too. I was like, startled.
Yeah. So you just blow up this normal crow basically. It's like, oh, okay. Seems safe. Seems good. And you're able to actually travel further. Lugging this guy around with you.
Very nice.
And it is not long before the paths that you're walking are like, it's difficult to find anywhere where you're not at least ankle deep in some muck and water and stuff like that. And there's finally this area that kind of like opens up a little bit, and you see there's a river. It's like actually a functional river. Seems to be maybe drawing some of the water from the land into the river instead. A little bit smoother draining area with some trails, and there's even like some old wood paths that have been built over some of the river and stuff like that. And you even see like a tent and a couple shacks in the distance. And one
does.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to say, does it look lived in? But if you're still going.
It does a little bit, though. It's a good question. Right about then, you're noticing that there's this real hillbilly-looking dude sitting out front of this like shack. And you kind of notice him first. And then you notice this weird like pink like mist kind of like coming off of a hole in front of this hillbilly-looking dude. And he sees you from way off. And he's just like, "Oh, howdy! How you doing?"
Gotta love the yokels. Hey, friend, you call these parts home?
He's like, "Well, yeah, that's the only place I ever lived in my whole life." And he's got like this big straw hat. It's like huge. And this like, the buckwheat situation coming out of the teeth, like full on hillbilly, wife beater, tank top that is. And he's just kind of like, he's like, "Yeah, it's the only place I ever called home in my whole life. How about you? I've never seen anybody else out here in a real long time."
Well, that's something we got real different about us. I ain't never really called no place home, but it does look like things been a little bit strange around here lately.
"Oh yeah, things are real weird. This big rock right here is all glowy." And right about now, you see this just like shard of like radiant energy blow through this guy's shack and just like pierce him straight through the chest. And he just like drops down to the ground, and you see this like haunting image of this character, and you just see the evil on this guy, right? And he's got a group of like several more robed wearing people behind him that look a lot like the guy you're carrying with you, and they're like standing not too far from that situation, and you see them in the distance, and this crater with this pink mist is coming off pretty much right in the middle of you and them. And you venture to guess this sure is probably Mr. Malachi. And let's begin. You are in this marshland of sorts. The cabin just explodes, and now you are there. It's sort of face to face. There's a lot of like obstructions. There are bushes and small trees. Several areas in this map will have cover and even difficult terrain and things like that, as you might expect to see them. So that's enough talking for me. What do you do now?
Well, to start off, as far as what I would do to like, I guess, start the initiative, I would likely just duck behind the tree that's right next to me, especially if I'm already like kind of in the way or under fire.
Okay, sounds good. So I will make it so that you are in fact able to duck directly behind that bush there, maybe even on this square.
Nice, thank you. Need a little bit of cover.
And that is also going to be your initiative roll. So go ahead and roll a stealth check for your initiative check. And feel free to roll with whatever you think. Maybe if you command the kobolds even to do something specific, a check for them as well.
For my stealth check, luckily for me, it's a -1, so that should go well.
Good. Perfect.
So that was a 2 for my stealth roll there. So technically a 1.
Excellent.
And if I was going to command the kobolds, I'd probably say something even mentally. I've been doing that as much as I can to not give away our strategies and positions.
Right.
But I would say to them mentally, just get down.
Okay, very good.
Maybe they would, hide like I did, but better.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, we will say regardless that they are able to move maybe behind this bush here, something like that. And yeah, we'll have you make a stealth check for each of them, even to see if any of you clear the encounter DC.
We got a 14, a 9, and a 10.
Okay. Okay, so unfortunately, none of you did. The DC was pretty high at this one. Archon and his group already seem to be pretty actively and adamantly pursuing forward, and it seems they've already developed a plan, so the DC was 18. So they will be acting first.
To be fair, a group of blue and red lizards probably stick out like a sore thumb in all this green.
Yes, and I will say that none of you actually managed to legitimately hide, but you all have really like full cover technically right now.
Nice.
So most bushes and things on the map will provide at a minimum of half cover, but there's going to be a lot of cover thrown around most likely throughout this encounter. So
sounds good to me.
Okay, so Mr. Archon is going to actually act first, and then it will just be staggered turns from there for the most part.
Okay, sure.
And depending on how this goes, that might get a little confusing. You'll see what I mean here. So Archon is going to spend an action point of his own to move up here, kind of also hunkered behind the bushes more directly, so he has cover himself. And then he is going to spend his actions to command a minion to move as well, similar to some of like the warlord-like abilities you've seen. And he's going to get stuck right in the river because that'll be like 2 spaces to move through the river, as it is difficult terrain technically. Okay. So he's hunkered down right there for now. There is a small like tent between that minion and you guys. Mm-hmm. That I would say you have a like relatively clear line of sight. It's going to be like a half cover situation there.
That makes sense. Tent's at least like 4 feet tall.
Right, exactly. So, but there is a little bit of line of sight, so like you can actually see this guy as he's moving up there. Archon is going to spend another of his own actions to like he seems to be actually like even transferring this weird like energy to this person, like visibly. It's not just a matter of like, hey, go get him. It's like he's hardly even talking to them, if saying anything at all. And you see like there's literal like some weird energy flowing out from him to his minion. And you see his minion quickly grab a short bow off of his back. And he's going to, using Archon's actions, take a shot at you with a short bow.
And I have half cover because of the tent? Okay.
Yep, so you've got a +2. It's only a 5. So definitely missed you there. And then Archon, ironically for his last action, he is going to, let's see, he moved 2 spaces. He's going to, what would he do? He's actually going to spend his next action just to move a little bit closer to, it's like getting out of cover, moving a bit closer to the star, as he's essentially right next to it, or at least the crater that you see there, kind of thing.
Definitely. And as far as the crater goes, it looks like there's maybe some dirt piled up around it. Is that enough for him to have like half cover or something? I'll make it half cover. Definitely not full cover, but yeah, he's able to kind of like, crouch down, half cover based on the crater, I would say. Okay, definitely.
But that is it. So your team is up next with whoever rolled highest initiative, I suppose.
So mine was 2. It's definitely not me. But one of these little kobold guys, I'm going to say Soot Snout because he's like the fighter. I'll say that he was the 14, the middle was the 9, and then the end was the 10. Just to make it like all right in a row.
Cool.
Okay, so Soot Snout, the first one, he's going to be moving up a little bit. Honestly, just kind of getting to me. And I looking right now. Got 1, 4. That's 20 feet of movement for 1 action point that Soot Snout's got. He's kind of next to me. Are these bushes here too dense for him to go into, or like trees?
I would say that he'd be able to. It'd just be difficult terrain.
Okay. Just for his safety, I'm going to put him right in there for like a whole nother action point, difficult terrain, getting through there.
Cool.
And then that's good for him.
Excellent. And that'll be like a full cover for him as well.
Okay, cool. And these guys only have 2 action points, I believe. So going on to the next one, I don't know. I don't think they would really push the assault. So I might keep these 2 just kind of like over here, you know what I mean? Just like behind cover, but it looks like as soon as something comes in, we can get close enough to fight. So I think the kobolds will actually stay back because they're not usually like the frontliners anyway.
I see what you're saying. You know, I didn't think about it, but it's actually like evened out in numbers. So we should probably like have them all act independently just because it'll end up really smooth in the turn order that way.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you're good. I just thought about it.
I'm just going to put them right back to where they are supposed to go, I believe, right here.
Yeah, something like that. No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Then that is the end. That's going to be the end of Soot Snout's turn. What do you got next for me?
We will take the minion that has already moved and give him some more stuff to do here. So he's going to spend some action points to actually move out of there. So that's 2 spaces to just get there, technically. Let's see. He's going to shift around along the trail, trying to get an eye at you, but really he can't with the first action point. So he's going to even spend another one to get right up next to you. All personal and such. And then you see him brandish a like scimitar-like short sword mixture. And it's like it's a good looking blade. It's like all Damascus steel looking and it looks crazy. And then he kind of just like swipes his hand over it real quick. And as his hand swiped over it, you see it kind of like lightly seem to be like enchanted with some sort of magic. That's kind of just like a glowy magic, and you almost see like sparkles coming off of it before he actually, you know, swings at you to attack with it.
Okay. Oh, I guess I'll find out in a minute, but if it happens to be radiant damage, I might have some problems.
Okay. Okay. So it's a 17.
Ooh. Okay. That definitely.
It is radiant damage, but it is only 1 damage by default.
Not bad. Are we going against my physical defense, I'm going to assume?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So I have holy vulnerability 1.
It would be your mystical defense, actually. I forgot.
Oh, really?
Yep, there's like the slash of the weapon almost doesn't even feel like you don't even feel the impact of the weapon itself. It seems to like hit you with like the energy as like a barrier almost. And so the sword in this case seems to be just a tool to carry the energy. So it would be against your mystical defense as it is just radiant damage.
That's actually much better for me. I do have holy weakness 1, but they need to beat a 15 for mental defense on a scion. So they only beat it by 2.
Okay, nice. Okay, so it would be 1 damage, and if I suppose the vulnerability just bumps it up 1 more, pretty much.
Yep.
Okay, so it's just 2 radiant damage that you take there, and then that minion is done with his turn anyway.
Okay, definitely. Moving right on to Glimmerclaw. We're gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4. I would like to move that 20 feet with the 1 action point that he's got. And he's going to make 1 quick swipe against this guy right over here.
Yes, with a +2 flanking advantage there.
Ah, that's absolutely right. Thank you for mentioning. That's a D100. I did not roll a 66.
Well, you killed him.
Right. But I did roll a natural 1.
Oh, no.
I know, right?
Okay, so unfortunately that At least the first attack misses.
That's got to be the end of his turn.
Okay. Basically, you'll just start to see, it looks like all the rest of the minions that are hanging out towards the back, they all kind of move up at least a little bit further, and they also seem to spread out a bit. So the one moves up to the river and then takes a full dodge action. That's it.
Nice. Okay. So right on next to the kobold here, he's also going to be moving forward if it's his turn. Okay, perfect. Got 1, 2, 3 spaces, so technically there's more movement. He's also going to try to take a swipe at this guy here. He doesn't have a flanking bonus, I don't think.
He actually does, as long as it's not someone that's right next to him. But if there's someone else that's a friendly around the enemy in any other square, then it is a +2 flanking bonus.
That's awesome. Then he takes a quick swipe at him with an 18 to hit.
Okay, the 18 definitely hits. In fact, it's a heavy hit. So what would the damage be on that one?
Excellent. It was just 1 base damage for their claws.
All right, so that bumps it up to 2 damage there with the heavy. Excellent. So he swipes at this kind of like thieves leather like robe wearing character and kind of like rips through it a little bit. And you see that the spot that ripped where should be flesh kind of just is like this weird just like energy kind of just like poofs out of the leathers, and it seems to look a lot like the energy that Archon was like, you know, kind of like pushing towards the minions when he was helping to command them around.
Okay. It's not blood, but it works.
Yep. If it radiates, we can kill it.
That is going to be the end of his turn. He used 1 action point to move and 1 action point to attack.
Okay.
Now let's see what we've got.
Now, what I intended to have happen, I'll do again.
Okay.
So we'll have that guy move there, this guy move here. Okay, and then they will use the rest of their actions to take full dodge actions as well. Dang it, I did it again. I was only supposed to move 1. I keep forgetting. Okay.
Okay.
That is hilarious. It's like my brain is so wired to just run minions like that.
Right.
And I definitely still could. It'll just space it out more evenly this way if we don't, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
but so is that going to be the end of the minion's turn with a full dodge action?
Yep, just moving and then just being, you know, like all dodgy and stuff. So, yep, that's it for them.
Excellent. So what you're saying is they're not a problem right now.
Yes, exactly.
If it is Zephyrian's turn, he's going to activate the fire shield first and foremost. And the fire shield has a chance to get some extra health a part of it as well. So long as I roll just a little bit higher than 15.
Yep, that's right. So,
DC 15 spell check. Let's see what we got. Natural 20, dude.
Oh my gosh, that's big.
And technically a 24.
Oh, that's huge.
So,
is there anything in the rules for a natural 20 for Fire Shield? Or like in the description of Fire Shield anyway?
Nope. Unfortunately, it's just you gain 3 temporary HP, and with each success, it's 1 more temporary HP.
Okay, well, I'm going to treat it the same way that damage works, because it works, like, otherwise the mechanics of the spell are the same as the way that damage works, so.
Okay.
So, how many is it above, first off?
So I would gain 3 temporary HP and 1 temporary HP, and I was 1 short of getting my second one.
Okay, so because it's... So we'll just treat it the same as damage, right? So because it's a crit, it's like an automatic +2 on top of, you know, the normal additives. So it was just a +1. Because it's a crit, I'll give you 2 more. We'll just treat it the same that damage works. So you've got however much that is.
So +2 more temporary HP or +2 to my roll?
+2 more temporary HP.
Awesome. So that would actually be +6 temporary HP altogether.
Okay. Yep. That sounds right.
Dude, that's awesome. Heck yeah.
That is so sick. I really like the idea too that narratively you're like, you know, you've got the fire shield ready, right? And when you just like pump this thing up, you're like, man, this is the time. Like, this is the fight. It all comes down to this. And I like the idea of like maybe your dragonette actually even like surrounds you, and the fire shield like becomes the color of the dragonette for a moment.
That would be cool. It's not a red fire, it's a blue fire.
Yeah. You feel like your parents are with you, you know? Yeah, it's epic.
Heck yeah. And, well, after activating the fire shield, that cost me 2 AP and 1 MP. So that's my 1 MP for the turn. I'm going to go ahead and take that off real quick. Now, with 2 AP left over, time to fight.
Yep.
I have a trident with the versatile capabilities, actually. And I'm going to two-hand that bad boy with an empowered strike and just try to drive that right into him.
Let's see it, man. This is going to be good. You've got a +2 from flanking as well.
Excellent.
No, you have a +4 from flanking.
Even better.
Big potential for this one.
7 + 4 plus another 4. All right. 15.
Nice. Okay. 15 does cut it.
Oh, wait a minute. Empowering the strike actually made it advantage.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
One more time.
Okay, so it was 15. Okay, right. So 15 is enough for a normal hit.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and plunge that trident like straight into its chest. And it should deal 1 extra damage when I'm wielding it with 2 hands. So that'll be 2 damage.
Excellent. Okay.
Actually, it's 3 damage. My fault. It's 2 damage normally, 3 damage two-handed.
Yes, excellent. For anyone that's coming back to this episode, I know that the beta's out now, and I think damages are a little bit different. So technically, we're just going to finish this campaign off with the 0.7 rules just to make it consistent.
Technically, it's 0.6 rules because that's when the Psion was.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
yep,
so
you're right.
We're a little bit outdated specifically for this campaign, but it won't be too long.
Yeah, exactly. Just wanted to see it through with consistency anyway. But yeah, very good stuff. Okay, so that was a big hit. So when you do that, again, when the prongs of the trident just like jam into this creature, what you're expecting to be a relatively just kind of like, icky mess, again, is just like almost just like spurts of radiant energy seem to just like burst forth out of this creature's form. And you see the whole thing kind of almost just like shimmy uncomfortably for a second, and it seems to be, as far as whatever this form can be, is, looking injured. It looks quite injured at this point.
Good.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. Like, I'm just like kind of curious, like, when I just shove it in his chest and then like take it back out, is it like anything left over on my trident, or is it just like this misty dissipating thing? Right.
Yeah. I would say it is definitely more of like maybe at first almost looks like there's like a glimmering like gold, almost like liquid on the trident, but it really does just kind of like powder away into nothing. Yeah, it dissipates.
Okay, definitely. And being somebody who kind of deals with illusions, that's what I'm going to assume that it is, and instruct everybody that it is when I get the chance.
Okay, cool.
But that was all of my action points, and now it should be your turn.
Okay. Now, the last minion is going to move forward. How many spaces would that be? It can actually take 1 more step. Okay, so this last minion is actually going to kind of like almost gets up on the side of the crater, and then again grabs kind of a short bow off of his back and looses an arrow toward Nimbletoe. Oh boy, with a 19.
That might have done it.
Uh-oh. If I recall correctly, the last time we were playing, you gave all of the kobolds a potion. I think, just throwing that back out there.
Yes, that's absolutely right. They should all have a dizzy potion.
Yes, that's right. Okay, good. But it would be, by default, it would just be 1 damage.
Okay. Also, I'm not 100% sure, but they may have drank their dizzy potion.
Oh, maybe you're right. After the fight with the crow man. Or was it just one of them? Well, they all took the same amount of damage, didn't they? You don't remember. You've got a couple potions on you, though, I think, at least, right?
Yeah, I can make sure they're good.
Okay. Well, anyway, with a 19 against physical defense, the default is 1 damage.
Okay. 1 damage for Nimbletoe. And so the default damage was 1, but he got 19, which is 1 away from being a brutal hit. So it's a heavy hit.
Okay. So okay, that's good. It's better anyway.
All right, so he is now at 3 health.
Okay.
3 slash apparently.
Didn't just one shot him anyway, and that's good.
Right. He's tough. He could take a hit.
Yeah. And then he's going to use his last action point to take not the full dodge, but just the dodge action. And then we're back up at, not quite back up at the top. I think we're to you now.
I was at the end of initiative last time around, so I think it's the guy in the bushes.
Oh, that's right. I misunderstood.
Nope, you're good. But Soot's now over here does want to get it in a part of the action, and he's going to move forward, especially since he's got quite the flanking capabilities set up for him. Little unfortunate he had to move, but that's okay.
Yep.
Ooh, man. Even
Dang.
with... I know, right? Even with a +6, he's still only got an 8.
Dang. And that is unfortunately not quite enough to cut through the physical defense.
But that's okay. He'll end his turn there, just staring really angry at him. It's almost like that black mist just slipped out of his fingers, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this guy's being, we'll say he's being all nimble and like just hardly wiggling out of the way. And it does seem like weirdly not very human in interaction. You know what I mean? It seems funky for sure.
Right.
It's moving almost like that of a puppet.
It ain't got no bones.
Okay, where are we? I feel like...
it should be pretty much top of the round for everyone that you have. So I think it's going to be the one in the middle of the group or the actual guy, Archon.
Okay. Everyone went once so far? Is that right?
Yes. And now I have done one round with someone who has gone twice. So I guess technically you probably should have gone before.
Okay, that's what I was confused, but I totally lost track. So I was like, okay, there is actually, I see what's going on there. Did you want to do anything with your dragonette specifically?
I don't usually use the dragonette unless it's like dire consequences or it's like my life's in jeopardy. So it's going to be like a defense mechanism to be able to be like a HP buffer.
Okay,
That's kind of what I use it for.
Cool, that sounds good. Okay, so this is going to get kind of wacky. So we'll be back up at the top now then with Archon. You see Archon, he kind of like stands up right at the edge of the crater, right? And he looks down into the crater, and you see his face just kind of like light up with excitement. He's like, yeah. And he looks back over towards your group with kind of like frustration, and basically he just like yells out, he's like, you are the only one in the prophecy to stop me, and I will not allow it. And you see him kind of just like outstretch his hands, and another just like strange flow of like radiant energy kind of goes into the minion there in front of you. And he's going to use all of his action points to empower an attack from this minion on you specifically, on Zephyrian. So it is going to be an attack with his, sparkly scimitar thing, with advantage and +2 damage.
Okay.
And we'll see what that does for him. See if it's worth it.
I hope he gets a brutal hit.
I know, right? Okay, so it is a 14.
Plus anything?
That's it. Nope, 14.
Oh, wow. He didn't even hit.
Oh, nice.
That's against my mental defense. If he's doing physical, he definitely hit.
Okay, nice. That is really funny. Yeah, it is against mental defense. So, ironically, where you're like, yeah, go ahead and hit me kind of thing, it seems like he's committed to that. And he literally like just swings and like he just doesn't make contact. He kind of like slips right before he swings and just like misses. And you hear Archon just grunt loudly. He's just like, what? Come on, hit him.
Exactly.
But that's actually all of Archon's turn, so that's pretty funny.
I'm gonna absolutely have to taunt him for that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna make my voice appear in his head and be like, you gotta be quicker than that.
He just grits his teeth really hard, just mad. Just like, all right. So
it's likely, since you have 5 to my 4 for the moment, you might have to take a double turn.
I see. Especially because we technically already like restarted with Soot Snout once.
Yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we'll do that. Then it would be the guy that's in front of you. And I'll just say, basically this figure also just seems kind of frustrated at what just happened. Looks over at Archon, and you see him kind of like almost like shake for a second, and he looks back at you quickly and is going to basically do the same thing, but on his own resources. He's going to try to attack you, give himself advantage, and 1 damage this time. So it wouldn't be quite as bad if it happens at all. 14. That's hilarious. That is so funny. Still like the same situation. So basically he's just like all, looks over at Archon, looks kind of scared, tries to attack you again. Literally like the same thing, but the other situation. So now like his other foot slips and he swings and just misses. You see him just kind of like silently just like grabs his head, just like, oh no. Yeah. And that's it for his turn.
All right. That could have gone better for him.
Yeah, it could have, and it also couldn't have.
So it's kind of looking like these guys are... Okay, one of them at the moment is just kind of a chump for them to take care of. So when these two see that it's almost taken care of in this situation, they're going to back away for a minute. Nimbletoe especially, since he's already got some damage on him.
Okay. Ooh, does this creature make an opportunity attack or attempt to?
Ooh, that's a good...
Can it?
Good idea.
I will say that it is martially equipped enough that it's going to try to make a martial attack.
They should still try to... I think they're still going to try to retreat a little bit.
Okay.
But I can't remember if Glimmerclaw or Nimbletoe is first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Either's fine. They're relatively equivalent as far as abilities anyway, so no big deal. But
I would attack with Glimmerclaw, but I would flee with Nimbletoe.
That makes sense.
How about I just do an attack first, just to see if that makes anything happen?
Yeah, that makes sense. I get you.
Okay, so Glimmerclaw is going to take 1 attack and empower it, so that way it has advantage. 11 plus 6.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, we actually got 17.
Heck yeah. Oh, that's funny. I see. I was like, wait, what? But I okay, it makes sense.
I know, right? Weirdest coincidence. I rolled a 6 and an 11. The 6.
Okay, a 17 is just enough for a heavy hit.
Oh, really? Okay.
So how much damage? How much base damage?
So it's just 1 base damage, and I guess that'd be +1 for the heavy.
Okay, so perfect. So you see, so like Nimbletoe is like kind of like dancing around like, I'm gonna get out of here. But Glimmerclaw quickly makes a swipe towards this thing and literally just kind of like rips through the torso of the armor to the point that it just keeps moving, and like the armor just like falls to the ground, and there's just like a burst of radiant energy as this creature just seems to kind of disappear, except for the armor.
Okay. When you say a burst of radiant energy, is that enough to inflict damage on anyone around?
Thankfully not. It's really just like wow, that was bright, but that was about it.
Nice. For my fire shield, it's actually also emitting 2 spaces of radiant light. So I'm definitely not going to be able to hide anymore.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for pointing that out in case it comes up.
Absolutely.
So that minion is toast or dust or whatever you want to call it.
Perfect for my side.
All right. Did Glimmerclaw want to... Oh, no, that was the 2. Okay, never mind. I see.
Yep, that was his 2 action points.
Okay, so it should be this guy over here by the water now, I believe. He's going to trudge through the water with an action point, and he would only be able to make it there with 1. He is going to take a little bit more steppage towards you all. Put him there. He's going to try to get an eye on most of you. But I'm going to say he really only has a clear lined up shot on Nimbletoe again. So he's going to spend his last action point to sling an arrow from his short bow towards Nimbletoe.
Okay.
With only an 8.
That actually misses.
Nice.
Nimbletoe has base 10s.
Okay, there we go. And that'll actually be it for his turn. You can keep moving.
Nice. So would it be Nimbletoe's turn? Nimbletoe's?
Nimbletoe. I think so. Yeah. Because we did Glimmerclaw last, so yeah, that'll work.
Okay, definitely. He would have run away, but now he's getting kind of angry. Why is he the only one who's getting hit?
Right, I know.
So he's gonna head a good 10 feet that way and just go for a punch. Just a basic, normal old punch.
Yeah, sure. All right.
And it didn't work at all.
Yep, only a 3. Unfortunately, he does kind of, I'll say that the form basically just kind of parries it a little bit out of the way, just enough.
and that's why you don't do things in anger. That's going to be the end of his turn.
All right. We'll keep moving with these guys. So going to take the nearest one, bring him up kind of along the crater. He's going to get right to the base of the crater there, and then spend an action point to step directly in the water. Or not spend another action point, but he uses his last 2 spots of movement to enter the water. So, and again, they seem to be trying to make their way really to your whole group, but they only have a couple lined up shots, sort of. I'm actually going to give Nimbletoe a +2 with this attack as well, but he's going to sling an arrow from the short bow at Nimbletoe again.
Sounds good to me. I mean, combat's all about positioning.
That's true. That's right. That is only a 12.
It does hit. It's not heavy or anything.
Okay. Does it just hit because the cover thing? Is that what's going on with that?
Oh, if it's a +2 for cover, yes, it still hits because it'll be 12.
Okay. Just making sure.
Just hits.
Okay. It is a single damage. Single piercing damage as the arrows, kind of cuts through the bush just enough to hit Nimbletoe.
These guys are some good shots.
They are for sure. And all the while they seem to have you're just kind of seeing this weird, all of them have almost a tether that's hardly visible to Archon until Archon stands up and directly commands them one way or another or whatever. Then the tether becomes much more visible.
Okay.
But yeah, that's it for his turn. He's kind of just hanging out in the river now.
Well, he's about to be wet and dead.
Got him.
I'm gonna go ahead and move Zephyrian here, from here to here to here to there. We're just getting all up in the business.
Excellent.
And that was 1 action point to move 20 feet.
Excellent.
So he should still have 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
After that, he's going to take a look right at Archon, and then he's going to cast Bane.
Ooh, very cool.
This is going to take another 2 AP and my 1 MP for the round. It's got a range of 5 spaces, so he's just barely in there.
Nice, perfect.
5. And it's a duration of 1 minute. Choose 3 characters that you can see within the range. So it's the 1, 2 in front of me, and Archon.
Okay.
Make a spell check, contested by their mental save. And on a failure, the target must roll a d4 and subtract the number for each attack, check, or save they make until the spell ends.
All right.
And the duration is only 1 minute.
Okay.
So contested roll against your mental save.
Okay, I'm going to roll for going from the bottom to the top of the map. I'll roll.
Absolutely.
Ooh, a 17. That's probably plus some numbers, right?
Yep, 17 plus 4. So we got a 21 you got to beat.
Oh, shoot. Okay, so from the bottom, 19.
Very close.
Pretty close, but not enough. A 20, very close, but not enough still. And for Archon, only a 5.
Okay. See, he was frustrated he got so close, and then he just biffed it.
Yeah, exactly. That's huge. Okay, cool.
But if that was going to be another 20 or something, I was going to have to ask to check your digital dice, sir.
I know, right? They're not weighted. All right, sweet. So all 3 fail and are now afflicted by Bane.
Excellent. So 1d4 minus to whatever they do, basically.
Oh, very cool. All right.
And there is 1 action point left over. If I can get away with moving, casting a spell, I think I'd do just a smack right behind me. With my trident.
Yeah. An attack check. Perfect.
Absolutely. And it doesn't cost anything extra to do versatile, so I will make sure that I say that I'm doing it two-handed.
Yep. Sounds good.
1 quick attack check on the guy right in front of Nimbletoe. Going to be a 7 plus 4, 11.
11.
Plus 2 because of
plus
flanking.
Plus 2, yes. So it's actually 13.
That's 13.
And that made all the difference, actually. So that does hit now. That's
excellent.
3 damage, right?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, that's a pretty solid hit. You nearly bloodied, if you will, the creature that is there between you two.
He's not bloody, he's gassy.
Yeah, basically, yeah. All right, cool. That was all your actions, correct?
Yes, and Zephyrian should be right at the end, so whatever is next. And the Dragonette is just in my amulet waiting with me, so it'll just be pretty much wherever I'm at.
Okay, cool. I gotcha. Okay, So it should just be the guy next to Archon now, I believe.
Yes.
It needs to go do his thing. Okay. He's gonna hunker down right where he's at. He sees you, the direct threat, the leader of all of the opposition against Archon right now. And you better believe he's like, I just got to take this guy out at this point, right? So he's going to pull out a short bow and he's going to pump a bunch of actions into trying to hit you. So one for the attack, one with advantage, one to add damage. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, okay, pretty high to start with. Uh-oh.
Looks like it. Natural 20.
Uh-oh. Okay, so this is against your physical defense.
Yep, which we've got...
Total's 22.
And for a brutal hit, you only need 19.
Okay, so it's brutal.
Yes.
And so, okay, so it's 1 base damage, 2 for being brutal, an extra 2 for being a crit, and then 1 more from the action point to add 1 damage.
So that was 6 hit points altogether.
Yep, exactly. 6 damage outright.
Which
that's a big one.
Breaks my fire shield completely. That was all of my temporary HP.
Okay. Dang, that was a big hit, but thankfully it was just the fire shield. It was no real health taken. That's cool.
And he's kind of a big butthole for not doing it with melee damage.
Yeah, I know, he is. That's true. Yeah, so he does that, and you see just like this maniacal smile come over Archon's face, and he kind of looks back at that figure that shot. And the figure kind of just gives like a almost cartoonishly like a head nod, like something you'd see from like one of the Heartless or something from Kingdom Hearts, you know.
Oh yeah.
But
if he had a hat, he'd tip it right now.
Yeah, exactly. But that's all the actions that he can do is that one shot. So that's it for him.
Absolutely. That should bring us back to the top of the round, and Soot Snout's the one who's been at the top.
Okay.
So he's just basically going to charge in. 2, 1, 2, 3. Get right up there. Just to be basically support per flank. And that'll leave us 1 action point open and just take another swipe at him.
There you go.
So we got double flank over here.
Yeah, buddy. You got a +4 at the end of all that mess.
Yes, for a 15.
Excellent.
Does that hit on the ghost?
It does. It does as a normal hit.
The Spectre.
Yeah.
Taking several guesses.
It does hit.
The same guess.
Wasn't there a point? I feel like I missed. Oh no, never mind. Okay, that was the 3 damage. Okay. I thought I missed some math earlier, but I didn't. We're good. Okay, that's 1 damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the creature is officially bloodied, if you will, now. So you can tell that it's faltering in its form a bit now, for sure.
And that should be the end of his turn.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right, then. So we're back at the opposite side with Archon, I believe, right? So, all right. So Archon's going to be like, I've had about enough of this. And he's kind of like, kind of do the same thing where he just like lunges his arms up towards his minions. Mm-hmm. And he's going to spend his actions allowing the minion in the water to take a swipe at you.
Do it.
And it'd be a +2 for the normal attack, +2 for the flank. So we'll give it a +4 by default with a natural 1. So that's gonna miss regardless. And again, so basically this guy kind of just like jumps out of the river just enough to kind of like swipe and just like totally biffs it. And it's like pick himself back up out of the water. And Archon's just like screaming. He's just like, what are you doing?
Archon's like, I have to do everything?
Yeah, basically. And then he's going to do basically the same thing, but with the other guy, giving him a chance instead. And he's going to also, well...
That's all right.
How would that be? It'd be like 1, 2... we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so yeah, he's going to spend his other action to allow that one to attack as well. So basically the same situation.
Okay.
But it's 13, and it is melee, so this is, if it connects, it is mystical defense.
Oh, if it's mystical defense, he does not hit. Because he needs a 15.
All right, perfect. So, yes, they all seem to be kind of like brandishing the same, like blade, halfway, like scimitar thing. But really, it's just a tool to deliver whatever this energy is, kind of thing. So,
yeah.
So, straight up misses there again. And then Archon himself is going to angrily, for the first time, you see him do something a bit different. You see him kind of just like, that's enough. And he's going to lunge in towards the crater. He's going to literally just like hop right in there kind of thing.
Just
and
a
you
hop,
see,
skip, and a jump away?
Yeah. And you see him grab, he just like lunges down and you almost don't see him anymore. Like he kind of bends down and you just see this bright like burst of pinkish energy mixed with radiant energy, just kind of like emitting from the crater. And then you see him quickly, he comes back into frame as he literally like, he comes up looking like Bane from the Batman comics, except he's just like super grossly monstrous looking. He's going to actually like double in size as well.
Oh boy.
And then you see that he's just got these gross muscles and like all of his veins are just like pinkish and he's just like glowing like a Super Saiyan basically. And he kind of looks over at you and his face is just like messed up. It looks like some of his bones even like broke to like make his new figure. He just looks over at you and just like grunts this feral primal like grunt. That's it for Archon's turn.
Okay. And I do want to mention something that I kind of forgot to say.
Okay.
All of the attacks that have been going on should have been baned this round. So it should have been
that's
minus
right.
1d4 for those guys.
Did
it really
any of
wouldn't
them-
have changed much other than the one like brutal hit, but that's okay.
And that was only brutal because it was a crit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So definitely give yourself 1 health back because it would have just done that pretty much because it's like 1 away from brutal or whatever. Or it was something like that. So we'll go ahead and just give you 1 health back and call it a wash. And then we'll remember that for next time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I definitely forgot. I'm glad you remembered.
But next time around, I was honestly just about to like, this guy was getting big and crazy and he was about to like do a like super move in my head. So
right.
when you said he looks like Bane, I was like, Bane, you're Bane.
Oh, right. Bane. Literally. Yeah. Like, oh yeah. Like that word you said.
But that,
I'm gonna give him like a tint. Like he's all pink and crazy looking now. Okay.
pink
all right.
Power.
Yeah, exactly. Pink. Okay, so that's it for his turn.
Okay,
do we want to stick with just like 2 turns from their side like we did last round?
Sure. Whatever is good.
I think that's what we did last round. We had Archon act and then 1 of the minions, and then it was staggered after that.
Yep, it would make sense because the one guy who was right up at front, he's dead now. So it would be the double initiative thing.
Yeah, okay. So you see, okay, so this will be kind of interesting. All of his little minion creatures seem to kind of almost like shimmy a little bit, and they just like freeze up for a second.
Okay.
And then you see them all just kind of like look towards Archon. And this tether that was not extremely visible between all of them, like slowly almost seems to like degrade into like a pinkish color instead. And then they all, all the minions kind of just like shock back up out of being frozen. And they all seem like intimately locked on Zephyrian specifically. And it's something that you like notice right away. So I'm actually like calling that out as you notice it kind of thing. Like all the minions seem to be locked on target to you. So beware of that. But the first minion here between you guys is, but one of the minions are dead. That's right.
The minion at the very front of initiative should be dead, and the minion in the very back, kind of next to Archine.
See, why didn't you say, Cody, you're a big dummy? No, I'm just kidding. So it will not be their turn. It will stagger correctly now from here on. So.
You sure?
Yeah.
Definitely. But if you feel you need one more attack on me, you do it.
No, that's just unfair. It should work out this way now.
Okay.
So yeah, feel free. Go for it.
Glimmerclaw down here. The last thing he did was knock this guy out. So he's going to move up into battle. And does this still count as flanking?
So you get the benefit from anyone that isn't right next to you. So it would be a flank with Zephyrian specifically. So it'd be like a +2.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to work anyway.
So he started right here. If we were going to go 5 feet, this would probably be like 15 feet. And he probably couldn't make it all the way through there. Yeah. he'll just move right there with 1 action point and take a quick little swipe at the guy who's left in the center.
Okay. Still a flank.
For 15 plus 2 for a flank, so we got 17.
That's a heavy hit.
Very nice.
Just enough for a heavy hit. So that's looking at 2 damage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this creature has just the smallest amount of like gumption and form left at all. Like most of the armor's kind of just like ripped up and it's just like hardly, it's like jello kind of thing. It's like flopping around. It is still standing, but seems to be just hardly that way.
That'll have to be the end of his turn there. That was his 2 AP. Hopefully they don't have something to respond with.
Right. Okay. So, I don't remember exactly who should be going next. I didn't mark them or anything. Should it be the one between you guys?
Okay.
Or the lake bed guy? I don't know. We'll go with the one between you guys. I'm gonna say that one's looking real messed up, but it seems to just be like, maybe almost as like a sacrificial sort of situation. It's going to just, instead of trying to move or run or anything, it's just gonna be like, all right, just gotta pour it all in. Here it is. It's all or nothing. It also does seem to be weirdly like focused, like I said, on you at this point. But it's going to spend 1 action to try to attack you.
Okay.
And you notice that its blade is like pinkish now instead of the red, or instead of the, white.
Oh boy.
But we're still gonna call it, actually, you know what? We're gonna call it umbral damage.
Okay. So, funny enough, I am also weak to unholy damage.
I thought that, yeah. Okay.
So unchanged.
And it does seem to be, okay, it also seems to be a stronger, more intense and uncontrollable energy. So the base damage for this one is actually 2 instead of just 1.
Okay. Well, if the base damage is 2, and then it has a unholy or umbral vulnerability, then that makes it 3.
Okay. And yeah, it'd still be against your mental defense, so the higher defense anyway.
So it's just a normal one,
Okay.
normal hit.
All right, very good. And then it is going to kind of look at the rest of the kobolds around it. And basically, it's going to spend its next 2 action points, 1 to attack and 1 to try to do cleave as a martial technique of sorts.
Very cool.
With a natural 1.
Even cooler.
So they don't even have to save at all. Basically, like it swings at you, hits, and it's just like, yes, kind of turns around and, takes 1 swipe at the kobolds, and its measurements are way off and literally just cuts directly over their heads and seems frustrated. But that's it for its turn, so we can move on from there.
Nice. All right. So this is the second person in this round here in my initiative order. I mean, we've got the first kobold. Now we're going to go with the second kobold. Nimbletoe is going to do an empowered attack directly on the guy right in the middle there.
Excellent.
For a 14 plus 2, plus 4 for double flank. So it's an 18 against its physical defense.
Nice. Yeah, definitely enough, and definitely enough. So that was on the one in the group there, right?
Yes, the one in the center.
Yep. So as this one is shredded by the kobold, it does kind of like dissipate, and this one's a lot more volatile, unfortunately. So the way that it kind of like falls apart, the energy is just like I said, is much more intense and uncontrollable. It actually like spews forth almost in like tendrils and kind of like slaps the area around it. And we'll just do, I guess for the kobolds, it'll be kind of just be like a straight roll maybe, but it'll be a saving throw to see if they avoid the tendrils slapping around. You can make them in whatever order you'd like.
Myself, I guess I should have enunciated first.
That's okay.
1 for everybody, but myself is for the save.
I got you. Kind of just like from the top, moving around.
Yeah, was there a plus to anything?
Probably not for the kobolds, but for you, it would be a agility save, if that helps you.
Oh. Not really. Okay, so now with the it being an agility save, it's 19 minus 1 for me, so 18.
Okay.
We have 8 for, it's not doing the chime thing, but we have 8 for Snit Snout.
Mm-hmm.
We have 9 for Glimmerclaw, and then we have 12 for Nimbletoe. Just going from top all the way to bottom.
Okay, perfect. So, Soot Snout and Glimmerclaw will take 1 damage, umbral damage. It shouldn't matter, but 1 umbral damage. But you and Nimbletoe do manage to, and that makes sense, Nimbletoe, I like that. So you two manage to avoid the tendrils of energy slapping around when this creature, loses its form, and then it kind of just like dissipates into nothingness after that.
Funny enough, the only 2 people who were already damaged avoided the damage this time.
Nice, perfect. Okay, yeah, so that's it for that creature's turn. Wait, was that even that creature's turn?
It wasn't. That was my turn, and I killed it, and then it had an explosion.
Yes, that's right. So now that that minion's down, the turn order is going to be starting to stack in your favor.
Slightly.
And that's good. Okay, so one of the minions will go next. Probably the one in the river, I suppose. Okay, the one in the river is going to make 1 sword attack at you before it even moves. It's just going to be like hunkered down in the river. It's going to reach up, try to swipe at you. And he's going to give himself advantage on it as well.
Definitely.
Okay,
Are
so
there
let's
any...
see.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're right. It would only be a 10.
Nice. And honestly, yeah, didn't even hit. Especially if it's against my mental defense.
Yep, and it is. It seems their blades are very covered in the pink goo. And then it's going to spend its last action point to actually give its friend back here. It's going to basically just like tie you up, more or less, like try to just like, combatively, like it swings at you and like tries to just like keep your attention and keep coaxing you, basically, as it uses the help action for its friend in the back there. Not that I'll remember that when it comes time, but that's okay.
Yeah,
and that's
not like I'll remember that these guys are baned either.
Dang it, see? Exactly. That's hilarious. I need to, hang on. I can do something to help mark that. I just forget. I'll give him a little not poison, I don't know, skull and crossbone markers.
Yeah, they're all pirates now.
Exactly. That's what Bane is, right?
Right.
Gives you a peg leg.
Technically, the guy all the way in the back got away with not being baned.
Oh, that's right. See, man, I'm so glad. I'm not cut out for this GMing stuff.
Yeah, you are.
I'm so glad you're here. Okay, very good. Okay, so the creature on the river's turn is over. The guy in the back has a help action. But for now, that's it. So one of your turns again.
Very nice. So it's actually just Soot Snout here, and then after that it'll be Zephyrian.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it would be nice if he could grant the help action to Zephyrian, or maybe even take a dodge action.
Excuse me.
It might be nice to not be in the middle of the river, at least for these little guys that are like 2 feet tall.
Yeah, 100%. Soot Snout can help. Oh, wait, is that what you said? Who?
Yes, Soot Snout, the one closest to Zephyrian. That's his turn. He's got 2 AP, and I was thinking he could take like the help action and a dodge action, as long as that's not compounding.
No, yeah, that's totally doable.
Awesome. Then that's definitely what he's going to do. 1 help to the Zephyrian and 1 dodge.
Okay. He could even technically give help to Zephyrian twice, and you'd get a D8 and a D6 if you wanted to do that instead.
Okay.
You call.
Nah, that's okay.
Okay.
He's only got the 2 AP, and that would probably be compounding.
Okay. I mean, no, I mean, like, you can do that. Rules is written, just so you know.
There's no compounding, like...
It'd just be that the second help die is a
detriment.
D6 instead of a D8. That's the only,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then from there, if someone wanted to just only burn actions on help or whatever, it's basically just like, it'd be a D8 and then a D6, and then any help actions after that is a D4.
Okay. Yeah, I might end up doing that then. Just do a double help then.
Cool. So now you got to remember, with whatever help action he's helping with, you got a D8 and a D6 to roll with your check.
Okay.
Liddy.
Well, that'll technically be all that he can do. He's basically just like right behind Zephyrian, like holding him up by the back.
Yeah, I like it. Zephyrian's like leaning over the river base, and so it's now just grabbing him.
Exactly. Hold me back.
Yeah, right. That's funny. Okay, cool. So the last minion still needs to go, and then it will be anyone that's left on your team from there. Should be.
Excellent.
All right, cool. This guy is going to now do things a little bit differently. You notice, so he's got his crossbow pulled out, ready to shoot, most likely at you. But in doing so, you see when he like brandishes the arrow, there are several like pink arcane energy arrows that just like appear around him, kind of just like encompassing his form. And when he shoots the arrow, they all like launch through the air towards you as well.
Okay.
But it is actually he's going to try to just make it all count big right to start too. So he's going to do 1 to attack, 1 at advantage, 1 with +1 damage.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy, really?
Okay.
Okay. Dang. Okay, so geez, oh Pete. So he launches the arrow. It would be 1 normal damage and 1 umbral damage base. All the bonuses I'm just going to give to the like the piercing damage. So, golly, what's a 22 for you?
22 is definitely a brutal hit.
Okay. Okay, so it's would be 1 damage. So basically at the end of all this, 1 umbral damage will be added separately. That's just how that's going to work. So 1 damage by default, 1 for heavy, 1 for brutal, 2 for crit, bringing it to 5 damage, and then it's 1 umbral damage as well.
Dang, okay.
That was a dirty one.
Yep. And I do have to say, thank you for running this campaign, because I am at -4 health.
What? No.
Deader than dead.
No. That can't be. That can't be how this goes. Are you kidding?
That's the dice, man.
What? No. What even? Oh my gosh. What even happens now?
Man, that guy literally just shot straight through Zephyrian's chest. Like, to the point where, like, so it's backing him up, like, trying to hold him forward. He can see the arrow, like, directly through his chest, dude. It's, like, right above his head.
No. Now what? What? The kobolds are still alive?
That's true. But, luckily, everybody, I don't want to mess with you too much, because my dragonette has always been here, ready with an extra 5 HP. So that temporary HP has always kind of been there, waiting for the one and only time that Zephyrian needed it. Like this.
That's very true. And in doing so, you're a jerk. I forgot. I literally forgot all about that. So that's really fun. In doing so,
we can even say the dragonette, just like the glow starts coming out of the amulet, and just the greenish blue like just pulls out the arrow. It's still a whole bunch of damage, and I would still be on 1 health, but I'm not dead.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're such a jerk. I forgot all about that. That's awesome. Okay.
Sorry, I just had to pull your leg for a minute.
Whew, you stinker. Okay.
I do think that makes it Zephyrian's turn.
It does.
And he has a healing potion right in his inventory. He's going to chug that bad boy.
Okay. That's just 1 action to use any kind of thing like that. So 1 action point, and you got a potion that I think we've been doing it as 3 base healing, but I'm also having you roll a check, and if it's like 10, the DC's 10 kind of thing, and it works the same, where like any over that is an extra.
Is this in a way a medicine check or just a base roll?
You can do like a medicine check. That makes sense.
Okay. I have a +5 to my medicine, so that's cool.
Ooh, okay.
Just
man, if it's like
7 + 5, 13.
Okay, so it's just the 3, so you get 3 HP back immediately.
Thank you very much. And for those of you that don't know, I have 6 HP, and I rely on creating temporary HP with my fire shield. Now I only have 5.
The dang dragonette, man. Oh man, I knew we kept that thing out for a reason.
Right? But that was 1 action point to be able to chug that potion down. It's going to be another 2 action points and 1 mana point to activate my fire shield. Okay. Let's hope I can get a good activation off of it. And do help die apply to this? Or should I have used the help die previously?
Yeah. I should have, when you first established the help die, I forgot we're supposed to like say the thing that they're helping with, so that it's like in the future it's that check. But it doesn't matter. In this case,
I'm sorry.
Oh no, I totally forgot. I should have said something too. I just straight forgot. But yeah, we can totally just use it for this, especially because I almost killed you and I'm so scared.
Dude, no. But Yeah, I did kind of want to intend them to help with an attack, and this would be the first time they're attacking. Or,
right, that's true.
Well, Fire Shield is kind of an attack. Not really.
Yeah. Just use it.
All right. Cool.
Please.
Let's do this one, and this one. 7, 4, 1, plus 4 for the attack check. So 7, 4, that's 11, 15, 16.
Yep.
Actually, without all of that help, I would have gotten a really poor Fire Shield.
Yeah. Okay. See, that worked out. That was good.
So with that, the Fire Shield activation gives me an extra 3 temporary hit points.
Ooh. Yeah, cool. Okay. This, is it to the end of that round yet?
Nope, not just yet.
Okay,
I have,
cool.
1 AP left.
Okay, cool. I don't want to show my hand. Sorry, I got excited there.
And, okay, so what I would like to do is, while they are still, in a way, baned, I want to cast... Okay, sorry.
You're good.
Sleep and Psychic Fear are similarly worded at the beginning, so I always get confused because one of them is allowed to do multiple targets and one of them is not. So I was just making sure I was doing the right one. So I've cast my spells, actually, with the Fire Shield, so I don't actually have an MP. Just trying to think out all of my options here.
I get it.
You know, with only 1 action point and kind of a death jump scare, I might just take the dodge action.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So the first attack made against you will be made at disadvantage.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Now.
Actually, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Zephyrian has wings.
Mm-hmm.
And if he moved from here to here, could I get there without having too much of a penalty from moving?
I see what you're saying, and that does make sense. I mean, there's been times that, yeah, you know what? I will allow that. That does make sense. I like it.
Nice. Okay, without penalty of movement, he's going to move right here instead of taking the dodge action. So that way, the Fire Shield can actually be useful.
Cool. That sounds good. All right. Okay.
But that should technically be his turn.
All right. Okay. Very exciting. So, so that is a full round, right?
Yes.
Everyone from your team. Okay. So, something very interesting happens here, and I was worried we weren't even going to get to this. So there is a shadow cast on the entire battlefield. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like gone as quick as it's there, and then it encompasses the battlefield again, and you hear your kobolds. They just kind of like, you hear Glimmerclaw specifically, right? He's the voice of them for the most part. So you hear Glimmerclaw, and he goes, Pyrothrax is here. And you see the massive dragon that was only glimpsed in the desert is literally just like flying around above you. And he just like looks down, and you notice something. You're a lot closer to the dragon this time. And you notice something about the dragon. Its whole like head shape and stuff like that is like shockingly similar and like resembles that. It doesn't look like your father, but it looks similar.
Mm-hmm. Like he's got the chin, you know?
Yeah, something about it. You're like literally like the facial structure of this dragon reminds you of like is this my granddad kind of thing? Like something's going on here.
Okay.
And this dragon just like lands in the middle of this battlefield, and I need a brief moment. There's some funny stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right. So back at it. Okay. So this dragon just lands in the middle of this battlefield, and he looks at you, and it looks at Archon, and you see Archon just gets so angry, like he's just like fuming mad at this creature, and then the dragon is basically just like, Archon, we meet again, and then looks towards you and is like, Zephyrian, the prophecy that Archon speaks of is true. You must stop him now. And he'll be like, it was written in our bloodline for countless generations. You cannot fail now. And now, this dragon will somewhat seems to be here more or less to aid you in combat. And your kobold friends are just freaking losing their mind right now. They're just like, they're like, it's true. It was true the whole time. There's Pyrothrax. Okay, now we're at the top of the round. Will you do me a favor and roll a d20 plus 5 to see where this dragon lands in initiative?
Natural 20.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Okay. So this will be interesting in the sense that this dragon, there's a lot of things with your bloodline, right? All the like the draconic stuff you can do through this dragon, and all of its rolls will be a lot of like the things that happen in determining what happens after the rolls, like damages and whatever else, will be things that are just little secrets that are revealed as we go. But more or less, this giant dragon is you, as far as mechanics go. And since you rolled a natural 20 with him, he's going to be what starts the round now instead of Archon. So consider it your turn from the position of the dragon. Feel free to ask any questions you need, but yeah, you're up.
Okay, so the dragon's fighting with me, or I'm essentially the dragon.
Mm-hmm. Mechanically speaking, you can use your own character largely as reference on how to play this dragon.
All right. So with a natural 20 from this dragon to kick things off, it's basically coming in here with a sneak attack.
Absolutely. And that is actually a thing. I forgot. Natural 20 on initiative means the first check you make has advantage.
Very nice. Very nice. And since it's a dragon, obviously we have to do the dragon breath weapon. What better way to introduce it? Mm-hmm. And since my character is actually built a little bit more dragon heavy for his powers, I've got second breath, which lets me use 2 dragon breath weapons for 1 use. So that's going to give me extra damage, along with the fact that I'm using a mortar instead of just a line or a cone. And might as well just amplify that one more time with some MP to give it a base damage of 5. So that's what I'm going to do. It's going to take 2 AP to do this breath weapon.
Alrighty.
And since it's a sonic blast, I roll against its mental defense. So let's see how it lands. And it's at advantage because it's a natural 20, right?
Correct. The dragon has 4 AP like normal too, so you know.
Okay, perfect. Well, good thing it was at advantage. 7 plus 4, so 11. Does an 11 hit against their mental defense. And that's going to be the big purple guy.
Okay. Did you say that you were empowering it in any way with advantage again?
You know, I didn't, and I really should have.
You know, I've actually thought you did, which is why I asked. I will actually, for this one time, I will let you retcon and do it with advantage again if you want to, for another action point.
Okay.
I wouldn't normally do that, but in this specific instance, there's a lot going on with determining how to run this thing and all that stuff, so I'll let you do it if you want to.
All right, I'll give it one more try just to see if it works.
Okay, see, that was very worth it.
A little bit better. And so that should definitely take 3 AP out of the 4 for just a massive breath weapon.
So what is the final number with the dice?
All right, so rolling a 17 plus 4, we got a 21 against their mental defense.
Okay, that does hit with a, do some math here, just a heavy hit.
Okay, definitely. I was expecting that just almost, you didn't really get it, you know?
Right? No, thankfully, no, that's not the case. So it does hit with a heavy hit. So, so what would be the damage with all that?
It was a 5 base damage for all of that. And then if it's a heavy, you've got 1 more.
Okay, 4. And then the dragon itself is a very strong creature. So it is another added 3 damage to that.
Getting up there.
Yeah.
That was 9 damage altogether.
What a huge hit. Okay.
Oh, it is a dragon.
Right, exactly. So basically, this dragon seems to just kind of swoop down. It lands, it communicates directly with you, and just like lurches its head back and basically just like screams like a Fus Roda kind of situation.
Right.
And just like plops this, just like mortar of like distorted looking air. And then it just like slams down onto Archon and kind of like pushing him into the crater a little bit. And it is a very large hit. Like it's a good solid hit there. And almost uncomfortably, you see Archon kind of just like pull himself out of the crater, and you hear some like large, gross, like bone cracking noises. And he just kind of like looks up at the dragon and just grunts. It looks like he's got a surprising amount of fight left in him yet.
Not for long.
That's right. Now what?
So the dragon has 1 more AP, and it would probably, I don't think I can move him, but he would probably move a little bit closer to Archon.
That makes sense. I will move him, and he can move as close as getting all the way to Archon if you'd like, and really in any like spot around him. So where would you like him?
Behind Archon would be awesome.
Okay. So basically he's just going to take one large leap and one large like wing flap kind of thing to get directly behind Archon, landing swiftly there.
Definitely.
All right.
And that's the dragon's turn.
Yeah, that'd be his last action point. Okay, so this is going to get kind of crazy. So Archon, you see the last 2 minions here that are on the map, right? You see Archon kind of just like, he just like stands up and just kind of like, you know, cracks his body, just moves around uncomfortably. He reaches out towards both minions, and the tether that is kind of like, you know, going to each of them lights up really brightly, and you see that he basically, Archon just like sucks the energy out of these creatures. They both just like almost explode, and then that energy goes back to Archon. And in doing so, they aren't as explosive as they were before, so there isn't any kind of damage that's taken for like the area of effect explosion of them dying, basically.
Did I happen to feel anything when it like exploded and essentially like passed through or around me?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. You kind of like lurch out of the way as it's happening, but you can just tell the way that this happens that it rejuvenates Archon a bit, and he's healed by it a little bit. And he kind of just like grows even stronger as, you know, he's just got this like pinkish mist just floating off of him. And that is his first action. His second action, he's going to actually reach out and attempt to grapple you.
Okay.
So he's going to make an athletics check against your martial check, so either athletics or acrobatics.
Both poor, -1, but let's hope he gets me so I can use my fire shield.
Right.
We got a 9 with a -1. We got 8.
Okay. He's against a 14, so he did get you.
Yeah.
So that is funny. So technically, he's not doing damage to you, but the fire shield should definitely damage him because he's like literally touching it. So,
however much the fire shield works, like if they do 1 damage to me with melee, then they also take 1 damage. Okay. So, if he takes the damage, it would make sense to me that like 1 of the temporary hit points would go off of the shield.
Okay. Maybe I'll even let you decide how that works. Do you want to, do you want it to be that way, or do you want to hold on to your shield? I'd say like it would be pretty much 1 damage, if anything. So like from grabbing you, with his big, gross, pink and, you know, nasty hands, he just kind of like grabs, yeah, exactly. It's like a one-handed, just like grabs your whole body. He can either like take a damage, or if you want to hold all of your temp HP for now, you can do that too.
I think it'd be cool if he took a damage like every time he touched me. So
okay,
I'll
cool.
Just use 1 HP like whenever it gets to like a round or something like that.
Okay, cool. That sounds good. So right now on the spot, he will take 1 damage from grappling you, and feel free to subtract that 1 temp HP from the shield.
Yes.
And then he's going to make another check angrily. So he's got his 1 AP spent there. He's going to, now that he has you, he's going to literally just throw you at the dragon that's right next to him. He's just going to like slam you into him kind of thing, or try to at least. And so he's going to make a check, athletics again, versus your martial check again.
Ooh,
I meant to say, technically you did it. So it is 11, and it is going to be, his might is, so he'll be able to throw you 4 spaces technically, but the dragon is like right next to him. So basically he's just going to kind of throw you into the dragon. And he's gonna parse the damage between the two of you, giving you 1 damage and the dragon 3 damage. He seems to be feeling very highly threatened by the dragon itself.
I don't know why.
Yeah, very strange. So you just take 1 damage from that mess. Okay.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
And do you think him throwing me and causing me damage is enough to cause him damage through my fire shield?
Oh, dirty trick. Yeah, I mean, that just makes sense. Interesting. But but it would just be 1 damage again from your shield.
Yes.
Okay, yep. Dang, that is a dirty trick. I didn't even think about that fact, to be honest.
The only reason I ask is I'm like right next to him, and I feel like he could get a little burned.
Yeah.
If I hit the wall 4 spaces away, I might say like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the dragon doesn't move a lick, but yeah, it does feel the force of you colliding with it.
Throw's a pretty good attack, especially if you know you're going to get it far.
Yeah, for sure.
Gonna have to use that for that barbarian I made.
Yeah, for sure, dude. It's really fun. I actually love it. I'm going to make a few characters, I think, that have a build that's just like grappling and throwing. I think it's going to be really fun. Okay, now Archon just kind of like upset, of course. He's going to make some crazy moves here. He's going to use his last 2 AP to do a special ability of his. Basically, he's just going to look at this dragon and you, and he just kind of like laughs at his, successful throw or whatever. And he's just like, he's like, it's not going to matter how this goes down. I'm going to win. And then he kind of reaches out towards the dragon, like both hands, just kind of like out, like literally like a Dragon Ball Z character. I don't know. That's the only way I can like imagine this for whatever reason.
Trying to catch him like a Hulk.
Yeah. Reaches out towards the dragon, and you see like his hands start glowing a little bit more with this pinkish mist, and he just absolutely just like blasts this beam towards the dragon, and the beam itself looks super intimidating and powerful, and he's going to spend his last 2 AP to make this attack with advantage.
What's the beam look like?
It looks like a giant pink version of special beam cannon. Nice, so it's literally just like, it just looks like raw, like arcane primal energy, just like violently blasting out from the sky.
So Vegeta stuff.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So it'd be a 14. The dragon's PD and MD is 15. So it actually just misses, which is very good for the dragon. Nice. Okay.
All right. Being a Scion, I have the same mental defense as a dragon. Go ahead and put that on my bridge.
Right, yeah. Your resume.
Yes.
Okay, and in doing this, thankfully it did not collide, but you notice that Archon literally shrinks back down to size. Like he blasts so much energy out of him that he just like shrinks back down to a normal size creature. Oh. And I'll put him on that square. He's still got kind of like the pinkish weird aura around him, but he looks much weaker now. Okay. And that will be it for Archon's turn.
All right. So I think the kobolds are like kind of up next in initiative. Pretty much all of them. Yeah,
go ahead. It'd be everyone left on your team will go now.
So I've got the Dragonette right next to me. The Dragonette technically only has 1 HP left. So all of these little kobolds here probably shouldn't like engage with Archon, especially if he can throw the kobolds like the majority of their health.
Yeah.
So I think they're gonna stick to the sidelines and just like move to the river up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of them are just gonna take a quick little trot, and then if they can, just do the help action once on the dragon.
Okay. Yeah, I'll allow that.
Can all of them do the help action, or is it diminishing returns?
They each can.
Okay.
Yep.
I feel like I might do that.
Okay.
Feels like how much health could he really have, you know?
And for the sake of this game, I will say that your kobolds are like, they're literally assistants to you. You know what I mean? Like they very much embody what help should be to you. And normally you'd have to be like within, you know, a space of you or the target or whatever for help. But I actually like the idea that the kobolds have developed the ability to like be excellently distracting. You know what I mean? They're like, they are the perfect assistant to help you. And I like the idea that they could use like a ranged help like that of a bard or something. Glimmerclaw learned how to do a ranged attack a couple sessions ago too. So he can like spit little motes of fire, I think too. I forgot about that, but that's a thing.
Yeah.
But you do whatever you want. Just wanted to make sure you knew about that.
I kind of have an idea. Can you like do the help action to help somebody move more? Like
we could probably try to make it happen.
Like if we do the help action, right? Like the first one runs up to the river and then does the help action for the next one to jump over the river.
I like that idea. And it'd really just be like, it'd be like an action point to kind of literally just collectively like throw him over. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Narratively. I'm definitely cool with that. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'll throw the little guys over there so that way they can get like a part of the help action stuff, especially since.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
The one that was on the river is damaged, and the two that aren't have enough health to probably keep going.
Yep, that sounds perfect. Okay. So yeah, for sure. You could definitely spend action point or whatever to kind of like have the kobolds toss one another over the river to save on movement a little bit.
Okay.
That seems something very like narratively. I like that concept. I can imagine that happening.
Awesome. So I'm pretty sure it was like this, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was like that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because he's the 2 health. Okay. All right. So to start off the kobold's turn, they're gonna do some kind of ridiculous acrobatics in a way. We've got Glimmerclaw right next to looks like Nimbletoe. And Nimbletoe is going to stay on one side of the river, and he's gonna like do a help action or like a toss for both of these guys just to get across the river.
Perfect.
And hopefully maybe that'll extend his reach, or maybe diminish the fact that it's hard terrain or whatever.
Yeah,
but
I like it.
Glimmerclaw's gonna take a nice jump right over the river if he can make it with like a vault from Snootstown.
Yep. Perfect. Totally agree. I say like one action point from any of them can like launch another one over the river.
Perfect. I'll do Glimmerclaw. And honestly, that's almost like a grapple, but like choosing to fail the grapple.
Exactly. Yep, exactly.
Okay, Glimmerclaw is going to take the leap over. Is that enough to be considered out of the water? Or should it be right here?
Yeah. I would say you should be able to put them at like any of the spaces along the coast there.
Okay. I'll put them right there. And that was one action point for him to jump, and then one action point for him to do it. And then this guy's going to use his action point to move and probably continue the momentum to also get thrown or vaulted. Come over here if that's also going to be good too.
Yep, absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah,
like,
so if you want it to be this way, so it could be like Nimbletoe's action points are the ones that got them there so far, just so you know.
Okay. They probably had to like use an action point to move too, right?
Nah, I like the idea that Nimbletoe's just using his stuff to just kind of like, here, grab on, and just like hucks him over, you know?
Okay, cool.
That seems to be the correct. I can just like see that happening.
Right. And they're all saying hup the entire time.
Yeah.
Yes. But if these guys over here on the other side of the rivers have their action points, then they're going to move over here. This guy's got just enough room to be able to do one action point of movement. I hold up my finger and it gets blurred.
Yeah.
This guy's got one action point of movement, and then he can use the help action on Zephyrian.
Excellent. Yep, perfect. Dude kind
This
of like
one, though,
totes the line along the coast to get over by Severian.
literally. This one, though, unfortunately, isn't quite there to be able to do the help action and move. So that would cause opportunity attack, I believe, right here and to there. I feel like he should probably chill right there. But a cool thing about Soot Snout is he has got like a little fireball. It's like we taught him how to do the dragon's breath weapon in a way. So he's going to stand just barely back and do a little fireball.
Okay, there you go.
It's probably more like fire a bolt or...
Yep, exactly. Relatively simple mechanics. Little ranged attack. Should be 1 damage at its base anyway.
And it was a 7 to hit.
All right.
It's not a melee attack, so does flanking get considered at all?
That's a good question. I don't believe so. For the sake of mechanical balance, flank only applies to melee martial attacks.
Okay, good to
so
know.
we wouldn't necessarily get the flank bonus this time around, but so it was 7, correct, for the attack?
Yep, 7 to hit.
Okay, so Archon's got just enough, he's cognitive enough after his crazy attack and losing energy and stuff. He kind of looks around and sees this little soot snout, just kind of like, inhaling this one big inhale and like spitting a fire loogie at him, basically. And he kind of
Even worse.
Yeah, right. And he kind of just like managed to just hardly like dodge out of the way of it. But what's next?
So that was all 3 of the kobolds' turn, and it would technically be Zephyrion's turn if there's no enemies to get in the way.
Yeah, yep. So it'd be all Zephyrian then.
Following up with a similar attack to what the dragon did, we're actually just going to do another breath weapon attack. And
hey, let's go.
Since the dragon likely has breath weapon uses of its own, Zephyrion's going to use his breath weapon uses. Okay.
Absolutely.
Cool. Pulling it up one more time. And I still have my fire shield up just in case he wants to punch me.
Yes.
All right. So to be able to do my sonic breath weapon, it takes 2 AP. The base damage is 1, but if I make it a mortar instead of a line, it goes to 2. Yet again, we're going to empower that with 1 more MP, which I'll minus right now.
How is your MP looking right now?
I only have 3 left.
Okay. I was just
But
curious.
honestly, been pretty good with resources as far as like MP, not my health, but
yeah. Okay. I forgot. So you spent MP for the dragon to do a breath weapon. Did you actually spend it from your character?
I did not spend it from my
Okay,
character.
good.
I spent it from the dragon.
Yep, excellent. You will not reach the mana spend limit applies to the dragon still, but the dragon will not run out of mana.
Nice. And yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So with the dragon breath weapon essentially having a base damage of 4 with the empowerment, I'm going to use my second breath ability to give it a 5 for the base damage. But I only have 2 breath weapon uses, and that's it for my breath weapon.
Okay, that's big. All right.
Yep. So base damage 5, and now I got to roll against his mental defense, which I'm just assuming this guy is more beef than he is brain.
That makes sense. Maybe.
But,
I was just gonna say, in this form, how he's like shrunk down a little bit, he seems to be, he's just kind of like twitching and he's just behaving really strangely for sure. But maybe specifically in this instance, he might not be as dumb brute-ish, and he might have like a bit of his intelligence returned to him. But when he's in big dumb brute form, it definitely does seem as you're expecting. So we'll see how that plays out.
Well, I still have to roll against his mental defense to do a sonic attack, and I think it'd be a lot cooler to see him bleed out of his ears than blow up.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it's 2 AP to do it. I might as well empower the attack so that way I have advantage for this here.
Mm-hmm.
We know how well it went last time.
Right, just make it hit hard, hopefully.
Natural 20.
Let's go. Okay,
and
sweet.
good thing I did advantage too, because the first roll was 5.
Oh, yeah. All right.
So that's a natural 20 plus 4 for a 24 to hit against his mental defense.
Oh, man, that's big. That is a brutal plus the crit.
Nice.
So it's an extra 4 damage.
Extra 4? Dang, okay. 9
That's
damage.
big.
I did as much damage as the dragon.
That is so cool. Okay,
It was
and
like
that is huge.
The dragon was like, lead by example. And I was like, you're right.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, the dragon's like, watch this. And you're like, oh, you mean this? Okay, so basically you just kind of like, in the, like almost like grappling, like just kind of like intimate melee combat situation going on there. You just kind of like lurch your head up and basically just like launch this, again, just like distortion of air. It kind of just like exists, and then it just like plummets down with an intense sound as smashes into Archon. You see him just kind of like hold his head out of, agony. That is big damage. The Archon kind of just like looks up angrily, and he's still like around. He's still kicking, but he's taken a lot of damage. Like he is bloodied technically.
Okay. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah. So
I also remembered something.
Mm-hmm.
It may not change anything, but he is technically flanked +1 from the dragon.
Ah, yes, you're definitely right.
I don't think that would change anything, a 24 to a 26.
Right, it wouldn't.
I just figured I'd say it.
But yeah, for sure. Good call out. Also, I think Archon's still baned too for when his attacks come into play again, which I already forgot happened once, but we'll remember now.
Right. And I also had the help die from the other kobold that I didn't even use for the attack, because the one kobold was able to had exactly 20 feet to move, and then it could use the help die when it got to me.
Do you want to throw that in the mix real quick?
If you don't mind.
Yep.
Okay.
No, we should for sure. We have not moved on yet.
Well, not terrible. So we got 24, 26, 28.
That is exactly enough to bring it to brutal +1. So it's actually 1 more damage, making it 10 damage altogether. Dude, that was worth it.
Yeah, the power of friendship.
That was worth it. Nice. That's sick. I'm glad you remembered. Cool. Man, that was a total of 10 damage dealt right there. How awesome is that?
Right?
Okay.
And where that dude is standing has got to be like 3 feet deeper, I swear.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I would even say that like the star that's in the crater still is kind of like almost being like bounced around a little bit in the crater. There's a lot going on there. Yeah, Archon's just getting blasted.
So that should... Oh, wait, no. I have one more action point, actually. Can I take the dodge action and then end my turn?
Yeah, absolutely. Dodge, okay. You could help. You could... Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think I'll dodge. I don't think the dragon needs help.
Okay, sounds good. Dodge should be safe. Very good. Okay, so is that it for your side? Are we at the top again?
Yep, that should be it.
Okay, but so we started with the dragon, then went to Archon, then did the rest of your side, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's actually the dragon up again now.
Oh, dang, okay.
Just because it kind of worked out that way. So, let's do that.
How large is the dragon in comparison? Is it like real scale?
Yeah, it's about right. So the image there is about right. So it's, shoot, what is that? It's like roughly like 25 to 30 feet, in its area.
Okay.
Its size would be like well past large, like huge or something probably.
Okay. How would you consider this playing out? I want the dragon to grapple him, but eat him. So I want grapple, restrained, and then digested.
Okay.
Is there a way that could possibly happen?
There's definitely a way. So it'd basically just be a grapple. It'd basically just be the actions to make that happen. So it'd be like 1 action point to grapple, 1 action point to restrain, and then I might do like 1 more action point to literally like swallow him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I think that's what I have 3 to do altogether. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
The dragon's just going to take 1 giant chomp out of this guy. The first one is going to be a grapple check, so I'm going to empower that one. So this one's going to be 2 AP. Grapple and then restrain is likely 1 AP, and then that one would have to be 2 AP. And then to swallow would likely have to be another one with compounding AP.
Yeah, but they can be separate actions in case the first or second don't work like you want to, kind of thing. So
yeah,
but yeah, it would be that.
He doesn't have to be eaten in the first round.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it would work like that. So basically, just start with the grapple, and as long as that goes well, it's kind of just like 1 AP to take it a step further each time, kind of thing.
Okay, definitely. So going with the grapple, and I'm going to empower that to get advantage.
Okay. Also, this is an athletics check for the dragon, so it's going to have a +6 to its roll.
Oh boy.
That's big.
21.
Oh, nice. Okay.
For a dragon chomp.
All right. Archon is only going to get a +2 to his roll. Oh my gosh, the natural
20. That's
interesting.
Crazy.
That is interesting. Okay, so that's crazy. Okay, so basically the dragon lurches forward and like literally mouth around Archon's body. But Archon's got just enough juice left to kind of just like pump arcane energy through his body.
See, the dragon is actually missing one tooth, and it's
wiggles right out of there. But hardly, almost in cheating-like fashion, is able to defend from the grapple and remains ungrappled.
That is nuts. I roll a 21, and then you roll a natural 20 plus 2 to get 22.
That's not even fair.
That's hilarious.
Friggin' dragon.
Well, it had an empowered grapple, so I think it should just take a normal just punch right at it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So a melee attack from the dragon, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That will have a +5 to its roll.
Okay. And just a normal melee attack, I want to empower it so it's not disadvantaged, so that'll be the final 2 AP.
Okay, sounds good.
With a 3.
Okay. Man, Archon's just hardly able to, like, wiggles out of the first grapple and kind of just, like, swipes at, you know, the dragon's attack coming at him. And the, you know, his power with the arcane energy is just enough to kind of swipe the attack away.
Just a slippery seal.
Yeah, just hardly manages to save himself, really. But I will say he's fighting with, like, just, like, maniacal aggression, right? And it doesn't even look smooth. He's kind of just like, you know, I don't know, he doesn't look right. Dang, okay. So that's it for the dragon then?
Yep. And it should be right on back to Archon, I think.
Okay. Archon is going to kind of like use a minor action to actually basically just like quickly reaches over and like swipes his foot back behind him just to like kick the star again. And in doing so, you see him kind of like leech more power out of the star, and it kind of brings him back into his large, frenzied, ugly state. Doesn't necessarily seem like it's healing him in any way, though. Like, it's just, in fact, it almost like distorts him even further, and he seems to be almost like losing himself a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
But in doing that, he's like fighting off everything from this dragon, and he looks over at you. I'll take care of you in a moment, and seems to just like focus his efforts at the dragon. And he is going to make just a recklessly empowered attack. He's going to use all of his action points to, again, just try to like just throw as much of this arcane energy into the dragon as possible, as he kind of just like, you know, reaches out his hand with like, you know, just throwing energy. So I'm going to have him make that attack roll with, oh boy, shoot, it doesn't need to do more damage. I'm going to have him make that attack roll with advantage twice and 1 extra damage. So here we go. A dirty 20 and 11. Okay.
I mean,
I said advantage twice, so that'd be 1 more actually with a 21. Okay.
So
yeah. So the dragon's defense is 15, so it's a heavy hit plus 1 extra damage. Okay. So basically the way this is gonna work. So Archon, in doing this, again, just throws all of this energy that's contorting his body into the dragon. In doing so, Archon actually completely shrinks down to normal size again, and you see that every time this happens, his body is more and more almost like mutilated by the energy that he's abusing. But this arcane energy going towards the dragon has a base damage of 10, plus 1 from a heavy hit, plus 1 from an empowerment. So it's going to do 12 damage towards the dragon. And so basically you see the dragon, literally there's just like this hole that's just shot straight through the dragon. And the dragon's just like wailing in pain and all that. But technically the dragon is like still standing and like still fighting. And he's just like, Zephyrian, I will not give up on you. And you venture to guess that this dragon should be done. Like, it should be toast. And it's just like pure willpower. This thing's got maybe a couple actions left in it kind of thing. But it can't sustain this, you know what I mean?
Is it like a flesh and blood dragon? Or does it just have like a hole in the middle of it? Like a ghost?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It is seemingly flesh and blood. Like, this dragon actually does live in the flesh.
Okay.
So basically, yeah, exactly. So basically this dragon should be cooked. And it's literally just like through sheer willpower, it will have one turn left, kind of thing. Archon seems very happy with himself, but also, like I said, he just seems more and more like contorted and messed up every time he's like using the energy of the star. And he kind of just like looks back at you and he's just like, now you're next. That's it for Archon.
Okay. Trying to think of a pun for his name, but I can't. I've got to get him. All right. So with all these different kobolds around in the area, I'm actually not the only person now. They're not the only people now that can get blown away in one hit. It might be good for them to get some distance. Can I have this one right here? Double click. This one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Give the help action to Zephyrian and then try to swim away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
I forgot to be doing this. Is the help action to help attack?
Yes. The help action is to help Zephyrian attack.
Yep, absolutely.
And then after he does that, he's going to hop into the river, or maybe even make it to the little bridge over here, depending on how much movement that takes.
Yeah, I'd say he could take, it is like technically one space between that and the bridge, so he could hop to the bridge and then, move from there, kind of thing.
Okay. That's probably as far as he should go anyway. I don't want him to get too far away.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what
fair.
He's going to do.
Okay. That sounds good. So you've got one help action so far.
Yes.
Now
Soot Snout here is going to do almost the same thing. He's going to move in this area for 5 feet. Give Zephyrian the help action and then use the rest of his movement to get onto the bridge.
I like it. I actually really like it. It's almost like everyone kind of just like, okay, like here you go. Like you take this, I'm getting out of here because who knows what's happening next kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That just leaves Nimbletoe right over here, and he's just going to be running across the shore, maybe? No, he's going to run and use the path, actually. Go all the way over here for his 2 action points, and he'll meet up with the guys eventually.
There you go. And he's got a bunch of cover behind the shrubbery there, too, so that's good.
Yes. If we die, he can tell our story.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the end of the kobold's turn. It should be right into Zephyrian then.
All right, let's do it.
The very first one, I'm going to use something I don't think I've used pretty much I think I might have used it once this campaign, but I'm just going to use my net.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just going to toss a net over his head. Dude's just real angry, just going berserk. Nothing takes care of that like a wet blanket.
Yeah, that's right. How fun. Okay, cool. Is that an attack check or like a contested thing like a grapple?
Yep. The net says, when you make an attack check with a net, the target makes a contested physical save against you. The success, the target is restrained until it's freed. A creature can spend 1 AP to make a DC10 might check, and success, it can free itself or another creature from its reach.
Okay.
It only has to deal 1 slashing damage to the net to end its effect as well.
Okay, I gotcha. So basically,
a contested physical save to put him in the net. And I have a help action twice for this if it would be considered as my attack on him.
Yes, I would definitely say so. Okay, cool. So his physical save is actually going to have a little bit lower of an additive to it as well compared to normal. So he's going to roll a 13.
Sounds good. So 20 and 2 of those. So I got a 22.
Okay, nice.
Oh, actually, no. 21 minus 1 for my stuff.
Oh, sure. No problem. Okay, so he definitely failed the check then with a 13.
Nice. Then I got him all wrapped up in that net with only 1 AP.
There you go.
And he's restrained, not grappled. So
nice.
He's not necessarily able to do much at all, right?
Yeah. He pretty much has to either like attack the net to get out or, spend an action point similarly to like wrestle the net off of him. So, all right.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to see.
So you pretty much guaranteed took away at least an action point of his, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I would also like to use 2 AP and 1 MP to cast Sleep on this guy.
Ooh, okay. Wow, fun. Okay, how exciting.
So I can do it 15 spaces away and it lasts for 1 minute. The spell sends creatures into a magical slumber and you attempt to force creatures within 4 spaces of a point you choose within range to fall into a magical sleep. It takes a DC 10 spell check And if it succeeds, I can use 10 HP, but if it's 5 each success, I get an extra 2 HP. So if it's 15, it's 12. If it's 20, it's 14.
Okay.
Depending on how much health this guy has, I'm gonna see if I can knock him out.
Okay. Are you do you have anything left? Are you empowering it in any way, or are you just kind of casting it as is and letting it rock?
So it costs 2 AP. I feel like, I might as well. I used the dodge action last time and I didn't need it, so I'm gonna just empower it to give it advantage.
All right, sounds good. The best offense is a good defense, as they say, right?
Very true. I got a 10 plus 4, I believe, since it's an attack check or spell check. Yep. So 14.
14.
Didn't exactly get the plus 5, but still got 10 HP down from whatever he's got, if he has 10 HP. Okay.
So basically, when you cast this spell, you realize the magic hits Archon. Archon looks up at you, and you just kind of like make eye contact because this could be it technically. This could be it for battle. Mm-hmm. You make eye contact, and he looks at you, and you see like his eyes kind of like flutter for a second. And then you hear just like this loud cracking noise as he just like grits his teeth so hard that you like hear and see his teeth break in his mouth. He does not fall asleep.
No, that sucks. All right, I figured it'd be enough. But you know what? That's okay.
No spoilers, but it's pretty close.
I figured, but that's all right. Before he gets to do anything, he's still got to deal with one more thing.
Yeah,
as always.
Yep. Dang. Okay.
He's still in a net.
Yeah, he sure is. Okay, shoot. So, was that all the resources for Zephyrian?
Yep, that's going to be the end of his turn, and that should send it back to the top of the round.
Yes, correct. At the top of the round, you have this absolutely fatally wounded dragon that has 1 turn left in him. Before he
1 turn as in 1 AP like on death's door, or 1 full turn?
1 full turn.
Okay.
But yeah, you venture to guess this will be all the dragon can do. You know what I mean? This is what it's got left. And then its willpower will surely wane.
So one thing that's nice about him currently being in a net, it's already restrained, and I just need to eat this guy.
Yes. Okay. So at this point, I will say the dragon, basically, I'm just going to have it be like a 2 action point situation now, where it's like 1 for the grapple, which is going to be, the contested check is going to be at disadvantage and -1.
Okay.
And then the other action point, there will be no contest whatsoever, but Archon can be swallowed at that point.
All right. So, gonna empower it again to hopefully be able to just get this dragon to land a hit.
Kind of just guarantee it, right?
Yeah. I accidentally just rolled the 1, so I'm gonna roll 1 more.
Yep.
There we go. Okay. 19.
Okay. All right. It's contested checks.
Yes.
A 5.
And I believe the dragon had a +6 to its might, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So 25.
Nice. Against a 5. So Archon fails miserably as he is, he tries for a second to, sort of defend, but really he's a sit and duck in this net. So that is 1 action point for the dragon. It manages to completely, Archon is inside the dragon's mouth at this point. And it'd just be 1 more action point to quite literally, put him away in the body of the dragon.
Definitely. And it was 1 action point plus the empowerment, so we got 2. And I want to do.
Right.
It'll likely be to do another attack. It'll probably be compounding, so I'll do it empowered to make sure it's not at disadvantage.
Okay. Yep. This one, there's actually not even going to be any contest, so it'll just burn the action point, and then that'll be it.
Okay. It's a dirty 20 to see if this dragon can actually swallow down the poor taste.
Yep, so he absolutely does. He absolutely does. So Archon's just you hardly see limbs sticking out of the dragon's mouth, basically, right? netted limbs at that. And then you see the dragon just kind of like lurch its head back and just make this big gulping sound as the muffled like screams and, you know, of Archon are heard from inside this dragon. And cool. Does the dragon have any action points left?
I don't really believe so. Technically, maybe it should have one left because it used the two at the beginning and then it was just the one. So I guess it could have one thing left to do.
Okay. I will say, like, you can tell, I mean, Archon is seemingly, you can actually like hear it like screaming from inside the dragon. You know what I mean? So like, you can tell that Archon is technically, you have this like uncomfortability that Archon is not necessarily not a threat anymore. I'm not sure how that'll go, but so what do you want to do with the dragon's last AP?
Can the dragon swallow a burp, but it's a fire breath?
That's fun. Yeah, sure. I like that. That's great. I like that a lot.
A breath weapon, but it's...
Yeah.
And then that was it.
Yeah, that's fun. Okay, yeah, we will do something like that.
Okay, so to be able to do the breath weapon, it'd be a save against his mental defense since this is a sonic dragon.
Okay, so how about this? I don't see how... I mean, I don't see how it'd even be possible that Archon could defend from this. So I might just make this one an auto hit, but I am going to remove the extra 3 damage that the dragon was getting on everything.
Sure.
Okay, so let's do it like that. So we don't even need to roll. Like, basically, the dragon is just going to, like, you know, look at you and pretty much just be like, whatever's left, you can do this. And, you know, just kind of like screams and literally just like, there's just like this distorted air in front of the dragon. It almost just like makes this ball and then just like, you know, just like globs this ball out of the air. Dang, so what should the damage be for this then?
You know, that's a good question. For breath weapon, it's usually 2 AP to be able to do it, but it could end up being like a half-powered breath weapon or the fact that it just didn't blow out. So we could just do like the base damage of the breath weapon.
I gotcha.
Especially since like how you do the breath weapon affects like damage as well if it's a line or mortar.
Right. Well, yeah, okay. So let's just do the base damage of the breath weapon automatically, as it is an auto hit, which is cool, but there's like no extra damage possibilities necessarily. So let's just do like the base damage, and Archon is guaranteed to take that. So what should that be?
So the base damage for that would be 1, but if it's a specific way, then it's 2.
Oh, okay.
Like
I'll probably do it hit. I like doing it in my mind for whatever reason, it's kind of similar to the mortar way.
Yeah, it's almost like directly hitting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're gonna go with the mortar, and if we wanted, the dragon actually hasn't used any MP this turn. It's just been doing physical things, so it could empower it to make the breath weapon from 2 to 4.
Yeah, I like it. That is exactly what the dragon would do. I 100% agree.
And depending on how many uses the dragon has of the breath weapon, it could use the second wind, but I'm not 100% sure how many uses it has. Because using it this time will be the 3rd use, and if it used second wind, it'll be the 4th use for this dragon.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I will say that the dragon itself is like, it's full-blooded dragon. You know what I'm saying? This thing can use its breath weapon non-stop. Like, it's sick. It's you know, that's its gimmick. so no issue there.
Okay. So we could boost the base damage of it all the way up to 5 as long as it's empowered by MP.
Okay, let's do exactly that. So basically you see the dragon just kind of like form this insane, it's just like almost like a whirring, you know, just like buzzing ball of energy, of sonic energy, and it just gulps it down, and you hear it's surprisingly loud, just like an internal burp sound almost, right? And right. Archon just like wail out in pain from inside this dragon. And the dragon looks at you, and again is just kind of like nods, and then the dragon just collapses.
I knew him well. I like the big X.
Giant X.
Yeah.
Inappropriately large X. Okay, dang.
You know, if it's the end of the big O dragon's turn, that brings us to Archon.
Okay, so now, let's see here. So Archon is basically, well, he's over here, but let me fix this real quick. There. So now he's just part of the map layer. Okay. So Archon is in the tummy of this dragon. Archon is going to spend every single action point he has.
Was the net broken by the dragon's teeth or stomach fluid or sonicness?
Honestly, I guess you wouldn't even really know. But as far as meta knowledge goes, I'm going to say that the net is broken, but it's going to take every single action point Archon has to do anything to escape this dragon.
Yeah, I feel like a dragon's belly might be a little harder to get out of.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So basically, I'm going to let Archon make a check to escape, like a grapple, more or less.
Okay.
But I'm going to make the DC be 22. And so he's just going to empower the heck out of this check to try to get out of the dragon. That's going to be all he does this turn, pretty much.
We have forgotten a few times, but he is baned.
Oh my gosh. Heck. Okay. So here we go. He's going to make 3 checks. Wait, it's a check, advantage, advantage, advantage. So 4 rolls of the dice just to try to escape this dragon, looking for a 22, which he'll literally have to get a dirty 20, or he'll have to get a natural 20. Excuse me. He'll have to get a natural 20 to be able to do it.
Yep. And he'll still technically be under it because of the bane, but he did it because it's natural.
All right. Yeah, okay. So let's just see. In 4 rolls, can Archon get a natural 20? He cannot. That's hilarious.
Really close the first time.
He did. He got really close, as close as he can get.
Yeah.
And that is really funny.
Minus the D4 to whatever he got as well.
Right. So none of those actually cut it. So basically you just hear like Archon just wrestling around on the dragon, and then you see like small bits of just like the dragon's flesh is just like pierced randomly, and just like spurts of like pink arcane energy are kind of like flying out. But none of them are enough for Archon to actually escape the dragon. You venture to guess it might be easier for him if he gets another opportunity. But for now, he's all sorts of restrained up in the dragon. So now what?
So, okay. I think it would be really cool if I could use my telekinesis to long range grapple him. But I'm not sure how well that would work since he's in the belly of a dragon.
I gotcha. Oof, yeah, I don't know.
It might be kind of cool to just like keep him there. Like if he's currently getting crushed, I'm like, stay crushed, you know? But
I gotcha.
If I need line of sight to do it, then I can totally figure out something else.
I mean, man, I don't know. I would say it'd be, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's gonna be really difficult. So let's just see with like outside of action spent or anything, let's just have you roll a, basically like a spell check to see if you can even manage something like that. And I'm gonna set the DC pretty stinking high at a 20, but not impossible. So we'll see.
Hey, might as well. All right. So my long range grapple for like combat telekinesis says you can target creatures within 5 spaces, and your size is considered medium for the purposes of the check. So they try to cover the bases for like the fact that it's a contested check.
Right.
It's funny, but it says I can also grapple up to 2 creatures at a time. Doesn't necessarily like, come into play here. But
that is awesome though.
Right. Okay.
So we'll see if it's even something that Zephyrian can pull off to start with before the checks to make it happen. So freely, let's just get a spell check to see.
No.
Of course, a natural 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't exactly roll in the middle,
Right. So instead of wasting any action points to make it happen, basically I'm going to say that you are able to kind of assess if it's even possible. Like the thought comes to your mind and you like almost try it for a second and you're just like, I can't visualize him well enough to be able to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, his body's changed way too many times.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. Man, I don't really want to like help him out by like, digging into the dragon.
Right.
So let's see.
Well, I will say, so you've got your kobold friends are, they're there, they're hanging out. They're just, right now, they're kind of just away from the mess, just in case anything crazy happens.
Right.
But for the first time, you're not immediately distracted by the threat of Archon in front of you. And you can actually look over like into the crater and you see this like glowing pinkish star there. And there's like a part of you that like looks at this weird meteorite like space chunk. And it's like, it's really interesting. You're like almost drawn to it in, you know, like a very Lord of the Ringsy type of way with the ring. Like you're like, whoa, that thing looks awesome. You know, like I kind of want that. And then you like feel a tugging at your soul from the token of what's it called? The sigil of balance that you have with you, and it kind of like pulls your urges away from you, and then you just feel like responsibility instead. You know, so you're just like, oh right, that's why I'm here. So you see the star there next to you.
Looks interesting.
Yeah, it's like the first time in the mess of combat that it's like there, and you know that's a thing. So that's something too.
So I have the ability Mind Blast, and you can spend 1 AP to physically assault a creature's mind within 10 spaces. Do you think instead of just trying to like physically do something to him, I could mentally mess with his head?
Yeah, I think that'd be a little easier for sure.
Because like I can hear where he's coming from.
Yeah.
It's like the dude's right there.
Yeah, and you can even see like spots of, you know, like energy blasting out of the dragon as he's trying to escape. So like, yeah, I would say that he's actually kind of giving away his position a little bit.
Okay. That'd be
I'm
awesome.
gonna give him a +2 to his defense as like a cover situation basically, but it's definitely doable. You could hit him.
Sounds good to me. So the cool thing about Mind Blast is it's only 1 AP and it has like 6 different ways that you could empower it.
Yeah.
Is there specifically... No, actually it says you can choose multiple effects or the same effect multiple times. That's actually super crazy. Okay. So I'm going to do the Mind Blast. I want to empower it so that way I can have advantage. So that'll be 2 AP.
Okay, very
And
good.
you can also spend 1 or more MP up to your combat mastery before you make the spell check to choose 2 additional AP enhancements.
Oh.
So I'm going to do 2 AP to make it advantage. I'm going to use 1 MP, which is my second to last MP.
Oh, nice.
And get 2 more combat masteries, which is going to double up on psychic damage. So plus 2 more damage.
Okay.
So 2 AP, 1 MP for a total of 3 damage so far.
Okay.
If it hits, of course, with advantage.
Right.
I do feel like I should probably empower it with just about everything I got.
I think that'd be pretty cool. See if you can just like Archon's, you know, just like stuck in this dragon, just wrestling around like, I gotta get out of here, this is gross.
Absolutely.
And just light him up.
So with all of my AP and 1 MP, I'm gonna make it a base damage of 5.
Excellent. Okay, very cool.
And
With
it's
advantage.
17 plus 4, 21.
Excellent.
Against his mental defense.
Excellent. In this case, that is a heavy hit. So it's another extra damage.
Even better.
So shoot, so that was adding up to 5 damage plus the heavy hit, right?
Yes, to make 6.
Dang. Okay. So basically, the bits of energy that are blasting out from the dragon as Archon's trying to like escape and everything else, right? You kind of like focus on that. You can feel that the attack lands as you like, you know, you'd like pierce Archon's mind. And for a brief moment, you hear even more just like wailing and like energy stops escaping the dragon. You know, it's kind of just like a halt.
Right.
And man, Archon is very messed up inside this dragon.
Well, it is his turn, so let's see what it can do.
Okay. Did you want anything? Could you imagine anything to do with the kobolds at all?
Oh, not really. I feel like Nimbletoe all the way out here probably would have joined up with the group about right there. But other than that, just peanut gallery.
Okay, yeah, they're kind of just hanging out. Waiting to see how this unfolds.
Yes.
So one more time, Archon attempting to just escape the prison that is this dragon. I'm going to lower the DC a little bit for him. Before it was a 22. I would say that he made some headway, but nowhere near enough to escape the first time. I'm going to bring the DC for him down to an 18, and he's still going to burn, just by default, all the action points to do everything he can to escape this dragon right now.
Right.
And he still has Bane on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to actually use that this time. Okay, so we'll just take his highest check and subtract a D4 from it, basically, if it comes to that.
Sounds good to me.
I was doing that before +2. Okay. So here we go. It'll be 4 rolls altogether, and the highest of them is the one we pick. 10, 19, a natural 20, and the 15. Okay. The natural 20, I guess for this instance, we'll pretty much just ignore Bane again, unfortunately, as the natural 20 works both ways, of course. And so basically there is, again, just like ripping and, just like, it's just not a pretty sight. But basically, Archon manages to more or less just see like a shred of the arcane energy just kind of like almost just like rip through the wall of the dragon. And finally, Archon kind of just like steps out, we'll say something like that. He kind of like peels his way off of like the wing from the dragon as he like actually steps out, but he has no actions left, and he looks super messed up, like from every source possible. He looks messed up from taking damage in the fight, expending all of this crazy, like corrupted energy basically. He's all sorts of ganked, but there he is in the flesh, meets eyes with you again, and basically he's just like, I will not fail. But that's it for his turn.
Man, this guy just won't go down.
He won't. But boy, is he close. It's sad, really, looking at him at this point.
Well, I feel like Soot's now, Glimmerclaw, all of these guys, they're still like not necessarily having to get in the like crowd.
Sure.
But since they do technically go before him, can they give him like a grit or something so that way they can if there's a save that comes up, he'll be set and ready?
Yeah. As far as grit goes, it can actually be used reactionarily, even.
Okay, nice. Then, yeah, they're just going to save their actions to see if there's something that they can react with.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, cool. That'll bring us all the way back over to you then, I suppose.
Yep. This is a one-on-one now.
It is the ultimate showdown
of ultimate destiny. So would you say from this spot right here, does he currently have cover by the dragon?
I would say that he probably has half cover, at least. So I'd say you have half cover where you are right there. If you step out from to be like on this side of the dragon, it's probably open and like fair game at that point, not necessarily any cover.
Okay.
For either of you.
That's pretty much what I'm looking for. I just want a direct hit.
Yep.
Definitely. So I'm right on the edge of the dirt here, just trying to, I guess, stay within range of the star.
Yeah.
Putting myself between him and the star, more or less.
I see. Yep. And, gatekeeping.
Exactly. I'm going to go ahead and, just try to insult him like the best way that I can. I want to look at him like the last thing he said to me was like, I will not fail.
Yeah.
And I need something smart that's like, well, failure's your middle name,
Wow, what a one-liner.
That's right.
Perfect.
He's got good charisma. I don't. He knows it.
Yeah. So basically, Zephyrian says something super epic one-liner. It's like, no, you suck.
That's right.
All right.
And he's going to just do one more Mind Blast. It's going to be a repeat of what we did last turn. Empowerment for 5 base damage. And using my last mana point.
Oh, very fun. Very cool.
Hoping I can blow this dude's head off,
Right, yeah. And he won't have the benefit of cover in any way. So that's, okay. Sounds good. I would even say that his mental defense or mystical defense, like his mind is kind of just messed up right now too. So his defenses are lowered a bit too from all of this chaos that he's taken in.
So I got an 11.
Okay.
Funny enough, it's 7 + 4 for my spell attack.
So it actually did end up 11. Perfect. Okay. Where this creature's mental defense has been a bit, mystical defense, excuse me, has been a bit faltered from all of the manipulation of the energy and everything else from the star. He's kind of just like losing his crap a little bit, to be honest. So he's like losing his mind too. And you're able to kind of just like get a hold of his mind even easier. 11 is his mystical defense. So it does hit.
Okay.
And so what was the damage again?
So it was a 5 base damage to hit him with all the empowerments.
Okay. So earlier when you tried to put him to sleep, he had 15 HP left.
Okay.
He has taken 11 damage since then, so he has exactly 4 HP left. And this attack will be enough to send him out. So, what does that look like?
I kind of want to like blow a hole straight through the middle of him. You know, it may be mind blast, but it's from my mind, not his.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I like that. Okay.
So it's just going to be... I also like to think of like the Scion's abilities as like not even having like a shape or form. You know how like the Kamehameha is this big blue blast, but the Scion would probably have like that like just air bubble that doesn't look like anything, and the only like we see it because we see movie effects.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Very cool.
That's what it would look like. Just big transparent wave moving at him, and then just blows a hole straight through him.
Yeah. And I'll even say like, so there's like some conversation happening kind of between you two, and he just looks up at you and he's, you know, he sees you doing something and he's just like, he's just lost his crap, right? So he's just like, no, like that's not enough. It won't be enough. You can't stop me. And then literally like his chest just like blows out the back of him and he's just like standing there. Looks up at you and you see like all this arcane energy that's been like coursing through him just kind of like slowly just like dissipates through the hole in his chest, and he's just a evil old withered man, and he just falls down.
That's what you get for killing my new best friend, the Swamp Hillbilly.
Yep, exactly. The Swamp Hillbilly, though dead, just puts a thumbs up.
That's what I was hoping.
Okay, so like all the kobolds are kind of just like, you know, they're just they look over and they're like, I guess it's over. And the star is just like pulsing there in the crater. Out of combat. What do you do now?
Well, I would like to see if there's like how big is the star? Or is there something that it's like specifically doing?
Right.
Is it pulsating in its place? Or, you know, like, is it approachable?
So basically, it is kind of like pulsating a little bit. And it's pretty much just like a big hunk of like jagged space metal almost. And it's like the size of like a basketball or something, you know, like the size of a ball, not huge, but it's like a decent sized thing there. And it is just kind of like slowly pulsing with color. And again, you can feel the urge that might corrupt many people, but you're also protected, it seems, from the sigil of balance.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just hanging out.
So if it's basketball sized, how heavy would you say it is?
Probably like, it'd be the size of just like a big piece of metal or it'd be the weight of just like a big piece of metal that is that size. So like pretty heavy, but you know, you could do it. You could lift it and do stuff with it. Okay. It's like a big cast iron pan kind of weight. You know what I mean? Well,
I was trying to think if I could lift it with my telekinesis.
Oh, okay. What's supposed to be the limit for that?
That's just 5 pounds, and definitely not 5 pounds.
Yeah, you might have to do it physically if you wanted to move it, kind of thing.
Yeah. So I have like general supplies for like camping and like setting up stuff, and there's also a camp right next to me. Mm-hmm. I want to see if I can wrap it under a blanket, and if like the blanket catches fire. Is it still hot, even though it landed a couple days ago?
I gotcha. You could take cloth, and if you attempt to wrap it, it seems to be fine. Like you can wrap it itself, you know.
Okay. Yeah, if I can wrap it in a blanket, I'd just put it in a blanket and probably like tie it up on a stick. Kind of like how they do for like in movies when they hog tie somebody and put them on a stick and then they're just like hanging there. That's the meteor.
Okay, cool. At any point, are you like actively trying not to physically touch it, or do you feel like you would physically touch it?
I feel like I'm trying not to touch it because I don't want to turn into like a pink goo monster.
Right.
But I do kind of still want to see what happens when things touch it, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Well, wrapping it up, I mean, like, it's a pretty heavy thing. So, like, wrapping it up, there's like a chance even that you would accidentally skim it technically. So I might even have you make a check to make sure that you don't do that real quick. It'd be a lower DC. And I don't know, I guess it'd be like some sort of maybe agility based check. If you want to pick a skill that makes sense for that, feel free. Otherwise, just an agility check. But the DC is only like an 8, but you never know.
Okay. Yeah, honestly. 4?
Okay. So there's a few times you're kind of like prying it up using things that aren't your own like limbs, right? And there's just like one time where it's just like you know, it just slips off of like whatever tools you're using and just kind of like hardly grazes your foot, right? And in the moment that it does, you like basically everything that's just kind of like around you in the world just like ceases to exist. Basically everything is just like you're in your own world, and you're almost the same way that you were transported to like your mental places when you were going through the trials.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same situation where you're just like in emptiness, and there's just like a haze. There's just like a fog kind of slowly rolling around you. And you just hear this like very echoey kind of like feminine voice. And it's basically, it just like asks you, it's just like, how do you want things to turn out? And you venture to guess that this, when it says things, it's like all of reality. Like, what do you want happening? Kind of thing.
Zephyrian is actually very intelligent and charismatic as well. I know I'm playing the opposite of myself, but
stop.
But he's probably gonna like look at this situation as if it's kind of a trap in a way. You know, whenever somebody promises you the world, you should probably ask why.
Okay.
So he's gonna say something to the effect of, I don't want to know how it turns out, but I want it to be okay.
Okay, cool. Interesting. And almost like you're like putting an input in some sort of like, you know, command prompt computer or something. Mm-hmm. It basically is just like it's like in your mind, there's almost like a pop-up window. It's like, are you sure? But not, you know, it's like vocally, this entity or whatever is basically just like, you prefer the path of wisdom. You just stay hands off and let things play out.
Yeah. If I'm going to figure something out, I want to figure it out for myself, or know that it's like verifiable knowledge. You know what I mean? Like if it came down from, let's say, the heavens of where my mother fell, I may not be able to trust that type of knowledge or source, or maybe they could be leading me astray, something like that, you know? Mm-hmm. So general like distrust of stuff like that. So he wants to, if they're trying to give him something, he wants to like guarantee that there's no like gotcha in a way, or a consequence, because he doesn't want something with a consequence. So he just wants everything to be okay, but he doesn't want anything in general. Okay. So like everything could stay the same, but he doesn't want to ask for anything.
Okay.
I guess, you know.
I get you. Okay. So here's a real question. There's like two ways this could play out. Does Zephyrian specifically want everything to stay the same and like not manipulate anything? Or does Zephyrian want whatever is the most like neutral, normal thing to happen? You know what I mean? Because they're almost like two different things.
Okay.
So which would you pick between the two?
I guess if you're saying like this timeline is like kind of screwed because like countless tragedies have happened throughout his life, and he could possibly fix stuff like that. He might want something like that, but man, have I seen every single Back to the Future.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, if Zephyrian has the ability to alter a reality, he would like to alter the reality of his mother. He never wanted her to fall.
Okay. So you were going through your plan of just like being the responsible character that you needed to be. You were like, I'm going to take care, I'm going to be gentle with this star. I'm going to take care to make sure that it's like out of hands of, you know, and everything else. And you start enacting your plan of like gathering it so that you actually have it and you can take care of it or protect it or whatever. And there's just like just a small slip. You touch it hardly. It brings you into this whole thing where it's like you basically, like, you're the creator of your own reality at this point. It's like, what happens? But even more than that, you're the creator of reality, not your own reality. And you like understand this. You're almost like working with this entity, with this power. You're like conversing with it back and forth. You're like almost getting to know it and understand how it works before anything happens. And it doesn't feel like you're going to be bamboozled per se. Like you are communing with this thing, if you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
When the, like, very slowly, once you've kind of like made your decision comfortable enough, very slowly the darkness around you kind of just like dissipates into the darkness of the night sky. And next to you, you see you're kind of just like, you're camped out in you're like in your normal like nomadic sleeping area. The kobolds are not necessarily with you. You look around and you recognize where you are. You are in the first town that you started. You are in the town of Dorinth, and you're resting, and you kind of just like wake up and look around, and there is one thing that's very different. You look down, you don't see the amulet, and you're kind of looking around, and there is one like kind of like silly loud clanging that happens all of a sudden, and you look over to see there's a small like cooking fire set up near you, and you see your own mother, and she drops a pan from the fire, and then like quickly like kind of just like shrugs and like looks over at you, and she's just like, I'm so sorry. As you're like dead asleep, and she's just putting away some cooking supplies basically, and that basically she just looks at you and she's just like, I did not mean to drop that. I'm so sorry. You were asleep and, you know, just doing motherly things.
I'd probably say something like, you're always so clumsy, and, you know, maybe give her a hug or something.
Yeah. And she kind of just like laughs, and she's like, yeah. After this quick conversation with your mother, right? And she kind of like picks up the pots and pans and things like that. And you see in the distance, you see one figure kind of like walking up towards you guys too. And it is your father as well. And he walks up and kind of like just like sits down and takes off whatever the bulkiest piece of armor is first, basically, like maybe like the torso, like plate mail kind of thing. Just kind of like takes that off and like sets it down. And he's just like, well, the contract's done. And she looks at him and she just kind of like smiles and like she starts crying a little bit. And he's like, yeah, they said we can leave. And at that moment, they're both just like smiling, and it's just like, this is like a huge moment for them. And basically your dad looks at you, right? And he's just like, that means we're not hunted anymore, kid. It's a big deal.
Just tears in his eyes, like, that's awesome. That's actually really, really cool.
Yeah.
So many questions, like the contract. What did you have to do? You know, like, right.
And he's just like, oh, come on, nothing too crazy. You know, you trust your pops. He's been your moral compass your whole life, basically. You know, both of your parents really, and maybe there'll be a time where there's some very specific elaboration on what that means. Like, who knows? Maybe this isn't the last of this universe. I don't know.
Hey, we'll have to see.
But yeah, I'd call it a wrap for this campaign. Holy moly. Okay, do you want to give some sort of a send-off?
So, thanks so much for watching, everybody. We really appreciate you sticking around with our duo campaign here with DC20. If you guys do want to check out the next DC20 things we've got, you're going to have to stay tuned. But thank you so much for watching again. If you did like this, make sure to leave it down in the comments what you might improve, or maybe where we're going with this later. But we'll see you all next time. Bye, everybody.
See you around.